Part 2. The Nightmare. Just as we have so eloquently described the dream, we must also describe the nightmare. A future in which we never take to the stars. A future in which we endlessly squabble on the earth over our trivial differences, until we all go extinct. This is the true fear I envision. To be stuck in a cycle of pain and mediocrity that never ends. The Philosophy of Paradise by Boz Andropoulos. Chapter 18. It had been 100 generations since the last shot of the end war, and still the earth had not truly recovered. Those who had been left behind in the ensuing chaos found no sanctuary from the destruction that followed. Toxins from the engines of war had left the soil poisoned and barren. Ash from the ruins of vaporized cities filled the air and blocked the sun. For many centuries, the landscape of Earth appeared like a cold desert. Yet there were still survivors. In the heartland of one of the great continents, an old bomb crater filled with rainwater. It soon became a lake. And as water flowed to the area, so did life. A forest sprang up around the hilled lands that the survivors called Justine. It was here that a fertile crescent of civilization arose, that promised a fresh start from the horrors of the past. The bulk of the survivors settled in the ruins of an old nearby city, whose name had been lost to history. Though most of its buildings had been flattened or eroded over time, the people of the wasteland rebuilt their town with wood and mud and stone. They renamed it Nyankar. It was a primitive dwelling for a truly primate culture. Nyankar grew from a small shelter for wandering travelers to a booming settlement that dominated the region. Over time, they used the weapons of the past to assert dominance upon all other cultures. But as the relics of their ancestors began to decay, most knowledge of the old world was lost. Soon the history of civilization faded into legend, and the dreams of a brighter future were forgotten. People became complacent in their sickening conditions, for the wasteland was all that they knew. It was here on the outskirts of this great wasteland that a troop of soldiers sought to find their way home. At their helm was a lieutenant by the name of Luikan Soldius. He was an old hardy man, exhausted after a long day's ride on horseback. Luikan peered out at the rugged landscape that stretched before him, and searched amongst the rocks for bodies. His troop had been set upon days earlier by a barbarian ambush, and there was still an uneasy feeling that a few of their enemies might be hiding in the shadows. The harvest had been terribly poor this year, and raiders were to be expected preying along the roads. The four of them had a mission: patrol the paths between Fort Hagrold and Fort Keir, and keep the road safe in the event of a Volnish invasion. Nyankar was the crown jewel of the wasteland, and it had to be defended against outsiders at all costs. Luikan took a swig of barley ferment from a leather flask, and shook his head of the weariness that encumbered him. He pulled up the collar of his cloak as it began to rain, and stopped suddenly when a scout motioned over to him. "What is it?" he asked in a grumpy tone. "A ship has been spotted." Luikan glared at the scout concernedly. "Enemies?" "We don't know yet." He looked down to the rusty blade at his hip, and wondered if he'd have to use it yet again this week. "To higher ground," he said, slapping his hand on the side of his mount. The group ascended onto a plateau that provided them a vantage point of the sea. The waves rocked violently against the shore, and the wind picked up to a thundering rush. It was not a good day for sailing. Yet somehow in the chaos, a lone sailboat had made it across the waters. Luikan drew his spyglass to get a closer view of the ship, and was relieved to see familiar banners flying from its mast. Had they been the red sails of Redober or the black flag of Thaig, he would have made a full retreat. It was not uncommon for invading fleets to try such a maneuver in the autumn months. However, the incoming ship flew the banner of a blue sword behind a yellow star. It was the symbol of the church, and a righteous cause for celebration. Luikan chuckled, and took another sip of his fermented brew. "Posca," he called out to his partner on watch. On command, a short man barely 5 feet in stature came scurrying to him. "What do you see out there?" Posca asked. "Get back to the city with haste. Tell Master Zokov that the Heavenly Father has finally returned from his mission." Posca nodded and leapt onto the back of his own horse. "It will be done, sir." He saluted to Luikan before galloping off with renewed haste. Luikan watched Posca's departure with considerable worry. The high priest had returned, that much was true. But would it bring an end to the bloodshed they'd been forced to endure? The autumn winds were bringing many a cold storm, and if the holy sacraments were true, that was no good sign at all. If anyone can get us through it, it's Zokif, he thought. The respect he had for the Alden family was tremendous. If Zokif turned out to be anything like his father, then the clans of Nankar would have nothing to worry about at all. Get back! Zokif yelled as he swung a practice sword at his brother. The two of them sparred in the living room of their lavish estate, each intent on besting the other. Zokif went for a blow at his brother's chest but was quickly blocked. His brother then countered, taking a swipe that nearly knocked the sword from Zokif's grasp. Zokif lurched back, trying to keep a balanced footing, but was met with an unrelenting barrage of attacks. He stumbled, almost tripping, before striking again and embarrassingly missing. Perhaps if you'd spent more time training and less time reading, you'd be faring better, brother, Olin said in a sly remark. If I hadn't drank so much last night, you'd already be on the floor. Their swords flashed in a dance that few in the city could mimic. Every blow was blocked and parried in rapid succession, as if their movements had been choreographed. The skill of their swordsmanship reflected a lifetime of discipline. From the moment the brothers had been old enough to walk, their father had insisted they have a blade in their hands. Never would it be said that a member of the Alden family was weak. But then again, never could it be said a member of their line was particularly bright either. Zokif had tried to break that mold, learning to read and even the basics of how to write, but in doing so he'd neglected his routines, which showed up time and again in his poor stamina. Entering the room came Zokif's wife, Maria. She was a sweet, calm woman who wore flowers in her hair. She was about 5 years younger than Zokif, particularly short, and adorned a smile that seemed almost unnaturally happy. Just as the brothers had been trained with a sword and shield in their youth, she had been trained in the Puritan sensibilities of a housewife. She lived to serve. If ever there was problem, she was there to nurse it. And though she had many genuine sorrows in her own life, she was seldom to ever show it. "Am I interrupting?" she asked with a mixed expression on her face. The two men stood there sweating and panting. "Not at all," Zokif said. "You've just saved Olin from embarrassment. I nearly had him defeated." "Oh, nonsense," his brother shouted. Zokif shrugged his shoulders and stepped away from the mat. "Dinner is ready when you are," Maria said. "Oh, we're ready," Olin enthusiastically replied. The two of them sheathed their swords and barged into the dining room where the meal was waiting. On the table sat a simple assembly of oats, bread and beef slabs that smelt delicious after a long day. They each sat down on opposite sides of the table, eager to dig in, but waited respectfully until the proper prayers were said. "Shall I lead us in grace?" Zokif asked. Maria and Olin nodded in acceptance, and with their permission he began. "We're gathered here today to give thanks to Darren, our one true Lord and Savior. Thank you, O Almighty, for our good fortune and our lives. Thank you for bringing my brother home safely as he fights in your name. And thank you for my beautiful wife who's graced us with her cooking this night. Please guide us all so that we might walk your path, live by your rules and spread your truth. Never shall a day go by where we forget your ultimate sacrifice. In Darren's name we pray. In Darren's name we pray." The others repeated. Then they began to eat. "The clouds are looking awfully brown today," Olin said while cutting into a beef slab. "I hope we're not in for more acid rain. The wind has been blowing east for several days now." "I'd pay it little mind," Zokif replied. "I hope you're right. Would hate to get caught in that. More importantly, I heard they're sending you off again." Olin nodded. "We're training new recruits down in Finhau Valley. Now that the barbarians have converted to Darrenism, the priests want to civilize them." "How do you civilize a people who do not live in civilization?" Zokif scoffed. "Those mongrels come from nothing but filth. Have you seen the wooden shacks they call home? Well, they've built their own temple for starters. That seems to show promise. They've sworn their allegiance to Nankar. Now it's said they'll even fight for us if we call on them. Barbarians fighting our wars? How absurd. And who will lead them? You. If that is what the temple commands." "Ha!" Zokif exclaimed out loud. The thought of a man like Olin leading a barbarian horde seemed absolutely absurd. Killing the savages was how their family had risen to prominence. The idea that they would now serve alongside their ancestral enemies seemed like a recipe for disaster. Even on his deathbed, their father Kelvin Alden had warned of the barbarians' treachery. It had been he who led the charge against them at the Battle of Farmer's Gate. Their father had rushed in, battle-axe in hand, and killed the shaman Lord Dreadsmith at the height of the carnage. For his bravery in battle, he was awarded the estate of Attia Hill on which his family now lived. It was by acquiring this wealth and resources that he was able to retire comfortably and build a new life for his sons. Being a newfound aristocrat had its many rewards, but he always warned his children not to let their luxuries make them weak. There were enemies both inside and outside the city that coveted everything they had, and if they were not careful would take it all from them. While Olin had carried on in the tradition of his father, joining the army and rising through its ranks to become a commander, Zokif had taken a different path. His family's acquired status gave him opportunities never before awarded to someone of their lineage, and with them he aspired towards the highest position in the land, the church. In the early fall of the previous year, he had begun working as a scribe for the temple. Under the tutelage of the late Father Huxley, he became the first in the family to learn ancient English. It was believed that if he kept up the work, he would eventually earn the priesthood. Zokif was incredibly ambitious, that much was clear. The only problem was that his success depended greatly on the opinions of clerical elites, which were a notoriously exclusive group. Snobbish if not merely arrogant. If he wanted to seek a greater status for himself, he would have to build a lofty reputation in their presence. He was caught with a face full of food when the conversation was interrupted by a banging at the front door. Zokif tried to ignore the banging, hoping the visitor would go away, but the knocking persisted. When finally he answered to see what all the commotion was about, he recognized the messenger's coat of arms as identical to his own. "What is it, Posca?" "I have word from the Wastes, Master Zokif." "Well, spit it out, what is it?" "Father Gazan's ship has been sighted only a few miles away. He's expected to arrive by this evening if winds are good." "How are you so sure it's him and not just a supply ship?" "It flew the blue banner of the church." Zokif smiled. "Good work." He reached into his pocket and tossed Posca a coin. "Get downtown, and tell all our servants to be ready at the gates in an hour." He dismissed the messenger and turned back to his family. "I'm afraid I won't be able to stay late tonight, my love. The father has returned from his mission, and I'll soon be expected at his arrival." Maria caressed his hand soothingly. "Then you must go, my dear. Our time together can wait." He appreciated her understanding, and scarfed down the rest of the meal with little interruption. After dinner he rushed upstairs to change his clothes and washed his face with the only clean water they had. From a jar on his counter he scooped up a handful of pig grease and slicked back his hair. A dash of scented powder also helped to fend off the stench that came from months of not bathing. Before he left the house he reached over to a nearby shelf and picked up the scribe book he had rested on display. In the first blank page he could find, he wrote, "Friday, the 2nd of May, 1294th year since the founding of our holy city. On this day negotiations with Redober conclude, bringing yet another city under the protection of the Holy Temple." He almost thought to add, "and the day I get inducted into the priesthood." But there were no assurances of that just yet. The recent death of his former mentor, Father Huxley, had left an opening in their ranks they would need to fill. However, it was sometimes years before these positions were awarded, and the will of God was not always clear. Outside the house, a servant was waiting for Zokif with his saddled horse. It was a tall and black mount bred for racing in its youth. Though it was not as young as it once was, its thick-corded legs could still rush him out of trouble at a moment's notice. Zokif climbed atop the creature and patted it on the neck. When he was situated in the saddle, he beckoned it off, guiding it down the pathway and off the mansion property. As they left the Alden estate, the maintenance of the properties grew ever poorer. The grasses went from being well kept and green to uncut masses that housed untold numbers of pests. Rats and mites crept along the walkways looking to devour anything they could scavenge. They would have overrun the city long ago if they didn't make such good meals for the homeless. In contrast to the thatched roofs of the upper aristocracy, Most of the poor lived in a loose assembly of carts, shacks, and wooden boxes. One was lucky if they could keep themselves out of the toxic rain, and many bore scars from the frequent nights they couldn't. When riding through the city, Zokov had to constantly steer his way around feces that were thrown from the windows by rich and peasant alike. With no sewers nor any kind of organized waste system, the streets were cesspools of filth carrying a stench with them that never seemed to go away. Even in the parts of the city where daily sweepers made their pass, it was not enough to alleviate the constant grime that stuck to the walls and stone steps. It appeared to be the curse of the commoner to live in filth. Yet sanitation was the least of their problems. It was not uncommon for people young and old to walk around with bulging growths on their skin called globusks. These pockets of flesh were radiation-induced growths that spread throughout the body like cancer. If the growths were found on the surface of the skin, they could be severed using a knife or razor blade. But if they grew internally, which was most often the case in the elderly, the sufferer would die an early death as there were no known methods of surgery. Zokov himself bore the scar of a globusk that had grown across his chest as a young man. Father Davry had removed the growth using a rare anesthetic only afforded to the highborn. In this way, health was perhaps the only way he could empathize with the commoners, for it was the only pressing problem that all people shared. One could escape the elements by retreating into a house or satiate their hunger if they had the money, but when it came to disease there was little anyone could do about it, no matter what their status was. While walking through the marketplace, one could enjoy a small semblance of civilized life in contrast to what lay around. Here the stench was softer due to increased city sweeps and maintained roads, and mixed within the unfortunate odors were the smells of soups and baked goods coming from the restaurants downtown. In long eroded brick apartments, the working class, also known as the servants, lived in close proximity to their jobs, which they hardly ever left. On a good day, one might stop at the marketplace for a good meal or a pint of beer, but lately the area had been swarmed with drunks who were more interested in causing trouble than spending money. He didn't blame them. There was often nothing better to do in these parts than get drunk and roam around. However, today, he didn't have time for anyone's shenanigans. Just beyond the marketplace down the next road was Farmer's Gate. Here hundreds had gathered to await their beloved patriarch as he returned home from his latest conquest. At the edge of this crowd Posco awaited him, having assembled the other servants by the road just as he'd been instructed. In one of their hands waved the flag of the church, and in the other was the Alden family coat of arms. Zokov was not exactly humble about showing off his family's good deeds, and made sure his crest was positioned at the front of every public event where all could see it. It was ironic that the word Nyankar meant City of God, for its defenses were anything but godly. A slim wooden barrier backed up by stone blocks and old salvaged metal was all that separated the city from the desolate wastes. Parts of the wall had collapsed long ago, and in those places stood men with bows and arrows ready to fire. When the city gates screeched open, a formation of soldiers entered first. They marched in rows of 5 and 20 deep, composing a legion of 100 seasoned warriors. Behind the legion was a horse-drawn carriage which escorted Father Gazan. Gazan was an old man with grey hair and long robes that dragged across the ground. He held a staff carved with religious symbols and carried with him the Book of Darren, which he had on his person at all times. With one triumphant thrust of his staff he marked the end of their holy crusade. Behind him fellow soldiers raised the flag of conquered Redoba, showing with them the loot from its fallen capital and the crown of its felled king. It was a powerful demonstration for those who had not seen combat that they were destined to rule. The Nyankarans were a chosen people, and this was demonstrated time and again in the superiority of their city and their race. It was not known what caused the barbarians to have a different colored skin, only that the pigmentation was a curse which could only be cured through generations of repentance. "How does it feel to finally tame the enemy?" Father Davry asked as he approached the great patriarch. "'Twas a humbling experience to see a people once so bitter finally open their arms to us. The age of acceptance is upon us, my friend. A day will soon come where we can bring a lasting salvation to the wasteland." "Some will never accept the truth," Davry argued, admitting his doubt. Gazan smiled. "They'll accept the truth when they see it." Davry seemed puzzled by the remark. That was until Gazan whispered in his ear, "We found what we were looking for out there." Suddenly Davry's confusion turned to pleasure. No more words needed to be said. Though it was an interesting parade, Zokif had mixed emotions. Never would he have thought the proud Redobans would submit to Darrenism so easily. It almost saddened him to watch their free spirits go passive, but they were under the protection of God now, and that was all that mattered. The parade went first down a dirt path which had once been a paved highway, then through the marketplace and even through some of the residential areas before looping back towards the temple. There, in the center of the city, was the only building to not have decayed halfway to ruin. It could withstand any storm, for it was regularly maintained by a group of expert bricklayers and stonemasons. Not only was the temple physically towering, it was built in the middle of an oasis where green shrubs and clean water were still plentiful. The divine light of Darren blessed the landscape, causing all radioactive particles to evaporate in its vicinity. As they entered the courtyard, they found an encirclement of pine trees which helped block the stench of their putrid city. It was a breath of fresh air in an otherwise polluted landscape, and a reminder to the populace of their pagan roots. Looming near the entrance of the temple was a 10-foot statue of James Darren. Though the statue had been carved well before the foundation of Nyankar, it had been repurposed to fit the predominant religious narrative. Darren's body had been reshaped to display a musculature more befitting of a hero, and under his feet was the figure of a demon he was said to have slayed. All of it was dramatic and overly romanticized, yet such was the fate of most of Darren's work. When lying on the ground, his yoga practices were transformed into a form of sitting prayer. His meditations on gratitude turned into the ritual worship of a deity. His dreams of a hypothetical future paradise and being turned into the idea of heaven. And the stories of an enlightened generation going to space had been turned into the idea of a spiritual rapture. Very little of the science advocates' philosophy remained. Instead, there was a new dogma, one whose tenets the aristocracy could exploit. When the parade arrived with thousands of onlookers trailing behind, Gazan emerged from his carriage and signaled the entourage to stop. Beneath the statue of Darren, he stepped onto an elevated platform and unrolled a scroll which contained a speech that had been prepared for him. "Men and women of this great land, the war is over," he said to thunderous applause. "As we send our boys home to enjoy this lasting peace, it is only right that we award those who secured our victory most passionately. For his bravery on the battlefield, I award General Latrius our highest honor, the Gold Medallion of Courage." The father opened a wooden box and revealed a gold artifact for all to see. He placed it into the general's hands and gently patted him on the back. "And for his wisdom in tactics, I give Captain Sentinel the Freedom Medal of Valor." Another round of applause sounded as the captain was granted a gem-covered amulet. "The greatest glory, however, goes not to me nor any king or peasant. It goes to the King of Kings, the Lord whose dominion extends over all mankind itself. In Darren's name we pray. In Darren's name we pray," the crowd repeated, falling to their knees before the statue. Zokif knelt down with the others and looked up at the stone face of their savior. He imagined what it must have been like to live in the age of Darren. It was said that at the time sinners had conquered the earth, and that to cleanse them God brought down fire from the skies. This was his culture's explanation for why their world appeared a wasteland, and why so many of them suffered unnecessary deaths. The war that made the world, he recalled. That was the name of the final confrontation between Darren and the devil. Had man not sinned, none of it would have ever happened. But now, having fallen from grace, the best they could do was repent. As the prayer to the statue ended, the townsfolk stood up to see Father Gazan raising his hands once more. There, in front of the entire crowd, he performed what could only be described as magic. "Lord, let there be light," he exclaimed into the sky. Then, in one of the back rooms, a young servant operated one of the temple's holy contraptions. The boy grabbed a mechanical switch, making sure its internal wiring was kept straight, then shifted the lever up, causing commotion outside. Zokif looked up and noticed a bright beam emanating from the tower beacon. This beam was not the glow of a flame nor a ray from the sun. It was an artificial, seemingly spontaneous light, which could only have come from a supernatural source. "Oh my!" a woman clutching her baby shouted. "It's a miracle," an elderly grandfather remarked to his wife. Even Zokif took off his hat in respect. He was not sure by what powers Gazan had summoned the energy, only that it must have made the divines happy. "Good gracious," Posca said. Would you look at that? Gazan let down his hands and smiled. Had the masses understood the way they were being cynically manipulated, they would have burned him at the stake. But in their inadvertent state of ignorance they followed his every word and command. This was the unfortunate state of the wasteland. None had the critical tools to ever ask why. Chapter 19. It was a tedious job, the work of a scribe. Zokif walked the passageways of the temple archive, making note of its nearly 10,000 documents. Upon each shelf was an assortment of old scrolls and books that laid untouched beneath a layer of dust. Some were written by past scribes in eras closer to the city's founding. Others were pre-war books written in ancient English and salvaged from the wastes. The archive was organized in alphabetical fashion, with the new books at the front of the room and the old further back. Zokif had to be careful when touching them, for if he opened one too quickly or with too much force, the ancient bindings would break and litter pages all over the floor. The journal he was looking for was of a particular significance today. Nyankara Reconquista, it was called. The book was an old military journal made to detail their wars, conquests, and defenses in times of an invasion. The copy he selected had the numeral 13 on the cover, meaning it was written in the 13th century, since the scribes began keeping records. He took the book from its slot on the shelf and found a vacant desk to sit and write. The archive was located in the dark basement beneath the temple structure, and so one had to be careful when holding a candle anywhere close to the dry pages. On his desk, he unrolled a scroll and reread the diaries of General Latreus. Most of the passages were composed of mere battle statistics, with only short personal insights included on occasion. It was the job of a temple scribe to take the mundane records provided by the primary sources and add a bit of poetic fashion to them in order to heighten the reading experience. The church wanted the tales of their exploits to be a vast legendarium of epic proportions, rather than a list of casualties and losses. Zokif held the Nyankara Reconquista next to the scroll and opened it to a blank page. It read, November 8th, Battle of the Shannon River. 83 deaths of our men. 309 deaths of theirs. The king of Redoba surrendered just before sunset. He was executed later that night. 33 of his men were taken prisoner. 6 died after an attempted escape. He read over the battle statistics one more time before dipping his pen in ink and jotting down words of his own. In eloquent Nyankaran he wrote, "It was approaching nightfall on November 7, 1293, in the year of our Lord, when the Redoban legions were spotted. They had retreated into the Westerlands, taking flight from their fallen city, when their escape route was cut short by the Shannon River. The Nyankaran army, led by the great General Latreus, pursued them into an impassable marsh where they were surrounded on all sides. At sunrise on November the 8th, Latreus sounded the charge, rushing a cavalry into their defensive line that broke their shield-bearers. When the battle was met, the Redoban secondary formations charged in wielding pikes and iron daggers. They were formidable fighters, but lacked the steel, strength and discipline necessary to best seasoned legionaries. For every God-fearing man that was struck down in the fight, nearly 4 of their best were killed. By the end of the day, Latreus's men had severed 309 rebel souls from their bodies. It was a sign of carnage that stained the battlefield with blood and granted the men of Nyankar a righteous victory. Petrified by the rapid onslaught, the king of Redoba surrendered to his captors without precondition. For his past transgressions against God he was hung by ropes from the city walls. And when his body lay cold and his blasphemy cured, the soldiers buried him underneath the city, bringing it under the dominion of the church. Zokif reread his work again and again, making sure it was clear enough to read. He had to ensure that he constructed his prose just right, for if he erred his mistakes would be immortalized forever. This was the exhilaration that came with being a scribe. It allowed a preservation of one's thoughts that lasted well after their time had passed. While it was true that the great figures of history were often remembered fondly, commoners were often forgotten. It was in this way that scribes like himself could latch onto the fame of others, writing poetically and immortalizing their names alongside the greats. He continued, copying and inscribing the reports of generals well into the evening, until each note had been translated and all the pages were filled. He closed the Nyankara Reconquista carefully, making sure not to bend it, and then tucked it back into the empty slot on the shelf where it would remain untouched until the next scribe came along. His job in the archives was finished, yet just as writing was a great pleasure, so was reading. Since it was not often that he was granted permission to work down below, he took the chance to explore the area while he still could. On the shelf labeled LM, a journal by the priest Vincent Margot caught his eye. It was a commentary on the Apocryphon, an epic poem translated into Naingkaran during the 3rd century of their city. The story told of Darren's struggle against the devil in the war that made the world. How he'd flown a flying chariot into battle and received God's words on top of Mount Tucson. The commentary, written inside the journal, concerned whether or not the Apocryphon should be canonized. It was a wonderful tale that nearly every child in the city knew, but it was an open question in clerical circles as to whether it should be taken literally. Darren was presented in the early versions as a prophet chosen by God, rather than God in human form. This conflicted with the later consensus that Darren was not a mortal man, and was sent to liberate the world from suffering. There were other inconsistencies in the text that would have to be edited in later editions to remain congruent with the Book of Darren. Most concerned the mechanism of sin. There were some on the moderate side of the church who insisted that while sin was real, it manifested internally and was the product of personal temptation. Others, particularly the more orthodox, believed that sins were literal spells cast on the soul by subterranean ghouls and demons. Father Margot, in his commentary, stated that the Apocryphon should not be canonized due to these perceived inconsistencies. He argued that the reason why the text differed from that in the Book of Darren was because of a mistake in translation that occurred during the Thagian captivity of the year 183. During the sacking of Old Nankar, all original records of the tale were lost. This, he argued, forced much of the folklore to be passed down through oral traditions, and because they did not have the original English to compare it to, mistakes were made. This made one wonder about everything in their religion. Should all the stories from Scripture be taken literally? Or were some merely metaphors to instruct the congregation on good living? It was known that Darren often spoke in parables. How often was this the case for other religious leaders? These were questions the clergyman bickered about all the time. The kind that Zokoff hoped he would one day be part of, if he was inducted into their order. He returned the book to its slot on the shelf, and noticed another enticing book stored right next to it. This was one written by the same author but on an entirely different subject. It appeared that the father had been documenting advice from craftsmen about the technical details of their trades. The book described how to make cheese and churn butter from dairy milk, how to ferment alcohol from yeast and knead bread from dough. It also illustrated the designs of contraptions he had never seen before. Spinning wooden beams called windmills that pumped water and milled grain. Plows pulled by horse and oxen that could radically improve farming. Perhaps the most curious passage of all from the book was the chapter concerning medicine. It was said that one should boil water before drinking, as to fend of death and disease. Zokoff read further into why this was, and found that the water was said to be infected by a tiny pest called a microbe. How have I never heard of this? He thought. He turned to the bibliography in the back of the book, and looked for citations that might better explain these microbes. It took him a good 15 minutes of searching throughout the archive, but eventually he found another book called Understanding Germ Theory that provided the kind of information he was looking for. It appeared that microbes were in a sense animals like the birds and the beasts, only they were so small that they could not be seen by the naked eye. Like any animal, they hungered for food, and feasted upon the flesh of the body just as a predator might do in the wilderness. Death by 1,000 tiny bites, he thought. It now made sense why food shriveled and spoiled so easily when left out, and why leather went bad when not properly cured. If this kind of creature was infecting the water, it would surely harm people. And if it could be killed, it would save thousands. He remembered how just this past year a boy as young as 4 came to the temple pleading for help. His belly was bloated and his body emaciated, showing very clearly something was wrong. In his excrement, it was discovered that he was infested with gut worms that wriggled along his intestinal tract. The creatures stole what nutrient-rich food he consumed, causing him to slowly starve to death despite his well-rounded diet. For months they searched in the food and water supply looking for a source of these creatures, but none were found. Had they known about this mythical potion that the book called antibiotics, it is possible the poor boy could have been saved before the worms reproduced. Understanding these microbes, it would seem, could be key to saving the next child's life. Not only would it improve public health, but it would gain Zokif spectacular recognition that would no doubt guarantee him a position among the clergy. With a spark of optimism, he took the book in hand and slid it into his pocket. Then he grabbed the candle and the rest of his bags and headed upstairs. The night was growing late, and the only office left open in the temple was that of Father Davari. He was reading at his desk next to a warmly lit fireplace when Zokif barged in. "Is something wrong?" Davari asked in surprise. "I thought you might find this of interest." He slid the technical book over to Davari and watched him open it. "While I was down there scribing, I stumbled upon a passage about ancient medicine. You won't believe what they discovered." The father flipped through the book, skimming through the first few passages about the germ theory of disease, and then shut it. "Yes," Davari responded. "The Church already has an understanding of these germs. They are bad spirits who taint those who sin. When one sins too much, they become overwhelming and can spread to others. The only way to avoid them is to commit to Scripture and live a virtuous life." "That is not what the book says," Zokif argued, reaching over the table and turning the page for him. "It says they are living things. Here, look at the diagram. Some are like small animals. Animals that could be killed if we only boiled the water or salted the food." "Living things? No, this is not true. They are spirits, Zokif. I'm telling you." "But it says we can see them using magnifying glass. Shouldn't we try?" The priest grew impatient at Zokif's line of questioning. "Let me see that," he spat as he grabbed the book and threw it into the fireplace. "Wait," Zokif exclaimed, reaching for the book before his hand was swatted away. "Let this be a lesson to you." "About what?" "Heresy. That book was filled with it. In time you will learn to identify the markings for yourself, but for now you have to trust me." As the pages burned, his brief optimism turned to grief. Could it be true? Had the devil really duped him so easily? "If it was indeed heresy, how will I know when I see it, Father?" The priest held up a copy of the Book of Darren. "Do you believe this to be the Word of God? Do you believe everything in our scriptures to be undoubtedly true?" "Yes, Father, of course." "Then you have your answer. When you read something that leads you away from Scripture, you will know it to be heresy. When you hear something that contradicts the Word of God, you will know it to be false." "I understand," he agreed, retreating in shame. "Good. I'm glad we're finished with that." He turned back to his own reading. "You are dismissed." Zokif took the cue and promptly left the room before the father grew angry. How could I be so stupid? He thought. This was not an embarrassment he would quickly live down. Chapter 20. As the Dyson entrance closed shut behind them, the companions experienced a temporary loss of consciousness. They were cruising at their regular speed for a moment, then a dark flash rippled across their visual field. "What was that?" Christo asked. "I believe the sphere and everything inside just teleported," Nyson answered. "Why would it do that?" "Probably as a security measure. When that hatch opened, billions of photons were let out into the universe. Such a radiation signature would make the Earth easy to spot by anyone passing by. No wonder this place is so hard to find. Do you know any way to make that hatch open again, Raya?" Raya shook his head. "We'll figure it out later," Christo assured them. "For now we need to focus on finding Earth." The interior of the Dyson sphere looked like a giant dome of transparent mirrors. The reflective material was made to harvest every last photon and redirect it into the Dyson circuits. Through tiny pores embedded in the panels, starlight leaked in from the outside. This gave the dome a clear, almost invisible appearance. "Look." Nyson pointed towards a star shining slightly brighter than all the rest. "That's the sun." "I'll take us to it," Christo said, locking onto the object by telepathic command. For the next hour they soared across their ancestral solar system, enjoying breathtaking views of all the natural wonder. First they passed through the Kuiper belt and examined all the strange metallic dust. Then they swung across the disks of Saturn and witnessed its monumental beauty. When they arrived at Jupiter, they discovered storms the size of entire planets swirling around at hundreds of miles an hour. And on one of Jupiter's moons, Europa, they used ice-penetrating scanners to view the fish stocked in the oceans below. Occasionally, they would pass the remnants of an old human space station and peer through its windows for signs of inhabitants. Unfortunately, their ancestors had stripped the stations of anything remotely salvageable, rendering the dwellings useless to their investigation. As they passed the gas giants and made their way inwards, they began to make out signs of the inner planets ahead. Mars was presently on the other side of the Sun, but Mercury, Venus and Earth were rotating mere light minutes away. "There it is!" Nyson shouted excitedly, pointing to a pale blue dot in the distance. "That is Earth?" Raya asked. "It looks so small. So insignificant." "Yep. Crazy to think our civilization started from something so tiny." "This is the homeworld of the humans," Vey scoffed. "Yes, Vey, this is where we originally evolved." "Bah. It's not even 1/10 the size of Tyrt. Your world is so puny." He belted out in laughter. "Quiet, you overblown balloon. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Christo redirected the Skymark's course towards the outer orbit of the planet. Within a matter of seconds, the Earth ceased to be a blue dot and became an enormous orb of dirty seas and grayish-brown landscapes. There were patches of green from time to time, just as he'd remembered from the pictures, but it was not nearly enough to be considered a healthy planet. Years of nuclear and chemical weapon bombardment had stained the atmosphere, creating a smog which engulfed the entire world. "What do you think the people will be like down there?" Raya asked them. "Who's to say there'll even be people?" Christo replied. "What do you mean?" "It's been 2,000 years since their lineages diverged from ours. With all the radioactive material floating around, they could have grown into mutant monsters." 2,000 years is actually a short amount of time, evolutionarily speaking," Nyson corrected. "I disagree. You're telling me living in that toxic dump won't affect your genes?" Nyson sighed. "I just hope they can be reasoned with. We could learn so much by documenting their culture. They'll be the first human civilization we've witnessed in over a millennium not to use the exosuit." "What about the Amish?" Raya pointed out. "They don't count. Their disuse of technology is a choice. This is far more organic. We'll have time to study them later. Right now I need to know where to land." Nyson activated the ship's memory bank. James Darren was said to have died in an ancient city known as Kedo. I doubt the city remains intact, as it would have been a prime target during the End War. However, perhaps some of its artifacts still remain on the surface. I'm open to checking it out. "What are the coordinates?" Christo asked. "I just sent them to you," he replied. Christo checked the Skymark's navigational interface and found a zoomed-in map of the Earth. The area had some standing structures, though he was unsure what. "All right, shall we then?" he asked, directing the nose of the ship downward. "Yes," Raya replied, a wave of confidence now engulfing him. With the permission of his companions, Christo sent the Skymark descending towards the planet at free-fall speed. It was not a particularly eventful flight. There was some turbulence and brief weightlessness as they entered the atmosphere, but it did nothing more than cause a few stomachs to rumble. The landscape below was remarkably scarce of life save for small pockets of vegetation along the rivers and mountains. In the rare cases where agriculture had been attempted, one found mostly dead crops and empty irrigation channels. According to the atmospheric monitors, the air itself represented a high cancer risk. And although it had been 2,000 years since the last weapons were detonated, the atmosphere was still awash with dust and radioactive decay. Hardly anywhere were there signs of organized civilization. That was until they spotted Nyankar. "It appears they've rebuilt their city," Christo remarked. "I'd hardly call that rebuilt," Nyson argued. "What are they, cavemen? I expected them to have at least developed plumbing by their second millennium in recovery. At least they're not mutant monsters." Raya jested. That's still to be seen. Well, we're here. What now? Christo asked. I say we activate our cloaking devices and then go in. Nyson recommended. Why bother with that? The containment principle. The containment principle only applies to non-humans. They're human, aren't they? Yes, but the presence of our tech will still create a culture shock that their ignorant minds aren't ready for. So we're supposed to pass by without saying hello. Exactly. Fine. Christo frowned, activating cloaks over his crew and ship. With their invisibility intact, he flew the Skymark over to a forest not far from the target city. There, above an open patch of moss, he locked the ship in a hovering motion, setting engagements to teleport them back at the first sign of trouble. Unlike their previous ventures, the companions took extra precautions when approaching those biologically similar to them. Never would they intentionally hurt the people of Earth. However, were they to cough on something or touch the wrong object, they might inadvertently be introducing microbes that could devastate the indigenous society. The companions went through great lengths to sterilize their exosuits before stepping out into foreign air. When each had been cleansed of their microscopic stowaways, they teleported one by one into the streets of Nankar. It seemed as if the Earth had aged 2,000 years backwards rather than forwards. Blacksmiths could be seen hammering chunks of molten metal, while on street corners women sold bottles of discolored and unpasteurized milk. Farmers could be seen riding horses and guiding cattle down rocky unpaved roads, and on the sidewalks beggars hopelessly suffered from disease and malnutrition. One could have expected technological stagnation after a profound loss of life, but the companions had not been expecting a complete reversion to primitivism. Not only did the city look run down, but it stank. Raw sewage in the streets stuck to their suits and made the filth almost impossible to escape. The citizens around them lacked even the most basic hygiene, some not having bathed in years. A particular horror, which made Raya avert his eyes, occurred when a medical novice peeled a cancerous growth off of a man's face without anesthetic. The patient shrieked and howled as the blood-gushing tumor was torn from his body, and to Raya's amazement, the other city dwellers hardly even noticed. To make matters worse, the street doctor wiped off the wound with the same rag he'd used for other patients. It was all horribly unsanitary and difficult to watch. Their living conditions are miserable. Raya communicated telepathically to his companions. Why did the peacekeepers not allow them into paradise? These are the people who destroyed the world. Would you really trust them with our level of technology? Christo explained. I understand the concern, but couldn't we have at least helped them? Maybe fed them or cured their disease? I've been here 5 minutes and I can hardly stand to watch. To tell you the truth, I think our forefathers abandoned them out of shame. They didn't want to accept what humanity once was. Or what it could be. They could have at least tried. Raya argued. Perhaps you can brief PCHQ on this when we return. I'll submit a formal complaint if you put it in writing. I'm not putting anything into writing. I'm sending them the whole memory. People need to experience this for themselves. Our kin must not be allowed to endure it any longer. Nyson ignored the banter and focused on the readings coming from his exosuit. The air and soil all around them was inhospitable, yet there were select regions of the city where the particulates seemed to vanish. I see what Akasha is talking about, Nyson explained. It seems the electromagnetic fields are experiencing some kind of interference. The same interference patterns our gravitational fields were experiencing on Vega. Something's distorting them. Any idea what? I mean, unless these Earth dwellers know quantum mechanics, there's only one thing it could be: the new physics. Christo froze in their tracks. It's here on this planet too. I'm afraid so. Raya gulped, reflecting back on how recently the new physics nearly killed them. He was eager to go out and see what was causing it, but still the task daunted him. The companions passed the next 9 city blocks, seeing nothing of significance which distinguished one neighborhood from another. All of it was impoverished. All of it was dirty. Though it was true some streets were cleaner and had newer homes, any difference was marginal and far below acceptable. It was not until they reached the residences of the high-born aristocracy that conditions started to change. At around mealtime, 3 families stepped out of their homes onto a well-kept lawn to pray. They knelt on rugs made from woven cloth, and turned east towards a temple looming on the other side of the city. From the companions' perspective, it looked like a medieval palace. It had a light post on top of it, and green shrubbery which was simply impossible to grow in the rest of the city. It appears these folk are not without superstition, Christo pointed out. Nyssen stared up. Pity. The last thing they need is anti-science rhetoric, when their populace is suffering so. Raya shook his head. What could a person living in this condition possibly worship? The dirt. Surely a god that cared would never allow them to become so destitute. You'd be surprised, Nyssen argued. I found that in hard times people always put their faith in something. Real or not, it doesn't matter. It was not long before the companions found what that something was. In the courtyard surrounding the temple there stood a giant statue of James Darren, posing triumphantly with a sword in his hands. Below his right foot was a serpentine-looking demon, and on a plaque was inscribed the words, "May he rest in power." Christo stared dumbfoundedly. Unbelievable. Is that Darren? Raya interrupted. Huh. They worship the man. Why would anyone worship an atheist? Something tells me their views on him are less than secular. Nyssen pointed to all the religious symbolism around them. Can't say I'm surprised, Christo remarked. His legends were passed down even in our culture. Can't imagine how distorted they got in a place like this. We should go inside, Raya urged the group. This is exactly what we're looking for. I agree. If they worship the man, I'd be willing to bet they've kept his artifacts too. Together they teleported out, passing through the temple walls like a light beam passing through windows. Inside they found a quiet nave. One with empty pews and unlit candles lining the aisles. Had it been the Sabbath day, the room would have been filled with half the city's populace. However, as it stood, it was empty, and in many places too dark to see. What stood out the most about the temple was all the apocalyptic imagery. Most of the paintings were inspired by the End War, and their depictions of historical events were all thoroughly romanticized. How could someone get history this wrong? Christo remarked, clutching his head. Think of it like a big game of telephone. When all you have is words, it's easy to exaggerate. Christo took another look around the nave. I don't really see any written records around here. What's next? Check the shelves in the corner over there, Nyssen replied. Christo took a quick look and found nothing but religious pamphlets. They were poorly written and contained mostly pictures, since the majority of the populace couldn't read. Still nothing. What about the room back here? Raya asked. From behind the pulpit, he entered a private chamber reserved exclusively for the clergy. It contained a number of old bookshelves, in addition to several chests containing ceremonial tunics and ornate jewelry. Each of the items displayed was a unique point of fascination for the companions. However, placed in the center of the room was a glass case containing their most precious artifact. Could it be? Raya asked, carefully lifting the case. What is it? Nyssen replied, walking in with the others. There in Raya's hands was a book over 2,000 years old. Its spine was delicate to the touch and its pages were so worn that one could hardly read the English without having to squint. On its cover, "A New Way Forward" by James Darren was carefully inscribed. The book was an original copy, laying there without any subsequent authors to distort it. This is it. This is what we've come for, Raya said euphorically. Wonderful. Scan a photocopy of it, and we can be on our way, Nyssen responded. He opened up the book and examined the table of contents. It contained meditation practices, scientific papers, first-hand historical accounts, and even strange metaphysical postulations from when Darren was approaching death. Whatever contribution to the mission it may or may not have, the historian in him was cheering gleefully. Let me look at it for just a second before we leave. It's not every day you get access to something this rare. Raya looked it over and photocopied every page with his eyes. The information was then sent to the Skymark computer, where it would be reassembled, scanned, and then downloaded right into the minds of each of them. Christo chuckled at his cousin's giddiness but said nothing to disparaging the moment. Hold on, what is this? Raya reached down into the case and pulled out a strange crystalline object. It had been carved into the shape of a star, and was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand. Now this is really something. What is it? Nyson asked. I don't know. I didn't think it was real. He held the crystal up and watched it refract a dozen colors. Darren's amulet, Christo remarked. That's what he used to fight off the ghouls in all the children's stories, right? Yes, but I always imagined it as a literal ball of gas. Not a five-pointed object. Christo chuckled, so there's some truth to the stories after all. Raya examined it more closely. It appears so. The group was so encapsulated by the moment that it took them by surprise when a door slammed shut behind them. They turned, still invisible, and peered out into the darkness to see who had joined them from afar. At the front of the nave was a group of 6 guardsmen who'd just finished their second round of patrols. I think it's time to leave, Christo told the group. All right. One moment, Raya said, putting the book down and placing the crystal star in his pocket. Hold on. I'm picking up something on the monitor here I don't want to lose. You guys mind waiting? Nyson told them. What is it? These interference patterns. They're off the charts. I don't know what it is about this place, but it's very resistant to my probing. Hey you. Stop right there. The captain of the guards yelled. Can they see us? Raya asked. Though their forms were not fully exposed, something about their invisibility settings was quickly failing. The guards could not see their faces nor their clothes, but they could make out the shape of a humanoid form. What in Darren's name? Is that a ghost? One of the guardsmen asked. Several of them rubbed their eyes, trying to make sense of the situation. No. I think it's an angel. Another whispered. As the companions came into view, their exosuits sparkled in reflective brilliance. It was more to dazzle the eyes than any jewel or polished stone the Earthmen had ever seen. Should we delete their memories? Nyson asked the group. Absolutely. Christo agreed. The experience was not one the guards could describe except in religious terms. They were seeing figures otherworldly, spiritual, perhaps even divine. The high of this discovery was one they could not even begin fathom. Yet as soon as Vespergoni came into view, their expressions changed. Wait. I know this being. It is not holy. It is a being of the abyss. The guards took a step back, recalling what Father Davry had preached at last night's sermon. Do not be afraid. We come in peace, Christo broadcast into their minds. It's in my head. Oh, it's in my head, make it stop. Christo suddenly realized that telepathy was a bad idea. Get back, the guard yelled, casting his torch forward in the hopes of deterring them with flames. At the moment his hand twitched, Christo teleported across the room, taking no chances with his health and safety. His sudden disappearance caused even more alarm, and as the guards went for their weapons, a temporary sense of fear rushed through Raya's mind. It was not so much that he felt threatened by the group. More so, he cringed at the thought of having to mentally restrain them. Then, as if in reaction to his fears, the 6 men dropped to the ground unconscious. One of their heads hit the floor so hard that it began to bleed. What did you do? Christo shouted, running over to the injured guard. It wasn't me, Raya replied. Christo dropped down to the guard's side for any sign of a breath. I don't hear anything. Check for a heartbeat, Nyson recommended. Christo went to scan their chest when he noticed his scanner wasn't lighting up. My suit. It's not working. Nyson gasped. Mine's not either. Raya looked down. Guys, I don't think any of ours are. Son of the unfortunate. Christo spat. What is happening? Chapter 21. Let's think calmly about this. The last time our suits failed, we were in the presence of a new physics event. If this is anything like the last one, we simply need to move away from the disaster site, and we should have our powers restored. That might be kind of hard without a ship, don't you think? The ship is only a few miles away. We can make it there before midnight if we're lucky. How are we supposed to do that when our invisibility is gone? There's a whole city of people in between us and the forest. Nightfall is only an hour or two away now. I say we wait till then and then make our journey back. What if these men wake up before then? Let's hope they don't. For the following hour the companions waited in terror as the sun went down. Then as night approached they slipped into the streets, passing from shadow to shadow under the cover of darkness. It appeared that in the time since the patrol went missing, a search party had been gathered for their rescue. Groups of guardsmen were posted on every lookout point across the city, and one began to get the uncomfortable feeling they were in for a hostile encounter. It was hard not to be noticed while walking the streets. Raya, Nyson and Christo were a full 2 feet taller than the average Nankaran, and they could fly. They tried to keep a low profile by walking in the shadows. But in the dim moonlight those awake could not help but see something out of the ordinary. The first person to spot them was a homeless man lying in a bundle of blankets. He seemed to babble at the sight of them, but no one really took notice. Then an onlooker spotted them outside an inn shop. He eyed them curiously, and after witnessing they ran for the guards thinking he'd seen a monster. The companions walked ever faster now, trying to make their way out of the spotlight until whistles sounded behind them. Good gracious, they know. We gotta move faster, Christo warned. Immediately, their walk turned into a frantic rush as they bolted down the streets in search of cover. They tried to keep his profile low by hovering close to the ground, but for a creature of his size it was impossible to blend in. Stop! They heard an unseen sentry shout. From seemingly out of nowhere, a group of men in chainmail appeared. They were armed with blades, axes and crossbows, and looked nothing less than menacing in their demeanor. When they gazed upon the companions their eyes went wide. See. I told you, sire. These are not men, they are giants. Devil's spawn if I've ever seen them. Christo raised his hands. My friends, please, you misunderstand. We come in peace. Take them to the dungeon for tonight. Their fate will be decided in Holy Court on the morrow, when Father Gazan decides what to do with them. Christo didn't like the sound of that. Hey, Vey, show yourself. He commanded the White Weevu. From the shadows Vey emerged, inflating himself and flying high above them. I don't think we're going to let our fate be decided by anyone other than us. How about you let us go, and we will forget this ever happened. There was dead silence amongst the guards until one of them found the courage to speak. Demon. Demon. Demon in the holy city. Demon. What? No, this is. One of the soldiers aimed a crossbow at their heads. Stand back, devils. Are you out of your minds? We're trying to. A 22-inch bolt sprang forth from the crossbow and pierced directly through Vesbigony's front tentacle. Purple fluid sprayed all over the companions as their friend's severed limb fell to the ground stiff and lifeless. Vesbigony reeled back, howling like a wounded beast as Christo rushed forward and tackled the assailant. In a series of events that were too quick to see, the companions dispersed in different directions, with Raya and Nyson making for cover, while Vesbigony charged in to help his struggling mentor. What in Darren's name? One of the guards shrieked as a claw pinched down on his head. Ah! Another screamed as a bloody tentacle wrapped around his throat. For the first time in Raya's life since he'd fallen into that campfire long ago, he felt as if he could truly die. He sprinted away into a dark alleyway nearby, because for all he knew the arrows could penetrate his flesh too. Quick, to the gate! Nyson shouted behind him. What about Vey and Christo? Nyson looked back. I see them coming. Don't worry, follow me. Throughout the city, guards were positioned on every street corner hoping to catch the runaways passing through. Alarm bells woke nearly every commoner from their beds, yet few were brave enough to do more than stare out their windows tepidly. One guard, noticing movement behind an outhouse, dropped his lantern while chasing what turned out to be a cat. The flame subsequently set fire to the building. And the commoners, who in their paranoid state didn't understand what was happening, took it as a sign that they'd been attacked. The gates are locked. We're trapped. Nyson shouted, banging on the gate locks. Here, grab onto me. Vesbigony offered. Each of the three companions held onto a tentacle, and then felt their feet lift off the ground as they inhaled. With a pump of his back muscles they went higher and higher, hovering up over the gate before landing on the ground. It was perhaps more weight than they ever carried. If not for his peacekeeper training he would have failed. "Which way to the ship?" Nyson asked. "The ship is west, but we'll never make it that way. There's too many of them." "What do we do then?" "I say we make for the mountains. They're closer than the forest and give us a better chance of hiding." Trusting in Christo's combat experience, they followed him out into the middle of nowhere. The wasteland was inhospitable, but with the cover of nightfall upon them they were able to make serious ground. "You still have that artifact?" Christo asked Raya as they ran. "The journal is right here." He patted down on his exosuit pocket. "Good. At least we gained something out of all this," he sarcastically replied. Without the artificial enhancements of the exosuit, the companions soon found their strength diminishing. Usually an aerobic activity like running would be aided by oxygen surpluses in their blood, but without the assistive nanobots delivering air directly to their cells, they were forced to depend entirely on their lungs. Not only were they panting and covered in sweat, their legs were on fire. Never before had they needed to work their calf muscles like this, and it showed up time and again in their physical exhaustion. "Stop. We gotta stop, my legs are killing me," Nyson said. "You're gonna have to push through it. If we stop now they'll be on us in no time." "It's been hours. Haven't we lost them by now?" "I don't know. Why don't you go check?" The extraterrestrial hovered upward into the sky, until he was just beneath the clouds. In the dark of night, not a thing could be noticed with the naked eye, but with his thermal retinas he could make out the shapes of warm objects coming closer in the distance. "Anything?" Christo asked again. "Nothing. Unless are those animals stalking us?" "Animals? What do they look like?" "Tall four-legged creatures. There's a pack of them heading this way." "It's horses." "He's talking about horses," Nyson interjected. "Quick, they get down. Those aren't animals, those are riders." The companions gathered what little strength they had left and sprinted for the mountains only a short distance away. The elevated landscape did little to aid their already exhausted bodies, but the cover of the occasional tree was enough to hide them from peering eyes. "We gotta find somewhere to take shelter. A cave, a bush, something like that." "I'm not seeing much," Nyson said. "What about the river?" Raya pointed out. "With currents like that? Good luck. You'll crack your head on the rocks and drown before making it to the other side." "What do you suggest then?" The sound of galloping in their close vicinity struck fear into Christo's already terrified heart. Men holding torches now encircled the hillside, and with dogs in their company it would only be a matter of time until they were found. "The river it is," Christo decided. One by one the companions leapt into the water with Vesbergoni hovering just above. They drifted downstream, only barely escaping the riders as the glacier water splashed their faces. In truth, the men of Nayankar were just as terrified of the companions as the companions were of them. They had to fight back their own terror when witnessing Vesbergoni, who was the only extraterrestrial they'd ever seen. The companions continued down the river, occasionally dodging jagged rocks, until they were able to pull themselves out of the water by the limbs of a half-submerged tree trunk. On the other side they panted for breath, looking in vain for shelter in the dark and inhospitable landscape. "They've crossed," an outwardly angry scout called out. "Make for Kelvin's fort, they won't be able to get very far," Captain Sentinel assured them. The riders turned and rode south, making for a shallow passing where the river splintered out into several streams. This bought the companions desperately needed time to get away and find cover. With bodies stiff from the frigid water and muscles strained from overuse, their head start hardly put them at an advantage. After an attempt at sprinting they were soon reduced to a jog. The jog then became a march, and the march became a stumbling walk. Their bodies simply were not prepared for the overexertion required of them, and as they came upon a patch of bushes they knelt down, nearly collapsing. "Did we lose them?" a rider asked after making it across. "Maybe if you'd shut up long enough we could hear something." Raya did everything he could to slow his panting. He did not want to draw attention to their location, yet if he dared to contain his breath any longer he might very well fall unconscious. I don't hear anything, but I definitely smell something. You guys catch that? Captain Sentinel inhaled, detecting a remarkably foul odor in their midst. Smells like a rotting carcass to me. Though the companions did not know it, the smell was coming from a sulfuric gas leaking out of Vesbigani's wounds. The leakage bubbled up from his severed veins, alerting the others to his presence. A dog growled in their general direction, and as it pushed its snout into the bushes the companions knew they'd been spotted. Please, Christo whispered, fidgeting with the devices on his exosuit. If ever the machine was to resuscitate, now would be the time. I think our boy has got something, Captain Sentinel said, patting the hound on the head. Quietly, the riders encircled the bushes, cutting off all routes of escape. With glee in their eyes they began drawing back their bows, preparing for the likely shootout. Stop, Christo said, emerging from the bushes. We already told you we mean no harm. Let us go, and we will share with you the wealth of our knowledge. There will be no mercy for your kind, Hellspawn. You will burn just as you've burned the city. What? No. Please, you don't understand. Captain Sentinel struck Christo across the face. He fell to the ground momentarily stunned, and before he could respond his hands and feet were being bound together. Raya and Nyson immediately tried to run, but they too were seized, beaten and tied to a tree. It was only Vey that managed to put up a decent fight. Had he been wise enough to float away, he could have escaped the encounter. But due to his stubbornness in conflict and his devotion to friends, he struggled, clawing the heads of two of the guards before being caught in a web of chains and ropes. Shall I do the honors? One of the subordinates asked, drawing a double-bladed axe from his sling. No. Gazan wants them alive. We are to kill the demon and spare the others for questioning. Then the beast at least? And give the credit to you. How about you hand that over to me this instant? The rider relinquished his weapon, passing it over to Captain Sentinel freely. The captain then took it in his hands, standing over his otherworldly foe, and began a silent prayer. Restrain it, will you? I want it to be clean when I sever its head. He's not a demon. You're making a mistake, Raya called out before having his mouth stuffed with cloth. Restrain them too, why don't you? The captain stepped forward and looked Vesbigoni in the eyes. Now back to the netherworld from which you came, he shouted. The axe swung forward, but before it could reach its mark an arrow pierced through the captain's neck. He fell forward with blood rushing out of his jugular as another arrow penetrated his skull. Around the tree line more projectiles fired with spears and sharp stones being hurled onto all of them. From the darkness a dozen figures emerged, each holding obsidian blades in their hand. Barbarians! A scout screamed. But it was too late. A horn blew from behind the mountains, and within moments the people of the forest were on them. Screams erupted as horses fled and torches went dark. The companions could hear only the brief sound of blades clashing in the summer night, and severed limbs hitting the ground. Then there was nothing. The fight was over, though they were not yet sure which side won. Approaching them was a lone figure. One taller than they'd expected. In the moonlight he seemed to be of a different complexion than the city dwellers, and held a spear which was uncharacteristic of Nainkaran fighters. His name was Ogadai of the Eluptic, a tribe of hunter-gatherers settled in the lands just north of the desert. He was a warrior by trade, brutish and not particularly friendly. Ogadai clutched his dagger and moved menacingly closer in Christo's direction. Though the companions were relieved by their apparent rescue, they were now concerned that their saviors looked even more monstrous than the riders before them. Please, we mean you no harm. We are just travelers. You have to understand. We have no association with them. The warrior stepped forward, pointing his dagger at Christo. We'll do anything, just please don't kill us. Ogadai laughed. Any enemy of the colonizers is what we call friend. He then swiped his blade, cutting Christo free before turning to the others. Now let's get these ropes off, he shouted. And freed they were. Chapter 22. The mangled corpses of the companions' would-be captors were piled out in front of the Eluptic fire pit. The tribesmen had been gracious to allow their enemies such a deathward ceremony, but it did not mean that their bodies would be afforded any kind of individual respect. In the pit was a loose assembly of sticks, logs, and dried grasses. Like a tinderbox, they caught flame, surrounding the area in a thick smoke that espoused unsavory scents of burning flesh. It was not a wholesome sight. The fire was bright and burnt the bodies to a crisp. It was not hot enough to burn their bones, however, and so in the morning they would have to scoop them from the ash and cast them into the soil beneath the trees. As the ceremony began, each of the tribesmen screamed a battle-worn chant. They shrieked and danced around the fire, crying the names of their ancestors and waving their bloodied blades around. The companions watched at the edge of the pit in terror. They were still in shock over the mysterious failure of their exosuits, and the vulnerability they now experienced made them feel uneasily exposed. "What are we going to do?" Raya whispered to his companions when they had a moment of quiet. "I say we wait till they're asleep, then flee as fast as we can," Nyson said. "No," Christo replied. "They're the only reason we're alive right now. If we try to go back into the wastes, those men from the city will surely kill us." "What do you propose we do then?" "Stay here. Our only hope is to make it back to the ship. We'll go to the ship when there's no longer patrols looking for our heads. If these tribesmen really are people we can trust, perhaps they'll escort us to it when the time comes." "Perhaps," Nyson replied with a doubtful look on his face. The dance around the fire continued until the moon was on the other side of the valley. When it was clear the ceremony was done, the tribesmen began taking seats along the surrounding rocks and logs, sometimes even laying in the dirt. One burly man, whom they'd identified as the leader, sheathed his blade and donned a long coat of wolf and fox pelts. He took a look at their terrified expressions and walked over to the companions to check on them. "Are you hungry, Silver Cloaks?" he asked them, alluding to the silvery color of their exosuits. In truth, the companions were hungry, but the smell of meat cooking on the fire had offended their vegan sensibilities. "Just thirsty," Christo said. The leader pulled a pouch of water from his pack and handed them a fistful of cranberries. "Who are you?" Christo asked. "I am Mendelin Foxcatcher, chief among the Eluptek peoples." "And you?" "I am Christo Neko, this is Raya Neko, and that is Nyson Eldenson. We are travelers from the land of New Gaia." "New Gaia? I have never heard of such a place before." "It is very far. Further even than the furthest mountain." "And him? What is that?" the chief said, pointing to Vesbagoni. "Do you bring with you some sort of demon?" "Vesbagoni is not a demon," Christo said. "He is a beast that I've captured as a pet." Vesbagoni looked irritated at Christo, but he dare not speak. "I see. And what is your business in this land?" "We had a flying machine. Something that took us over the oceans. And well, we lost it." "A flying machine?" he laughed. "I find that hard to believe. But then again, you do have a flying pet. Could you take us to it? It is not that far away." "Where is it?" 40 miles south, I would say. It is parked in an area that you'd call the Pangene Forest. The Pangene Forest is within riding distance of Nankar. A journey there this time of year would be suicide. We don't have to go now. Just whenever you deem it safe to cross the wastes." The chief rolled the idea around in his head for a moment. "If I were to risk myself crossing these wastes, I'd have to see this flying machine. Would you let me ride on it?" "Of course we would. It's the least we could do." Christo looked to the others, nodding. The chief thought. "I will think on what you've said and talk with the others. Meanwhile, I want you and your companions to stay here. It can be very dangerous this time of night, and I don't want you alerting other patrols that may still be hiding out along the trails." "Will do," Christo assured him. The chief picked up his water pouch and left, leaving them alone once more. When it seemed that the tribesmen were fully preoccupied with each other, the companions resumed their private conversation. "Can we really trust them to take us there?" Raya asked. "I don't think we have any other choice," Christo replied. "I agree with Christo," Nyson added. We don't have to trust them, but they're the best chance we have at getting off this world. Vespergoni hovered over, still nursing his severed tentacle. Beast. You called me a beast. I am not a beast. I am a Dosomi warrior. Quiet, Vey. Christo said through gritted teeth. If they hear you talk, they'll think you're some kind of spirit, and probably kill you. Ha. I'd like to see them try. They am serious. These people could be our only hope to make it home. Now I demand you act as an animal in their presence. That's a command. Vey quickly bowed, realizing he'd broke his discipline in front of a superior officer. Apologies, Commander, I will do as you say. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fire, the Eluptic elders were having troubles of their own. They were arguing something with great ferocity, with several of them pointing their fingers directly at the companions. Raya was not sure if the tribesmen wanted to help them or harm them, but their facial expressions seemed to express extreme discontent. He could not hear their words through his fragile, unaided ears, but he feared that if he did he would hear plotting of their demise. When it seemed that the arguing had finished, Chief Mendelin returned. My men and I have decided we will take you to your flying machine. But only in the winter months after the heavy snow has fallen. Until then you shall stay with us. We will give you a yurt in our village in exchange for your services around the campsite. Christo looked to the others, smiling. We accept your offer, he said, shaking the chief's hand. When we return to our flying machine, I assure you, you'll be the first in the sky. That is a sight I cannot wait to see, he imagined excitedly. Best get some rest. We make way for the village at dawn. The chief plopped down not far from where they were standing, and took a rest beside the edge of the campfire. As he drifted into slumber, the other tribesmen took it as a cue to do the same, and before long the campsite was remarkably quiet. From time to time there would be noises as one woke another for watch duty, but for the most part there was nothing to stir the camp besides the crackle of fire and the rustling of trees. Raya, though, had trouble falling asleep that night. It was the first time in his young life that the exosuit did not regulate his temperature. He tossed and turned in the campsite dirt, one moment being too hot by the fire, another being too cold laying away from it. The internal bots in his bloodstream were no longer replenishing his cells, and in their absence his muscles began to sore from lack of repair. Running for hours without artificial aids had taken a toll on his body, and without food his stomach was beginning to violently grumble. When eventually he did fall asleep, his mind was a mess of images. The murder that had taken place only hours before was still fresh on his mind, and with that horror an assortment of primal fears erupted. In his first dream he found himself sitting in a pre-war stadium on an older Earth, watching an aspiring politician walk up to a podium. An enthusiastic crowd surrounded him, and all around he could hear chants of the revolutionary slogan, "We choose life." The atmosphere of the rally was considerably more positive, and the speeches were optimistic. This all changed at the sound of machine gun fire. In a split second, the once gleeful cheers of the audience turned to screams of agony. Fire erupted from the stadium walls and explosives rained down from the sky. The vision then shifted, taking him away from the crowd and deeper into the heart of the carnage. Here he saw the horrors of the end war: broken buildings, ruined cities, mountains of corpses and fields on fire. Troops marched down many of the streets, and in hospital beds laid people suffering from artificially crafted war plagues. Raya observed this montage of misery, and could do nothing to turn his head. He watched the flames grow brighter and brighter until they encompassed nearly everything. There was nothing he could see but the light of the flames. Nothing he could hear but the crackle of fire. The bright lights encapsulated his vision until suddenly they too ceased. For a moment there was a void. Absolutely nothing. Then, as his eyes adjusted, tiny lights illuminated everywhere, revealing that he was in the vacuum of space. There was a calming peace the silence instilled. Yet all too soon that silence turned to screams as well. This time they were not coming from the victims of armies or war machines, but from natural disasters. Black holes sucked up the atmosphere of whole worlds while antimatter clouds tore them apart. Galactic collisions sent space debris hurling into the hearts of human cities, and electromagnetic pulses fried their defensive machinery. "Come back, Raya," he heard thousands of panicked voices shouting. "Raya, where are you?" They were all depending on him. But he was nowhere to be seen. "RYYRE please," he heard the voices shout. But as much as he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. Soon the disasters accelerated, and there were no longer voices to scream. The colonies of humanity had been consumed by an endless sea of black holes, and those that escaped their gravitational pull would not be safe for long. Again there was darkness, for there were no longer stars to shine in the heavens. That morning he awoke at sunrise feeling hardly rested. The Aluptic tribesmen had already packed their belongings, and were waiting for the companions to rise. Raya slapped the dirt off his face and looked around. In the morning light, one could see an entirely new landscape extending across the mountain range. It was fresh and green and colorful to the eye. Though he knew not what lurked inside, he felt the captivating need to explore. Their voyage to the camp was led by Ogadai, a tribesman known as Blackblade by his fellow hunters. Ogadai had received this nickname due to the long obsidian blade he wore on his back. It had cut through many a foe in the past, and gave him a reputation as a formidable fighter and swordsman. Though the companions did not know yet, they would soon learn of rumors that he was the illegitimate son of the chief. A claim, of course, which could never be proven since they lacked proper medical technology. However, the resemblance between the two seemed to confirm it. Ogadai led them first through the forest for about an hour, until they linked up with a hunting trail that had been blazed years before. From there it took them around the base of the first mountain and onto a river whose currents were too fast to swim across. When first they encountered the river, they knew not what to do. It was possible they could bypass it by going up the mountainside, but that would add an extra day to their trip. Instead, what they decided to do was fell a nearby tree. They picked a dead spruce that appeared loose in the ground and pulled on it with 6 different ropes. The tree came out easily, and together they carried it to the river where they lodged it between 2 protruding rocks. The makeshift bridge they crafted was uneasily slick. It shook and rolled as one walked across it, causing several to almost fall in. From the riverbank their trek took them well into the afternoon, passing one mountain after the next in the summer heat. Most of the journey had been taken in uncomfortable silence, but eventually boredom got the best of them. Nyson, who was curious about this world, decided to break the silence by making small talk with a tribesman known only Giswinder. "Do your people venture this far from home often?" he asked, reflecting on the duration of their trip. "We'll go just about anywhere when food is scarce." "What were you hoping to find out here?" "A herd of caribou had been sighted this way. We were pursuing it with some success until we noticed the invaders." "That right," the chief told us. "Gratitude again for abandoning your hunt to help a stranger." "It's our pleasure. Any enemy of the colonizers is a friend to us. They must have done a great evil for you to unleash a fury like that. By the way, what was that dance you did around their bodies last night?" "It was the cremation ceremony. The ode to the unknown soldier." "You do this ceremony for your enemies too?" "It is essential," Giswinder replied. "Without a proper separation from the body, a soul cannot return to the source." "The source? Is that some kind of afterlife?" "It is the world of the unseen. Mulvash we call it. That which men leave at birth and return to at death. It is the home Herodra and Sadish, the twin divines that hold up the world." "I see. And do all your people believe in Mulvash?" "Some call it the netherworld. Others call it Malsan. But yes, all Aluptic people believe in Mulvash. Do you not have a word for it in your language?" "We have neither word nor concept of it." "No Mulvash? Then what do your people believe?" "We believe that when a man dies, his essence cycles again through this world in other forms." "Ah yes, reincarnation. We believe the same. When a man's soul leaves Mulvash, he finds a new body, whether it be man or animal." "It's not exactly like that. We don't believe in a soul." "If there's no soul, then how does man live again?" "He doesn't live again," Nyson answered. "We don't believe people are literally reborn. We believe the materials of our bodies go on to form new bodies." It was difficult to explain the life cycle without a conception of molecular biology, but he tried his best. "What about the mind, where does it go?" "We believe that mind and matter are intertwined. One gives rise to the other. Your religion is strange. Giswinder pondered. Nyson wanted to correct him that he had no religion, but it seemed useless at this point. But if not Malvash, what do you think is beyond the stars? Did we not tell you? We are from beyond the stars. Ogadai nearly choked upon hearing that, and all the other tribesmen stopped in their tracks. Swinging around to face them, the chief asked, "You are from the stars?" "Yes," Nyson said hesitantly, regretting what he'd just done. "Do you know the Tomiki?" Giswinder asked. "The Tom what? I don't understand." Giswinder stepped forward and touched Nyson's exosuit. "He does not know the Tomiki because he is the Tomiki. The Tomiki reborn." "Please, I don't know what a Tomiki is." Another hand was placed on his exosuit, and then another before long. Nyson raised his arms to push them away, but he was surrounded. "That'll be enough," Chief Mendelin called out, waving at his men to stand back. "I will not have our guests be interrogated in such a way." Nyson was confused by what had just happened, but relieved enough that they stopped. Though the chief demanded their compliance, one could still notice countless stares aimed at Nyson's direction. Vesbogoni watched all this from the sky with profound confusion. It did not make sense why the group should have swarmed Nyson, but as long as his friend was safe he would not intervene. What Vey had discovered upon landing on Earth was that the planet's atmosphere was as breathable as his own. He of course could not breathe oxygen in the way the humans did, but he could breathe the 78% nitrogen that was also contained in the air. He used the nitrogenous gas to inflate his air sac and glide with the currents of the wind. Here he realized he was not alone in the skies, and that there were feathered creatures known as birds that shared the airways with him. "Do you think he can eat them?" Christo asked to Nyson. "I don't think so. I doubt he can eat any carbon-based life form on this planet. That could be a problem if we're looking at a couple months stay here. If my memory of synthetic chemistry is right, we should be able to synthesize him an edible fluid from the minerals in the mountains. Do we have the tools to make something like that though? I don't know. I could use fire to facilitate the reaction. But could I find a clean enough vat to filter out impurities? The closest thing you're gonna get to a vat is a wooden bowl. And that's my problem. I'll see what I can do." Along their path, the companions looked for anything an otherworldly creature might consume. They flipped over rocks and scooped up handfuls of loose dirt to limited success. Their problem was that methane was a gas on this world. They could not catch it with their hands nor chill it to its liquid form. Perhaps when they settled in with their hosts they could go rock picking for the minerals Vey required. However, in the meantime he would have to wait. "Stop," Ogadai said. "What is it?" He took a waft of the air. "Acid rain." The group looked up into the sky and saw ugly brown clouds passing overhead. There was a roll of thunder, a long wind, and then a brief sprinkling that was heading their way. The tribesmen grabbed the three companions and thrust them under a blanket while the rest of them scattered into the forest. Judging by the desperation in their footsteps, this was something to be taken seriously. Raya was wrapped under a blanket in the woods and then thrown into the crevice of a hollowed-out log. Nyson and Christo were then placed under the thick branches of an oak, and a few tribesmen were even hiding under a plot of thorn bushes. "Don't let it touch you," a man named Shasta whispered from his cover. "What is it?" Raya asked. "Not something you want to get caught in." He lifted up his shirt and revealed burn marks all over his chest and upper back. "Oh my." The companions thought when they heard the term acid rain, that is was merely water of a lower pH. In truth the storm was still water, but a water that had been tainted with war-grade chemicals. As it fell from the sky, one could hear the slight sizzling of leaves as the acidic drops burned the branches above. Across all of the trees one could see signs of eroded bark that came from decades of enduring storms. Not able to help with his curiosity, Raya stuck his head out and let a drop fall on his face. "What are you doing?" Shasta called out to him. He felt a slight sting before wiping it off. Almost instantly, an uncomfortable burning sensation appeared on his upper cheek. "It's strong," Raya remarked. "Of course it is. Now get back under shelter." Nyson watched from his cover and simply shook his head. Even in our present predicament, your cousin is still reckless. I don't think he can help it. He's always been this way, Christo replied. The doctor looked around and noticed a protective sap coming from some of the trees. It appeared to be an evolutionary adaptation from centuries of evading toxins. How long have you had these storms? He asked a cowering Giswinder. Since the beginning of time, they say. Since the war that made the world. The war that made the world. That is something we'll certainly have to discuss later. And discuss it they would. By the time nightfall was upon them, the companions caught scent of a campfire from just beyond through the trees. They followed the scent for a few steps more, until they came out of the brush on a cleared plot of land that stretched for the next 400 meters. In the camp were 24 yurts, 2 wooden storage shacks and a smoker for preserving the year's fish. Each yurt was big enough to house 4 people, and from what could be counted, there were some 80 villagers moving around the settlement. Marking the entrance to the camp was a looming totem pole. Upon it, the faces of the Eluptic gods were stacked with the god Sadish sitting on top. Christo remarked at the simplicity of their living conditions. Just his mansion back home could have housed their entire tribe comfortably. To think that whole families were squeezed into tents smaller than his bedroom was baffling. He admired their ability to live humbly, and wondered just how easily he'd come to accommodate their lifestyle. Almost all of them were kin in some way, through marriage or blood, meaning the appearance of an outsider was almost unheard of. They were met with strange faces and uncomfortable looks as they walked through the campsite, yet Chief Mendelin assured them they would be accepted in time. The companions led them to an empty yurt on the periphery of the camp that would be theirs to stay in. It was torn on some sides, not able to protect them entirely from the rain and winds, but it was big enough to house them in a livable manner. This was home to Elegna and Rutan before their passing. Treat it with respect, the chief said. They crawled inside and found only a single woven blanket to keep them warm. I must thank you again for everything you've done for us this day, Christo said to the chief. It will all be paid back in kind when I take a seat on your flying machine, the chief replied. If there's anything more we can do for you, please tell us. I will wake you in the morning when it's time to begin your duties. Until then, relax and join us by the fire tonight. There will be many introductions you'll have to make before the others warm to you. Better to start now while their curiosity is still fresh, than later when they've had time to spread rumors. That night around the fire, the companions found relaxation for what felt like the first time since landing. No longer were they being pursued by violent extremists, and in that safety was a relief which allowed them to finally decompress. The villagers, who had not yet been informed of the previous night's events, stared at the newcomers with wonder. Occasionally one would whisper Tomiki under their breath to another, causing the companions to once again wonder what the name meant. Singing in front of the group was a shaman named Antoine, who'd been introduced to them as a medium with the spirit world. The man suffered from epileptic seizures and very well may have been schizophrenic, yet in their ignorant diagnosis the Eluptic believed him to be a man of spiritual connection. Do you think we should tell them? Raya asked Christo quietly. Tell them what? About his disorder. I wouldn't say a word. The disabled don't tend to fare well in savage societies. Best to let them think he's a medium than to tell the truth and risk harm. Raya accepted Christo's reasoning but still felt guilty that he couldn't do more to help. How long have your people lived in these lands? Nyson asked Ogadai. We have always lived here. Not true. Another interjected. Before the Tomiki's war we lived in the Golden City. Yes, but we have no knowledge of that time. For as long as we've been a tribe we've lived here. Tomiki, that's what they accuse me of being today. What is it? The Tomiki is a demigod of ancient legend, Ogadai explained. Some believe that when the world lost its way and became awash in sin, the god Sadish came down from the heavens and impregnated a mortal woman. The child produced by their union was called the Tomiki, and it was he who would unite the kingdoms of the earth under a single empire. He's your warrior god? Yes. The Tomiki through his mythic conquest brought salvation to mankind. But it came at a cost. Those who opposed him, mostly Herodra and her disciples, were met with fire from the heavens. Ah, So you believe the Tamaki made this world a wasteland? Ogadai defensively interjected, mankind made this world a wasteland when we chose to rebel against God. If he's so powerful, where is he now? Some say the Tamaki went off to conquer new lands beyond the stars. Others say he will be born again into this world to reclaim it for himself. So, when I said I was from the stars, you believed me to be him? Either him or one of his messengers. I see. Nyson understood. Well, to answer everyone right now, that is certainly not me. After seeing you so easily captured, we should have figured as much. Giswinder jested. There was laughter around the fire at that. What about our captors? Do those men from the city worship a Tamaki as well? The chief spat into the fire. Nankar worships a devil. The false prophet Darren. They believe he is God made flesh. Darren. What do they say about him? They say it was not a war between Tamaki and the Herodrites that burned the world, but between Darren and the devil. And they call our peoples, the believers in the true faith, devil worshippers. That is fascinating, Nyson remarked. Your peoples believe two totally different things. Yet you all agree that there was a war that made the world. There is no denying it. The ruins can be seen in every forest and every plain. Its burn marks still etch the rocks and poison our soil. What if I told you my own people have a tale of this war? A story that differs greatly from your founding myths? Well, we would surely hear it. The chief offered inquisitively. Christo put out his hand to Nyson. I wouldn't reveal too much if I were you. I won't, Nyson said, agreeing with him. He pondered how to start. Our story is that all the peoples of this world were once kin. Eluptek, Nankaran, New Gaian, and everyone else. We all lived together once in great cities, similar to the golden ones you talk about. So you believe in the golden cities too? Yes, but they are slightly different in our myth. The story goes that the cities weren't built by the divines or any of their supernatural offspring. They were built by men and women, for that matter, human beings like you and me. Impossible. Have you ever been to the ruins? Some of those towers stretch all the way into the sky. I have. And if you let me finish, I can explain how. The people of antiquity, they didn't depend on prayer or magical amulets to help them. They used the ingenuity of their own minds to innovate and discover. They spent countless lifetimes studying the natural world until they were master toolmakers, engineers of many crafts. They used their tools to make medicines, build flying machines, and produce more food than you could ever imagine. They made light in the darkness, heat without fire, and even songs without instruments. If the ancients were as powerful as you say, and there were no gods to tear them down, why do their cities lay in ruin? Because a tool is only as good as the one who wields it. And just as mankind was creating their dreams in real time, there were others in the shadows creating their nightmares. Like what? Like fire that came from the sky. Like plagues that bred faster than lightning. Like projectiles that could tear through steel. They launched so many of these horrible weapons at each other that too few survived to rebuild their broken world. Why? Why would they destroy the beautiful things they created? Because they didn't care if their future was a wasteland. They were so obsessed with the trivialities of the present moment that they doomed their descendants to a millennium of suffering. What were these trivialities? Some of it was greed. Some of it was ideology. Some of it was prejudice. But the main thing that caused it was ignorance. The very people who controlled the weapons didn't understand them. Ignorance more than anything burned the cities. That is an interesting legend, the chief admitted. It's the truth. I only tell you now because I don't want the mistake to be repeated. Well, you need not worry. We have no such powers, Ogadai sarcastically replied. But you may one day. And even if it's not for 100 generations, I want your people to be ready. You're a clever man, Silvercloak. We will tell stories of your kind well after you've left our lands. That was a pleasant thought, Nyson imagined. While the villagers conversed with one another and swapped tales of old legend and myth, Raya sat quietly by the campfire, holding in his hands a new way forward. He'd had no time to read it while uncovering it from the city. And though he technically had time last night, he was so exhausted that he could hardly think, let alone focus on written words. Finally, opening the book, he found a familiar writing style that had not been used for 2,000 years. Ancient English it was called. He could tell by the inscriptions that it was indeed the property of James Darren. Please let this give me the answers I seek, he thought. Then he turned the page and began to read. Chapter 23. The cathedral doors swung closed as the city council meeting was convened. At a long table adjacent to the stained glass windows sat Father Gazan and his fellow clergymen. Across the table from their entourage was a mix of city guards, shopkeepers and aristocratic family members. Together, they formed an advisory group summoned by Gazan to discuss the details of last night's events. Zokaf, too, had been invited to this meeting. He was seated at the very edge of the table next to Father Harold and his son. Though the status of his family warranted that he make such an appearance, he had to admit he felt out of place sitting amongst such senior figures. The meeting opened with a prayer. All members looked down, clasped their hands in front of their heads, and followed along with Father Gazan. O Lord Darren, please guide us through these troubling times. Please give us strength so that we may expel the demons who have trespassed onto your land, and give us wisdom so that we may cut through the charade created by the great enemy. Never shall we forget your ultimate sacrifice. In Darren's name we pray. In Darren's name we pray. They all repeated. After the prayer concluded, servants came into the room offering tea and other hot drinks to the attendees. There were long loaves of bread placed on the table to snack on, and also little bowls of nuts. With the guests now fed and refreshed, the meeting opened for discussion. You all know why you've been called here. Father Gazan explained. It's the demon. We were visited by a creature of the netherworld last night. Frightened looks appeared on many of the councilmen's faces. They had heard the rumors from guards and commoners alike, but they did not truly believe it until they heard it from Gazan's mouth himself. The high priest then motioned to his servants again, this time opening a mysterious box. From out of the box and onto the table was placed a bundle of sacred cloth. The fabric had been soaked in holy water and blessed by each of the clergy. The councilmen expected it to contain something heavenly inside. It was quite the opposite. Black goo oozed out of the cloth and onto the table, as if the very sin of the creature was seeping out of it. When the object was fully unwrapped, they found that it was a long black tentacle, severed from Vesbigani's body. There were gasps all around. No, your eyes did not deceive you last night. We were indeed visited by a demon. A dread wraith of much ferocity. And this is your proof. The high priest lifted the tentacle, showing it to all, and then cast it into the fireplace. The tentacle began to burn and blacken until it was lost within the coals. Have no fear, it will burn. Just as the rest of the demon shall be caught and burned. There were looks of astonishment as the tentacle sizzled apart. Where has it gone, my lord? A captain of the city guard asked. I will go hunt it myself if you give me the order. Gazan frowned. The demon is beyond the reach of any one man. It has taken up with our enemies in the vernal mountains, where the idolaters still roam free. Barbarians. A ranger called out. They've always been devil worshippers. Another yelled. Father Gazan nodded his head. True. This is true. They have committed a great heresy and will pay with their lives in time. But before justice can be served, we must coordinate against such a sizable enemy. For this reason, I would like the city's blessing in declaring a crusade to the north. Any tribe that gives refuge to this demon must be destroyed. There was unanimous support amongst the council, including Zokaf, though he was surprised. If this crusade were to be launched, it would be the third one in 10 years. An unprecedented amount of war in Nainkaran history. Perhaps the apocalyptic times were truly upon them. For it was said that when the devil came, the end times would be marked by war, death and demons. The 11th Legion can be prepared in 10 days. General Latreus said to Gazan. We will find and stomp out the mongrel filth with little remorse. I admire your passion, General, but it will not be necessary. I will not have any Nainkaran blood spilt while there are better options. Almost everyone at the meeting was confused at that, except for Father Davry, who had already been informed on the plan. You recall that the old city of Bangkar has pledged itself to the church, yes? Gazan continued. They owe us a blood debt. That which can only be paid through combat. You would send them to slay this demon? Yes. Let the barbarians kill each other and prove themselves to us. Only when their men are spent shall our legions join the fray. You are most gracious. Deacon Alvis said. Hail to the Father for sparing our men. Hail. They shouted. The Father put up a hand to silence them. Soon this demon and its worshippers will be brought to justice. You can count on that. However, we have other matters to attend to in the meantime. You see, demons don't merely appear in a holy city like ours. They must be summoned. Devil worshippers? In our city, the deacon asked. I'm afraid so. This cannot stand. Tell me where they, and I shall cut their heads from their shoulders. The Lord has not yet revealed to me where these heretics are. We must all be on the lookout, and notify the temple at once if anything suspicious is found. I will go to find these heretics. The city guard captain said. We will not sleep until their pagan blood has been spilled. Then it is agreed. A third crusade shall be declared this day, and we will begin by purifying the city of its untamed filth. Once again there was unanimous agreement, and an almost cult-like admiration for the elderly priest. Zokif pulled the scribe journal from his pocket and scribbled down in ink. Saturday, the 26th of May, 1294th year since the founding of our holy city. On this day, Father Gazan declares a third crusade against the sinners of the wastes. With an enthusiastic city council behind him, he begins rallying troops towards the cause of war. Though the demon is still on the loose, the temple vows it shall soon be brought to justice. The meeting was dismissed, and all attendees moved to the exit door save for Father Gazan. Stay with me, Master Zokif. There is word I must have with you. Zokif returned to his chair and waited until the room had been cleared. What is it, Father? You understand our need for Bangkaran troops, yes? Of course. These men may be civilized in name, but they are little more than barbarians armed with steel. They will need direction if we are to send them into battle on behalf of the Church. Understood, sir. How would the Alden family like to lead this charge? We would be most honored, he said, shocked. Good. I am assigning your brother to Holy Command. Zokif emerged from his seat and dropped to one knee. Thank you, Father, we shall not disappoint you. Rise, my son. Tell Olin to prepare his men and meet General Latreus at once. We would like him ready as soon as possible, and sober preferably. It will be done. We are moving towards great things, the father assured him. Already I see destiny surrounding our two families. At the end of this crusade, the pagan worshippers will be nearly eradicated. None in all of Justine will have the manpower to rebel against the Church again. What will we do when all have been converted? Zokif asked. We will bask in the glory of God. There will no longer be need for conflict, for we will live in harmony under Darren's law. Then the rapture will come. I hope so. Farewell, Master Zokif. I look forward to your acquaintance again soon. Thank you, Father, I will make sure your message is delivered presently. He shut his scribe book and made for the door. In the street outside the temple, he could already feel a shift in attitudes. Shops that were once booming had closed, and many who had often roamed the streets were hiding indoors. Even the homeless, who had nowhere to go, were covering themselves with blankets and clutching any sacred possessions they might have. The city guard had also tripled its presence. Line formations of men patrolled the streets, and using long spyglasses they stared into people's windows looking for mischief. When Zokif returned home, he walked into the dining room and found Olin and Posca playing a game of kings and queens on the tabletop. The two men shouted at each other in friendly competition, and hardly noticed that Zokif had even walked in. When he sat down in the chair next to them, they looked up, and their hysterics quickly vanished. Is it true? Posca asked. Were we visited last night? Leave us. Zokif commanded his servant. Posca got up and abruptly left the room, leaving only the two brothers. Well? Olin asked. Yes, it's all true. But there's more. The Father requests that you lead an auxiliary force against the barbarians who have given shelter to the creature. An auxiliary force from where? Bankar. But I haven't even trained them yet. I'm just telling you what the Father told me. Olin understood. Well, I suppose I'll do it nonetheless. He told me to send you to the Citadel then. General Atreus will fill you in on the finer details of the mission. It is true the creature can breathe fire and hurl lightning bolts from the sky. I do not know. They called it a dread wraith at our meeting. Beyond that, I have no idea. Olin adopted a calm expression, but one could tell deep down he was nervous. If I am to face this mythic beast, I may not come back. You'll do fine, Zokif said, patting his brother on the back. Go make our family proud. The two men clasped forearms in the ancestral tradition their father had shown them, then parted ways. Olin went into the yard to mount his horse, and Zokif went into the kitchen to fix a meal. Shortly after his brother had left, Maria walked in, overhearing the conversation from the living room. She was not at all pleased by the events of the weekend, and wanted to know more. Is it safe to go outside now? She asked innocently. Yes, it is. The creature fled the city late last night. I don't think it'll be coming back unless it's in chains. Are you to go with Olin on this hunt? No. I will stay here and keep the peace. She wrapped her hands around him and squeezed in relief. I don't think I could bear to see you leave again after last night. Did you hear the wicked sound it made when it flew by the tower? I heard it just as clear as you. Terrifying. I don't see how they expect him to catch such a thing. Neither do I. But do you have faith in the Lord? Yes. Then he'll find a way, Zokif said, smiling. I hope you're right. I really do. He wished there was more he could do to calm her frightened sensibilities, but in truth he had nothing of use. All he could offer was his time and the reassuring presence of his company. That evening the two of them went downtown to see the first results of the purges coming in. Zokif was a little drunk, but he could still walk upright without bringing too much attention to himself. By the public gallows there stood a crowd of angry commoners. In front of them were 6 innocent scapegoats with ropes being tied around their necks. Fastening the noose was none other than Father Davary himself. It was common for the church to perform public executions. They believed it deterred the prevalence of sin, and sent a message to the young about the importance of virtue. From down the alleyway, a woman's screams could be heard as vigilante commoners pulled her from her home. She had birthed 3 children out of wedlock, and in doing so had broken one of their sacred commandments. Zokif watched the following arrest with little sympathy as it went on. It was tragic that her children should have to grow up without a mother, but what did one expect when they sinned so openly? The orphanage would have to do. It was not the best place for raising children, but it was still better than having to live with the shame of a harlot mother. The woman was brought before the crowd, and similarly bound with a noose around her neck. She kicked and screamed, claiming innocence for her crimes, but a bag was put over her head and she was hung alongside the rest. In other places downtown, known thieves and swindlers were being similarly prosecuted. In the Book of Darren, it was said that a man's hands should be severed if he seizes another man's property, and so the mob was going around amputating limbs, acting directly in accordance to Scripture. Up by the nicer residences, a man who had been notorious for skipping church was decapitated on the side of the road. A man who had been caught laying with another man was stoned to death. And a couple accused of divorce received a dozen lashings. By the end of the night, the corpses were stacking up into the dozens now. Zokif had expected to see this kind of carnage when Father Gazan called for a purge. What he had not expected to see was the abuse of the mentally disabled. Being dragged up to the fire pit now was a man in his mid-20s, simply known as Urgel. He was a physically deformed man, with eyes too far apart and a neck that was partially fused with his shoulders. He'd always been nice, but his disorder did not allow him to speak. It did allow him, however, to moan and grumble on the street corner where he often begged. Apparently some in the crowd had confused his moanings for demonic possession, and so they wished to burn him alive in order to expel the evil. His mother shrieked out from the audience, "No. He is not a devil worshipper. He just has Gandong syndrome." she said, referring to fetal radiation poisoning. Usually such a condition would have killed a child at birth, but Urgel by a stroke of luck had come out with only non-lethal deformities. The fire that was being started under him singed his feet and sent him reeling back in agony. This caused him to moan even louder, only reassuring the vigilantes that their cause was true. The hateful looks he now received from the townsfolk terrified him more than anything he'd seen in his young life. He did not understand what he'd done wrong, and at the moment all he wanted was the peace and comfort of his mother. Something in Zokif's gut told him this wasn't right. But he could not quite put his finger on what it was. He had not detected a sense of evil within the man, and yet he remembered the words Father Davary had only recently given him. The devil works in mysterious ways, he thought. He did not understand how such a sweet man like Urgel could be spiritually compromised, but he would defer to the religious authorities who sanctioned the event. "Stop," Father Davary said, motioning for the vigilantes to put out the fire. "The poor fool will not be burned." "Thank God," Zokif whispered under his breath. "The Lord grants him mercy. Out of respect for his mother he will only be executed." "Wait, what?" "No," his mother screamed. Then from behind Urgel a razor-sharp sword severed his stunted head. The corpse fell into a pile alongside 37 other unlucky souls, and laid there to rot for all the day and night. Howling, his mother was carried away from the site, leaving only a few friends and family to grieve in silence. Zokif looked down at the bodies and shook his head in remorse. He had not wished for their executions, but such was the price of sin. A deed of this caliber could not be paid in jail time. It could not be paid in gold. The price of unholy rebellion against the temple was simple, a long and painful death. Chapter 24. Nearly 10 days had passed since Olin's departure from Nankar. The summer heat beat down on his soldiers' brows while gusts of wind blew in their faces. The dust storm was causing many a man's eyes to sting, and in the blurry periphery they had thrice gotten lost. This was the reality of the wastes. Few that traversed it survived if they did not come fully prepared. Attached to his belt was the letter of writ drafted by Father Gazan to the people of Bankar. In it he urged all who remained loyal to Darren to take up arms in crusade against the barbarians in the north. Behind Olin marched 24 loyal soldiers that were there to act as security in the case of a rebellion. They were good men. Strong, fast and intelligent. But over the week's journey they were beginning to slow. Their rations could last them only a few days, and without refrigeration nor proper salt containers their food began to spoil in the summer sun. Water too was similarly scarce. The heat forced them to rapidly drink through their supply, and there was rarely a river from which to fill their canteens. Occasionally they would come upon a muddied stream, but too often it was tainted with a still water that gave one a case of the spotted fever. Riding at Olin's side was Luican Soldius, his loyal assistant and family friend. The man chewed on a desert rodent he'd cooked the night before, peeling off the sinewy skin with his teeth. Along the road they'd shared many a conversation to pass the time. It was only in recent days their talking had diminished. It seemed that with each day, the members of the troop grew more and more irritable. And with heat and exhaustion weighing heavily on them, it was hard to stop one from snapping. This tension was only alleviated when they reached the Finhau Valley. Before them was a long stretch of arable land that shone like a remarkable oasis in an otherwise barren landscape. The region had been pacified by the church 5 years earlier, but there were still doubts in Olin's mind about the inhabitants' loyalty. It had taken a thrashing just short of a genocide to make the Bankarans surrender. And even after that, it had been a whole year before they renounced their idolater religion. He hoped that with the progress their missionaries made, the tensions between the two peoples would ease. There would always be some, though, that would never forgive such a brutal inquisition. He just wanted to know how many. At least if the Bankarans hated them, they could say the feeling was mutual. Olin's men had an equally hard heart when it came to these people in their farming huts. Many of the Bankaran elders who lived in the village had fought alongside the shaman Lord Dreadsmith in the war that nearly burned Nankar. They now claimed victimhood due to the present occupation of their lands, but some of the soldiers remembered a time where the Bankarans tried to do the same to them. Olin's own father had been the one to kill the shaman lord, and he wondered if any of them realized how closely related to Kelvin Alden he was. With a spyglass from his coat pocket, he looked down on the village from the rim of the valley. It was a pitifully small place. Nothing like Nankar. It had no walls nor towers, nor even a moat to keep it safe. Most of its structures were formed from wood and mud, and even in the places where there was stone sculpture it was extremely primitive in its design. Due to the mass extinctions that had ravaged the earth millennia before, the diversity of livestock was clearly lacking from their farms. They had 5 kinds of crop, and even fewer beasts of burden. Their diets consisted mainly of beef, bread, oats and more bread. The only exception to this was the tomatoes, which would occasionally sprout if the weather was good enough. Due to the Bankarans' poor diets, one frequently saw the characteristics of malnutrition in their features. Their teeth were riddled with cavities, their hair fell out from premature balding, some even had physical deformities which resulted from stunted growth. It was often said that the average Bankaran man stood a full foot shorter than their Nankaran counterparts. And even if this statistic was off, it was not off by much. One needed only look around the village to confirm it. Am I to raise an army from this? Olin thought to himself. They best attack the demon while it was sleeping, for anything else and it would eat them all alive. When his troop reached the outer edge of Bankar, Olin blew his horn. The sound echoed throughout the valley, startling many in the village. From out of wooden shacks and mud huts came men and women from all different walks of life. Some were farmers and stonemasons. Others were chieftains and local bakers. They all poured into the streets, acting exactly as their elders had taught them to do in the event an invader returned. Olin carefully looked over each of them, searching for any bright fellow that might make a good warrior. There were plenty of women, children and old men wandering the village, but where were their young men of strength? Oh right, we killed them, he thought. They had only teenage boys and dusty old men to fill their ranks. For now that would have to do. But his expectations were not high. In a show of force, the group paraded through the village, brandishing their weapons and making puckered faces at the women. First they rode past the farmer huts, then the lonely cottages, then over to an arched bridge which took them towards the chieftain's palace. Here they found a large Dharanist temple guarded by 2 men who appeared much more worthy of admiration. Unlike the scrawny boys that Olin saw working in the fields, these soldiers were tall and brawny with twin axes at their sides. Behind them was a statue of Dharan made from clay, and with it was a newly anointed priest who was studying scripture. Though it was more a shrine than a temple by civilized standards, the architecture was a great accomplishment for those who had recently stopped being pagan. Olin hoped that with such an advance the process of assimilation would greatly accelerate. "Guards, where is Brother Sagadoth?" Olin called out, nearly cringing after the use of the word brother. "I am here, my lord," the Bankaran chieftain said, stepping out of his palace. "What is your business here this day?" Olin unveiled the letter stamped with the mark of Gazan and waved it to the crowd. "I have come to deliver this. A demon has been spotted in these lands. Summoned by none other than devil worshippers in the mountains." Sagadoth shuddered at the mere mention of the word. "A demon? By our kindred to the north? It can't be." "It is. I have seen it with own eyes. It set fire to our city before retreating and moving this way. It can fly, you see." There was a collective shock at that revelation. Father Gazan has declared a crusade against these unknown blasphemers. Any man, woman or child within 100 miles of here that harbors ill will towards the temple will be put to the sword. His ministry demands that Bankar head the call. "You would have us fight your enemies?" Sagadoth asked. "We would have you fulfill your oath," he shouted, disturbed by the chieftain's insolence. "These men are not just enemies of the holy city. They are witches. Enemies of the kingdom of God itself." Sagadoth fell to his knees, knowing he had no choice but to accept. In his long life he had known many wars over gold and conquest. Now it was clear he would have to endure at least one more before he died. "We shall honor our oath to you, Commander Olin. Our blades are yours. Guide them where you will and lead us to victory." "That is what I like to hear. Now back to your homes, all of you. I would have word with your leader alone." The villagers immediately scattered and obediently went indoors. In truth, Olin did not wish to be so harsh with the peasants, but it was the only way of keeping order that he knew. If one did not command respect, then respect was not given. And if respect was not given, it opened the door to mutiny. "What would you have of me, brother? I am your host. I would like a demonstration of your men by midday. Every able-bodied male in the village is to join us. I want no exceptions." "How long is this expedition going to last, sir?" "We are in the midst of harvest. Would it not be wiser to spare a few so that we might guarantee supplies in the future?" "No exceptions," Olin said. The chieftain understood loud and clear. By midday there were some 150 fighting men marching out onto the soil with arms. Some carried iron daggers. Some carried spears. Some were wrapped in leather armor from head to toe. For the skirmishes the Bankarans were used to, these weapons might have sufficed. However, in a real fight against a formidable opponent, their thin knives would be no match for steel blades and armor. In rows of 50, the boys were divided as was typical of Nankaran protocol. Then group by group Olin appointed a leader for each to act as a sort of semi-centurion for the unit. "Can they ride horse?" Olin asked. "We have no horses to speak of, unfortunately." "They probably ate them," Luekin interjected unhelpfully. "Silence," Olin commanded. He turned back to the chieftain. "What about the steel armor we sent you? I don't see your men wearing it. Most of them are just boys, they can't bear the weight yet. Give them a few more years." "We don't have a few more years. Have them march in it every day until they grow the muscle." "But they're so young." "I care not. See it done." Sagadoth recoiled. "Fine, Commander. It will be done." "How about we see a demonstration?" Olin suggested. The chieftain looked to his men and then back to Olin. There was a severe tension in his voice that reflected doubts about their ability to perform. "Okay." He sighed. "It need not be perfect," Olin reminded him. "I just need to know where we're at and where we need to train." Sagadoth stood up and called the boys into formation. They stood in lines of 25, each facing each other with weapons drawn. "Spar," Sagadoth commanded. And spar they did. From out of their sheaths came the mediocre weapons of their heritage. They clumsily clashed blade against blade, spear against spear, until they quickly tired out. Some, who would need more conditioning, hid behind the protection of their wooden shields and panted for breath. Others nursed wounds which were quickly showing up across their arms and fingers. A few even dropped their weapons altogether. "Careful," one of the newly appointed centurions yelled. It took all their efforts to keep the auxiliary moving during their first few hours of training. Their intent had been to impress Olin, but it was hardly working. There were some who showed promise throwing spears a great distance, and others who, while small, were fast and could maneuver swiftly out of harm's way. Luekin stopped the group after he noticed one of them was carrying a gun at his belt. It was the chieftain's son Sagadan, ironically enough. The boy kept an old rusty pistol that hadn't been fired off in decades. "Let me see that," Luekin said, plucking the thing from Sagadan's belt. He examined the weapon and scoffed. "Better to use a blade. Firearms are just as likely to blow up in your hand as they are to kill an enemy. I wouldn't trust him." "Duly noted," Sagadan said, obediently holstering the weapon. "Where did he come across that?" Olin asked Sagadoth from a distance. "It's part of a family heirloom. My grandfather used it in Dreadsmith's crusade. My father passed it on to me and I to him. It's a ceremonial thing, really. A homage to another time. I wouldn't use it unless I was really in a bind." "Then we are in agreement," Olin said. In truth, a gun of that condition was a rare thing in the wastes. The only firearms of any quality were dug up from abandoned bunkers in the earth. What these weapon caches were they had no idea. Only that they were airtight, anti-corrosion and even anti-radiation before opening. In the past, those who controlled the bunkers effectively controlled the wasteland. For as long as they could unearth fresh weapons, they stood giants against their settler foes. It was only when the bunker stores began to deplete that the men of Nankar moved to conventional arms. Even then, there was always a hunt for more. But with most of them buried dozens of meters below the surface, it was an impossible task for most. They've got some spirit to them, I'll give him that. Olin observed admirably. As boys often do. Sagadoth replied. What of their faith? Are they godly men as the fathers have told me? Their reverence is without dispute, Commander. In time I will have demonstration of that too, he said. Understood. Perhaps you can join us for Thursday Mass. I would love to. Later, when Olin was alone in the security of his own men, Luekin decided to approach him. Do you really think they've converted? He asked. I don't see why not. They saw their god totem get burned to ashes. That's a pretty easy way to lose faith. Good point. If I saw my people get slaughtered, I'd probably start thinking heaven wasn't on my side either. They look good enough for what's needed of them. It's only barbarians we're hunting. We're not asking them to scale a tower. Barbarians and a demon. Luekin corrected. Yes, and a demon. Somehow I think when it comes time for that, it will be our men who do it. Have you considered a strategy for felling the beast? I have something of a plan, gathered mostly from what the clergy advised me. What is it? The beast is a creature of fire, meaning its elemental opposite is its weakness. What is the opposite of fire? Water, obviously. My bad, I should have known. But not just any water, it should be holy water blessed by a priest. Only then might we have a weapon strong enough to harm the creature. What are you going to do, splash it? Absolutely not. Do you remember that quiver I told you to stash with the underlings? Yes. In it I've brought 25 arrows that are soaked in the stuff. We need only strike the demon a couple of times before the enchantment kicks in and paralyzes it. Really? Yes. And then when it's on the ground I will rush in and decapitate it. I like your plan. Luekin grinned. As do I, but before we can accomplish this we have to get through the barbarians. And with this lot, I have my doubts we ever will. If they die, the temple will send reinforcements. It's of no matter. It is of matter if we die along with them. Luekin shrugged. As long as I am on horseback, I can outrun anyone who pursues me. Can you outrun a demon? Well, no. Then you see my problem. We must be cautious every step of the way. I am not about to fall victim to the devil's trap. Nor am I. Good. Well, prepare the men. Tell them in 3 days they must be ready to march. On Thursday after Mass we leave at dawn. 3 days. Isn't that the exact opposite of being cautious? Being cautious doesn't mean being sluggish. We have to get ahead of the weather. Every day we inch closer to winter is another day, the mountain passes become impassable. I will not allow protracted battle until we are well situated against our enemies. And in order to situate ourselves tactically we must move quickly. Is there anything else you'd like them to know before I go? Luekin asked. Yes. Tell them that Darren is watching. Tell them Darren loves them. Chapter 25. Raya paced along the vernal mountains with relative ease. It was early morning in the valley, and the fresh rays of sunlight had just begun to reflect off the trees. The forest at this hour was a quiet place of solitude. It provided him a much-needed break from the commotion and barbarity he'd come to know at the village. While the others were off performing their morning duties, Raya took the chance to explore his surroundings. It was the first time he'd truly been alone since he'd landed on Earth, and he was not about to waste it. The world looked different through an entirely organic lens. Before, the exosuit had tainted his vision with images of toxic particulates and unwanted contaminants in the air. But now the creeping dangers of the world were invisible. All he could see was the natural expanse before him, and it was not an entirely ugly sight. The trees were a bit sulky, with warped branches and grey rot growing up their trunks, but they bloomed with green leaves and fresh pine cones all the same. The soil, too, was a bit barren and rocky, yet it was nourishing enough to have ferns and thorn bushes emerging from its surface. As he hiked down a trail that led him further from the village, he stopped to admire a stream coursing nearby. He remarked gleefully as a fish leapt from the water, splashing his face and causing him momentary surprise as it sank beneath the water. When he stepped forward to identify the creature, he recognized it almost immediately. Salmon, he thought. It looked just like the slimy critters he knew back home. Not only was it a salmon, but it was a silver salmon. It had all the features of the fluttering fish Raya recognized on New Gaia, save for the colorful mosaic pattern they adorned on their scales. If he had to guess, the fish here and the fish of New Gaia must have shared a common ancestor. It was incredible to think about what 2,000 years of distinct evolution could do. Not only were the fish instinctual creatures of great memory and fortitude, they were tremendously strong. He always admired the way they seemed to wiggle non-stop up fast-flowing rivers. How could they struggle for days on end without growing tired or getting washed back to the sea? He knew it was a matter of natural selection and that those who failed did not pass on offspring, but it always impressed him nonetheless. This world was filled with many wonders despite its frequent horrors. The two existed simultaneously in a contradictory matter that symbolized for him the duality of life. Raya had to remind himself of this frequently, as he judged the earth through his utopian lens. Every great forest, vast ocean and far-stretching plain he enjoyed on the colonies had all originated from this one blue planet. Even his own ancestral line, and all their inventions had come from none other than this floating patch of dirt. Mother Earth, he thought. Yes, that was how the saying went. He grabbed a flat rock and skipped it across the water as the villagers had shown him. He rejoiced in simple amusement as it skipped not once but 4 times before sinking beneath the currents. His eyes darted towards a second rock, already identifying a smooth stone on the riverbed, when a shriek came from the wilderness. Immediately, he jerked around to see what was happening. There was a rustling in the bushes, momentary silence, and then another shriek. It did not appear to be the shriek of a woman, or a child, or even a young man. No, this must have been the cry of some woodland creature. Raya dashed into the forest, frantically trying to identify the source of the sound, until he saw a deer sprinting through the brush with blood rushing down its neck. He called out to it in sympathy, but the deer did not respond. It continued sprinting as if its life depended on it. Raya chased after the deer in hope of saving it, but by the time he reached the creature it had collapsed onto the forest floor. Raya rushed to meet the deer and pulled it into his arms. He applied pressure to the wound on its neck, but already it had lost enough blood. At this rate he wasn't sure if it would make it. He called out for help in the wilderness, and was surprised to find a group of epileptic men rushing towards them on the spot. Christo could be seen with them trying to keep up with the group. "Thank goodness you're here," he said frantically. "I need your help. Does anyone have a bandage? Perhaps a tool to stitch a wound? What about fire?" "Yes, fire. We can cauterize it to stop the bleeding." He tightly held pressure on the wound as the life began to leave the deer's body. "We'll take that, Raya," one of the villagers said, ripping the deer from his hands. "No," Raya shouted as the creature went limp. "What are you doing?" Then he looked up to see that Ogadai was carrying a bow. The satisfied look on his face told Raya everything he needed to know about the men in front of him. You killed him," he said in shock. "Aye, we killed him," Ogadai said in an impatient tone. "You have something else in mind." Raya looked to Christo. "And you? Were you part of this?" Christo gave him a guilty nod. "I had no choice, Raya. One cannot live out here on simple berries alone." Raya was without words. "Eating meat is not a sin in our condition," Christo remarked. "You probably should have some to eat yourself. When was the last time you had a full meal? And I mean a truly nourishing meal?" Raya shook his head. He didn't want to admit it, but he was starving. His meals had consisted only of select berries and seeds from the woods, and he had no intention of changing. Since landing he'd vowed only to consume the fleshy bodies of those fruits freely given to him. To take the life of any plant or animal involuntarily was still murder. "I can't believe what I'm hearing." He looked down on the deer's dead face with horror. Its eyes were vacant and its expressions limp. He imaged the way these savages would salivate as the dead flesh was cooked against the fire tonight. How they would sadistically grin at the texture of the meat, knowing very well how much pain they'd put the poor creature through. Raya, you're gonna have to get used to life down here. We're not in paradise anymore. I'll take no part in this, he stubbornly shouted. The chief was looking back between the two of them confusedly. Are we going to have a problem here, Silvercloaks? It's nothing. I'll take care of it, Christo replied. The journey back home was relatively silent after that. Raya made sure to walk at the absolute tail end of the group, to avoid the men's gazes. He would have nothing to do with them. It disgusted him to even be in their presence. He stared at the deer's corpse slung over Ogadai's shoulder and shook his head. What a waste, he thought to himself. Why end the life of a beautiful creature with such experiential capacity? Surely the indigenous folk had to know of another food source to keep them satiated. Was there not a root or moss growth that they could boil into a meal? Were the grasses truly beyond digestion? He noticed the scars stretching across most of the villagers' bodies, and considered the amount of mutated flesh they'd had to cut off. It was possible, for all he knew, that the irradiated air had driven them mad. Perhaps that's why they behaved in such barbaric ways. It wasn't their choice, they were simply mentally ill. Such a prospect was somehow more comfortable to Raya than thinking they were brutal monsters. It was a quite compelling hypothesis until he realized that he too was breathing the same air. Is this my fate? He thought. To be a flesh-eater and degenerate like these men. He was intent on getting Christo's perspective, but was dismissed upon opening his mouth. Do you think? Not now, Christo interrupted. We'll talk more when we get back. The look on his face was one of visible frustration. Raya had no doubt embarrassed Christo in front of the tribe, and for some reason that mattered to him. Accepting his obvious rebuke, Raya let himself trail further behind the party until he was a sizable distance away. Alone on the trail, he kicked angrily against the rocks, raging at the hopelessness of his situation. In 6 months he would be no closer to saving the universe. And that was of course assuming he made it that long. After noticing Raya's retreat from the path, a hunter named Megor the Lun took pity on him. The hunter slowed his pace to Raya's, waiting until they were in lockstep before speaking. What's wrong, boy? You've never eaten meat before, he asked in the bluntest tone possible. I have not and don't plan to. Well, the chief says you're from a land beyond the sky. What do people like that eat up there? Raya paused for a moment, thinking of a way to explain the manifesta in terms a nomad could understand. We have stones. Yes, polished stones that grow food just like the trees. We simply say our wishes in front of them and boom. Our favorite dish appears. The fruits it yields are sweeter than any cranberry you've ever tasted. And the meats it prepares leaner than even horse calf. Mega's mouth watered a little at the thought. But no killing, he asked. Even as a boy, your father never took you on a hunt. My father was disgusted by killing, Raya said. The only hunting trips we took were not to shoot the animals, but to photograph them. Photograph? He asked confusedly. It's like a painting that's as real as life, he explained. Megor processed that for a moment, trying to understand what the traveler was saying. You wouldn't by any chance have one of these magic stones with you, would you? Raya laughed. If I did, I wouldn't be stuck here now, would I? I guess not, he replied. But enough about me, Raya said, changing the subject. I've been wondering, why do they call you the Lun? The Luns are a race of people. They come from the Sand Valley on the other side of the mountains. They were my family before I came here. Another tribe, he asked. How did you manage to get absorbed by this one? When I was 13, there was a long drought. Our people took to raiding in the countryside before the Berafi warriors pushed us back. After that, we went north into the Vernal Mountains where we fought the Eluptek tribes until they united against us. He pointed to a scar on his shoulder. You see this? That is where Chief Mendelin's obsidian blade dug into my arm. He could have killed me right then and there if he wanted to, but he spared my life. Why? I don't know. He said I must work for him for 7 years to pay off the life debt. But when the time came I begged him to stay and he accepted. Will you ever return to the Sand Valley? Not likely. Most of my kin are dead, and those that aren't would call me a traitor. Raya took pity on him. I guess we're both lost from home, he said with an uneasy chuckle. That we are. I'd very much like to see your land beyond the stars someday though. It seems a magical place in contrast with our short lives on the ground. It is. He sighed. It really is. When they returned to the village they were met with praise and excitement by the hungry womenfolk sitting in the grass. It had been nearly a week since the men had returned with a sizable kill, and appetites were soaring. Littered across the encampment were the bones of small rabbits and forest birds that had been felled by slingshot. The brief kills were enough to keep many of their hungering pains at bay, but it was not enough to feed an entire tribe with elderly and children for long. Ogadai strutted over to his yurt with the deer hanging over his shoulder, and plopped it onto the ground in front of the entrance. At the sound of the large thud, a young woman emerged from the yurt, looking to see what the commotion was about. Almost instantly Raya was entranced by her looks. She had freckles on her face, long brown hair and cheeks that dimpled as she smiled. Her dark blue eyes were as distant as the sky they reflected. And her voice carried an innocence too sweet for this brutal world. Her name was Ellen. She was Ogadai's wife. When Ellen saw the kill, she smiled and wrapped her arms around her husband. She showed the utmost affection to him while he stood there, but he very little. The gods have restored our luck this day, he said to her. Would that I had more time to chase his friend, we would have another kill. He unsheathed a fillet knife and threw it into the ground. Have it done by the midday, he said bluntly to her before walking off. Ellen bent down to her knees, laid the creature flat on its back, and then began to obediently cut. Raya grimaced at the mistreatment of the corpse, but now his concerns were drifting towards the woman. Why does he bark at her in such a domineering way? Is she not his wife? She is, said Megor. As a woman she is duty-bound to her husband. He braves the wastes for sustenance and she serves him in the home. It has always been this way. You act as if they're equal. Ogadai seems to be the one giving all the orders here. Of course he is the man. Did she even have a choice in this marriage? Her father arranged it long ago, Megor explained. They were man and wife well before they decided to fall in love. But believe me, Raya, it is love. She is not a slave to the man as you seem to suggest. Then why be so rigid? Perhaps she could gather one day and he could weave. They could exchange roles and share an equal distribution of the work. Even if they decided to keep their current roles, why the oppressive tone? The ways of the Eluptic are still foreign to you, I see. It is part of our religion that it should be this way. Explain, he asked. You see, the story goes that in the beginning of the world there was nothing. Then the great Sadish molded man from clay and dropped a hint of his own blood to create life. For a time this man walked the world alone and unchecked. But eventually the elements grew harsh for him. He found that he could not both hunt and maintain his own camp. So he prayed to Sadish for one who could help him share the burden. Alas, Sadish had already spilt his holy blood and could provide no more. But Herodra overheard the prayer. She cast her hand into the sea and molded a new creature from the sand and salt. She breathed into life a new form. One that had everything man did not. Where he was masculine, she was feminine. Where he was careless, she was nurturing. Where he was brutal, she was gentle. Together they shared the burden of ancient life, and it was from this union of man and woman that all humans arise. Eluptak, Nankaran, Berathian and Volnish. We all come from the great union of man and woman. We all trace our lineage to the breath of Herodra and the blood of Sadish. That's a romantic story, Raya responded. But don't you find it a little convenient? Convenient? How? Well, the woman was made to serve the man. She did not exist until he needed something. They were made to serve each other. Yes, but not equally. You simply lack the understanding, my skyward friend. The roles of man and wife are not to be challenged. They were set forth by the gods. Tell me, how do you know this is what the gods want? It is the way they made us. Yes, but how do you know they made you? Look around you. How else could this all get made? He chuckled at the idea that the landscape had to be made, but he let that one go for a moment. Okay, even if it was made. How do you know it wasn't the gods of Thag, or Nankar, or Redoba that made the world? How do you know it was even made by a god at all? No god, he scoffed. Careful now, Skyman, you have no idea what you're speaking of. Clearly he had struck a chord with Megor. It was one thing to question their way of life, another to question the existence of the divines. Forget it, he said, surrendering. I will not trouble you any more with these inquisitive questions. Perhaps, though, we can speak again on the matter at another time. I agree, Silvercloak. And of course I would love to hear more tales of your world in the sky sometime. I look forward to it. Now, if you don't mind me, I better find something to contribute before they label me a freeloader. Best of luck, Megor said before leaving. What an experience that had been, he thought. Perhaps before his stay was over he would make a friend in the tribe after all. It was troubling, listening to Megor's backward worldview, but the man did make an effort to empathize with others, which was more than he could expect from most. That afternoon Raya paced around the camp, looking for anything that needed upkeep. He felt that if he did occupy himself with something during the day, he would be in violation of their agreement, and the last thing he wanted was to be expelled from the camp. The Eluptic were surprisingly clean people. There was no trash nor discarded waste in any of the pathways that needed removing. Raya looked to gather firewood, but in the surrounding forest all sticks and loose branches had been picked dry. He thought he could at least tidy the fire pit of its blackened coals, but there was very little to remove. Across the camp he could see Ellen still pulling guts from the dead deer carcass. She was such a beautiful woman. It was a shame that she'd been roped into such barbarity. Raya turned his head, growing quite angry at the Stone Age culture around him, when Chief Mendelin called him from afar. He'd been watching Raya for some time now, and was troubled by the man's disorderly condition. Obediently, Raya dusted off his hands and came walking towards the chief's yurt. There he found Mendelin sitting out in the sun with his wife Nita, smoking a long wooden pipe that had been carved by his grandfather long before. I see you wandering, Silvercloak. What is the matter? Did the shooting of the deer pain you so? I am simply trying to fulfill my obligations. I thought the pit may need cleaning before the fire tonight. Bah, he waved his hand. There is no need for that. You'll find that when the fire is hot enough it will burn away all the lingering pieces of charcoal. Is there something else I can do for the village then? He asked with genuine curiosity. Talk with me. I see you eyeing the woman over there. Are you aware that she is the wife of Ogadai? Ellen. Oh, I'm sorry, Chief, I did not mean to stare. I meant no disrespect, I promise. The chief laughed. I don't blame you. She is a beautiful woman. But alas, she is taken. I have no desires for her. No desires. I find that hard to believe from a man of your youth. Tell me, Raya, what are your desires? I haven't seen you eat nor drink nor share the warmth of a woman's company for your entire stay here. My only desire is to get home, he said plainly. Do you smoke? The chief offered, looking for something Raya might enjoy. Raya shook his head. People don't smoke in the land beyond the sky. They do, at least sometimes. But we have filtration features which sift out all the carcinogens. Without that, you're basically just poisoning yourself. Poison? No, this is not poison, it is tobacco. It has healing spirits that fill your chest with warmth when you inhale. Raya rolled his eyes. Is this yet another superstition of yours? The chief frowned. You know, if you didn't ingest poison all the time, you wouldn't have to cut cancerous growths off your skin. Raya dared to say. Is that so? You seem to have a lot of opinions about our tradition today. Why don't you tell me what you really think? It's backward, he declared. If that's the case, perhaps you'd like to sleep under the trees. Raya paused, realizing he'd erred. My apologies, Chief. There's no need for that. The chief stared blankly at him. Thank you for the offer. I think I'll be on my way now. I should not have said that, Raya thought. Attacking people's beliefs head-on was never a good way to persuade them. If one wanted to bring another over to their cause, it usually required a fair amount of empathizing before concessions could be made. Raya darted off into the woods, trying to forget the shame he just caused himself. He paced down the trails, nearly bursting into tears with no one there to solace him. It took him many an hour to recover, but recover he did. And as the afternoon sun drifted to early evening, Raya returned to his yurt drained and defeated. I hear you've been making all sorts of trouble today, Christo said to him upon entering. These people are degenerates, Christo. Everything from their religion, to the way they treat women, to the fact that they can't seem to go a day without killing. How can you stand them? Maybe you need to have a little more perspective on where they're coming from. Perspective? What perspective could there possibly be that would make this acceptable? Perhaps one that's realistic about what it takes to survive. Realistic? His voice choked and a tear went down his face. They killed him, Christo. They killed that deer right in front of me. I felt the life leave his body as they tore him from my hands. And not only did they kill him, they let so much of it go to rot. Skins and entrails left in the dirt. What a waste. Tell me, Christo, what did that creature die for? So that some savage could have a temporary taste upon his lips. Come on, Raya, you know that's not true. They kill because they have to. And the skins? They'll probably turn that into clothes or something. You see what they wear. I can't take it. He shook his head. Why does nature have to be so cruel? I don't know why you're acting so surprised. We grew up right next to it. What did you think the animals in the forest were doing just beyond our house? That was different. They're animals. They're just following instinct. We have minds, Christo, we're supposed to be better. Yeah. And what good is a mind if you're dead? Raya felt his stomach rumble. I'll find another food source, he said dismissively. Christo grabbed his waist. I don't think you will. You're getting skinnier by the day, and I already asked Chief about the berries. He says they picked the bulk of them dry about a month ago. Raya looked up. You asked him about me? Of course. I don't want to see you suffer, buddy. I hate this as much as you. But we can't afford to be so picky right now. Thank you, Christo, he said while hugging him. I'm sorry for being so short with you. It's okay. It's probably just the hunger. Raya couldn't help but agree. How about this? If I boil the meat in water, will you at least drink the broth? At least then you'll be getting some basic lipids and proteins. I'll think about it, he said. I'm sorry it has to be this way, Raya, I really do. But until we get back to the ship, we can't keep living as if we're invincible. I know. I just need some time to think. Raya exited the yurt, passing Nyson on the way out. What was that all about? Nyson asked. He's having trouble coping with our new reality. I don't think he's eaten in days. At least he can eat. I was just with Vesbergone, and he can hardly hold down a meal. His body wasn't made for earth food. From what I understand, he can lick on sulfur rocks without retching, but just about everything else gets vomited on the floor. Well, I'm happy he found something. Perhaps he can go rock picking while we're out berry picking. Nyson laughed. Now wouldn't that be nice? That night the villagers lit a fire in the very pit Raya cleaned for them. A set of driftwood logs had been lit aflame, and the Eluptic tribesmen sat in a circle exchanging stories and looking up at the stars. Away from the fire pit, Raya sat alone in silence. He was seated on a tree stump just outside his yurt, dwelling on his evening of self-imposed isolation. He did not care to join the others as he did the previous nights before. Their presence only frustrated him now, especially when the deer was brought out. At this point it had been skinned, gutted and diced so that different cuts could be prepared separately around the fire. One villager used a stick to cook a meaty piece of its calf, while another laid the ribs on a spitjack and rotated it over the flames. Some ate the organs raw, particularly the liver and the heart, and Ogadai in triumphant fashion hung its antlers over his yurt. The one thing Raya respected about their backward religion was the reverence they gave to animals. Prior to beginning their meal, each of the tribe members would thank the creature's free spirit for giving its flesh so that they could sustain their own. It was still gruesome to think that they had murdered the deer for their own pleasure, but it was somehow heartening to know that they acknowledged its struggle and let little go to waste. What surprised him the most about that night was the laughter. These people were frequently sick and constantly hungry. They had lost loved ones to violence and watched their own children pass well before their time. Yet still, in some inconceivable way, the misery of this world had not broken them. It exposed a strength in their character that Raya was not sure he possessed. This line of thinking got him wondering. If they could be this strong in a literal wasteland, what kind of attitude might they display if they lived in a utopia like New Gaia? They would be saints, he realized. The most grateful people who ever lived. For only one who lived through hunger and starvation could truly appreciate an abundance of food. Only those who suffered from disease and violence could truly appreciate peace and good health. These people would not take for granted the pleasures of high society as he had. They would rejoice in the abundant convenience and remember what was important. Perhaps in this case the elliptic tribesmen weren't less moral than him. Maybe they had equally good hearts, but the conditions of the world drove them to do immoral things. He could never sit well with the thought of wrestling an animal to its death. But he could also not imagine being responsible for malnourished children. Seeing a teary-eyed child with a swollen belly would have broken him, he realized. And he knew very well that most of them had already experienced such terrors before. Was it wrong for them to pick their lives over the deer's? Perhaps not. If they had not killed the deer, a wolf surely would. And if the deer died by natural causes, microbes would feast on its flesh all the same. Something would consume it eventually. And the deer was no innocent bystander either. It took part in the consumption of plants which, as he well knew, had a level of consciousness. This was the cycle of life, to compete to survive. Even the trees competed with each other for sunlight. That was the reason they grew so tall. Under cutthroat conditions, life forced one to act. Why should they choose themselves to be the losers? He did not want to have a part in the murder of an animal, but the deer was already dead. The smell of cooking flesh stimulated his senses, and his stomach rumbled uncontrollably. Was it wrong to succumb to his urges? Was it wrong to consume? Though all life was sacred, and this was a principle he would still hold to, he had to admit that a human life was different than an animal's. It had a higher capacity to think abstractly, and a higher ability to experience complex emotion. Not only this, but he had a mission. He was working on something that could affect the very fate of the universe, and in order for him to succeed, his body would have to function. With a defiant jolt of energy, he pulled himself to his feet and took a step forward towards the campfire. The tribesfolk, including Nyson and Christo, were delighted by his decision to join them. He paid their remarks little mind. Walking over to the deceased carcass, he grabbed the deer and pulled off a long slab of tenderloin with his hands. He then stuck the meat on a stick and ignored the remarks of tribesmen as he put it into the fire. Standing there with the juicy aroma of the venison filling the air, he pulled the meat from the pit and put it to his mouth. He took one bite and then another, and could not deny the delicious chewy texture of it all. Before he knew it, he'd eaten the entire slab and was actively going for more. His stomach coursed with the feeling of satiated desire, and it thrilled him thoroughly. This was not wrong, he realized. That much was certain. And with the joy of a full stomach and clear mind, he realized maybe this life wasn't so bad. Chapter 26. It was a rainy day on the west side of Nyankar. Luckily for those outside, a normal rain, not an acidic one. Zokif pulled his hood up over his face and headed for the Caden estate just outside of town. There he found a wide-ranging lawn tended to by many servants, and a pair of guards that kept the main entrance blocked off. At the sight of his arrival, the guards moved, recognizing him immediately as a friend of the church. Father Caden had been expecting him for a meeting today, and so he made sure to arrive early in order to make the best impression. Inside the Caden estate, he was greeted by a decorated table of warm tea and freshly baked biscuits. The servants invited him to sit down and help himself while the priest prepared himself upstairs. As Zokif took a look around, he noticed the exquisite detail of the family portraits across the house. It appeared the father was the youngest of 12 siblings. With 6 lost to disease, 3 to cancer and 2 to war, it made him the only member of the family still living. It was this luck, he recalled reading, which caused the priest to believe he was blessed and begin searching for answers in God. "Lord Zokuf, great to see you today," Father Caden said as he walked down the staircase. "I was beginning to fear the weather might force us to reschedule." The man was an elderly figure by Nankar standards. He wore a tunic with a small hat, and unlike many fashionable priests adorned no jewelry. His appearance was humble, even if his living expenses said otherwise. "A little moisture never hurt anyone," Zokuf assured him. "Tell that to Baron the Burned," he replied, referring to the tale of an old man caught in an acid storm. "It does not look the greatest outside. I will admit that." "Yes, I agree. Care for a hot meal?" "Most definitely." At the wave of Father Caden's hand, an ornate plate of fresh chicken and grilled vegetables were brought to him by servants. The broccoli, tomato and buttered asparagus had Zokef's mouth watering before he took the first bite. On the side of his dish was an unpeeled orange, which even for someone of the upper class was a profoundly rare delicacy. He'd eaten fresh fruits perhaps only once before, and even then it had been nearly 10 years. "Where did you get these?" he asked, peeling the orange with his hand. "There's some pristine soil in the gardens below Sage Mountain. For enough gold, you can have a box delivered by ship in time before they spoil." "It's wonderful," he remarked. "What a rare joy a fruit is." They each dug into their meals, and for the next 20 minutes were encapsulated by small talk about their lives. Zokuf told the father about the scribe projects he was working on, and Caden told him about the sermons he'd prepared for next week's service. "It seems you've been rather busy lately," Zokuf noted. "I certainly have. But enough with me. I don't think you came here to hear my lectures. What is it you'd like to ask of me?" "I'd like a father's recommendation for the priesthood. I've been working in the temple for quite some time now, and I think I'm ready to take the next step." "Is that what you really want? To spend your Sundays lecturing and devoting yourself to the common folk?" "I want to be closer with God," Zokuf said, trying to give a tactical answer. Caden smiled, pleased by the gesture. "Tell me, Zokuf, what does it mean to you to be a Dharanist?" "Dharanism to me is about living with virtue. It's about feeling God in your heart, knowing His commandments and doing His work." "And what is His work?" "I suppose right now it would be exercising the city. We've let the moral foundation of our home go to rot in recent decades. This demon conjuring is only the most recent example of it." "Agreed. I always found it ironic that we spend so much time coercing others to live our values, when we can't even live them at home." "Some of us live it at home," Zokuf countered. "Yeah. And why isn't that enough, do you think? Why must Father Gazan demand that everyone under the sun worship God in our way?" Zokuf paused for a second, not sure if he was being tested. On one hand, this might be a quiz about Dharanist precepts. On the hand, it was public knowledge that Father Caden had challenged Father Gazan for the position of high priest decades ago. It was only after a narrow defeat that Gazan was selected by the clergy, and ever since it was known that Caden still held a grudge. "Dharanism is the only way to worship," he concluded. "I agree with you, son, I do. But there are many ways to spread God's word. In time you will learn that just as strength is a virtue, so is patience. In my life I have been on many a mission, and I can tell you that persuasion is a much stronger tool than force. When men come with swords, the pagans often convert in words, but they never truly convert in their hearts. Instead, they resent us the rest of their lives. And the moment we show signs of weakness, they rebel. You were there for the Bankaran revolt, weren't you?" "I was. A lot of good men and women were lost there. They could have had good lives, long lives, if the missionaries had only shown patience." "You are wise, Father. I will always remember to reflect patience in my actions. You should remember all of Dharan's virtues." He bent closer. "I'll let you in on a secret. Many of those who hold their heads the highest are the biggest hypocrites. They appeal to virtue when it's convenient for them, but ignore it altogether when it comes in conflict with their interests. The fathers warned me about hypocrisy. The fathers are the worst perpetrators of it. What? How can you say that? Tell me, do you think it was God that wanted the last crusade? Well, yes, the Lord Darren spoke to Father Gazan through his spirit. That seems awfully convenient for Gazan. How much of that do you think was God's word, and how much do you think it was the valuable cache of weapons in the hills just across the Red Oban Sea? I had no idea there was anything out there. Of course there is Zokif. That place is filled with treasure. What, do you think we went there out of our own pure hearts? In time you will come to realize that most events in history have a dual purpose. There is God's good and there is man's good. You just have to decipher which is which and try to serve what is divine. I will certainly try, he said confidently. Caden looked him in the eyes. Be honest with me, do you seek the priesthood for your own gain? Or for the betterment of all? We don't need any more selfish priests. The betterment of all, he insisted. Yes. Then why have I heard nothing of them all night? What do you plan to do for the people? I take part weekly in charity for the poor. I teach other scribes to read. Are you sure this is what you want? The priesthood is a life of self-restriction. One where the eyes of many will be on you constantly, and privacy will be rare. I do, he said. I really do. How do you plan to reconcile the virtue of humility with your own need for recognition? I will place myself at the back of every parade. When praise is shown to me, I will attribute it to another. And temperance? Are you willing to forego all food, drink and smokable products of an intoxicating nature? I will. And what will you do if you break your discipline? I won't. Father Caden laughed. Don't lie to yourself, boy, we all have moments of weakness. What will you do when your day comes? I will beg the Lord Darren for forgiveness. I will confess my sins and reaffirm my commitment to virtue. Good. Perhaps you will be of divine usage then. I really want to do right by God. That is my sole purpose for being here. I'm glad to hear that. He smiled. You have my recommendation, Zokif. But remember our talk this day. If God is about love, then love is what you must show, no matter what authority religious or political tells you otherwise. You have my word, he said, reaching across the table and shaking Caden's hand. That reminds me, I have yet to show you my antique collection. The two of them stood up from the table, pushing away their empty plates, and made for Caden's personal library in the attic. Late into the evening they went dusting off old plates of armor, and reading through scrolls of travelers ancient and far away. It was here that he realized Father Caden was more than a man of scripture. He was a man of history. Even long after the night was over, he would continue to reflect on the priest's uncomfortably relevant words. It made him think, if they all followed the same book, why were there so many ways of interpreting it? If each of the clergy could draw different conclusions, what did that mean about the clarity of God's message? Perhaps in order to please God, Zokif would need to perform more righteous deeds. And if he was to understand God, he would certainly need to start interpreting the words for himself. Chapter 27. In the middle of the night, Raya tossed and turned as he experienced the most vivid dream of his life. He was walking through a forest not far from the vernal mountains, when he looked down to see that his hands were not his own. They were small, worn, hairy, and covered in dirt after an afternoon of climbing. As he looked at the scenery around him, he realized the forest was much more green than he was used to. The air was no longer irradiated, and the sky was more clear. If he had to guess, this was indeed Earth, just an older Earth. This suspicion was only confirmed when he began to recognize his reflection in the river. The body he inhabited was not of some imaginary figure, it was James Darren himself. He was walking with a young Bos Andropoulos, discussing their plans for the future. Do you really think it can happen? Darren asked Bos as they made their way down the trail. If what our physicist is saying is true, then yes. A reactor of that scale will make orbital launches cheap and easy. We'll finally be able to spread out to the stars like we were destined to. No gatekeepers this time. Don't you find it a little selfish, though, to leave the Earth rather than fix its problems? The Earth will always have problems. But if we establish a foothold in the broader cosmos, we can assure any mistake our species makes won't be its last. I suppose you're right. I just feel terrible for the ones we're leaving behind. As do I, Darren, as do I. But one day we'll come back for them. A time will come when the tensions have eased and their minds are more open. Until then, we have to worry about our own concerns. I know it won't be long until the next full-scale war. And when it does, we have to be far away from here. You could tell Darren had objections to Boz's plans, but the respect he had for the man's wisdom stopped him from saying a word. The two had a deep admiration for each other that stemmed from their shared experience in the military. After his discharge, Boz became a figure in the humanist movement, and Darren became a journalist for their cause. They walked together now as fellow revolutionaries, each trying to change the world in any way they could. Boz reached into his pocket, pulling a letter he'd received from the infamous General Itho Quinhee, when he heard a crunching of leaves nearby. Suddenly the two froze in their steps, not wanting to alert a potential enemy. Darren put a finger to his mouth and quietly led Boz behind the cover of a wide tree. "What is it?" Boz whispered. "Another storm brigade, I think," Darren replied, referring to their fascist enemies. "This far south? I thought our bombers had finished them off." "Apparently not. Come on. We need to get out of here." But Darren did not move. There was a look in his eyes that communicated a need to stay. It was not a look of hatred, nor of bloodlust. Rather, it was anticipation. Anticipation to take on a new challenge or seize a new victory. Darren waited for the storm brigade to pass a little closer, then burst into action. In a single motion, he stepped forward, drawing his pistol, and unloaded an entire magazine into the men in front of him. 3 of the soldiers screamed out in agony before crashing into the ground dead. By the time the storm brigade had the chance to return fire, Darren had already dove behind another tree and was pulling himself up its trunk. There was an inhuman strength to the way he thrusted his body upward, almost as if his fingers sunk into the very bark. From there he leapt from branch to branch like a tightrope walker, evading shots and raining down fire on his enemies before they could get a good hit on him. The distraction caused by this guerrilla tactic made the storm brigade oblivious to Boz emerging from his cover. With a pump of his shotgun he fired, launching 12-gauge slug rounds into the bellies of unsuspecting targets. The storm brigade retreated in fear, believing themselves caught in an ambush, yet Darren wasn't finished with them yet. He leapt from one of the trees, hatchet in hand, and dug it into the back of a stormer's head as he landed on top of him. He then dodged out of the way of a striking bayonet, and severed the man's wrist as he brought the hatchet upward. Boz tried to catch up with the retreat, but unfortunately for him a previously leg injury was slowing his pace. This left Darren alone and vulnerable, surrounded by enemies. Further uphill, the storm brigade was blindly spraying bullets in all directions. The endless projectiles tore through bark and brush, threatening to strike Darren from behind his cover. With only 4 soldiers in sight, Darren threw an active grenade, using the explosion to buy himself time as he sprung from cover. In a quick succession he fired, gunning down 2 of the men before finishing off the machine gunner who was bleeding out from the shrapnel. A lone survivor darted up from his crouching position and tried to fire on Darren from point blank. But before the man could put his finger to the trigger, a shotgun shell shattered his elbow, causing him to fall limp as a second round tore through his head. Darren looked up, still half expecting death, to find Boz Andropoulos providing covering fire. He checked to see if the other brigade members were indeed dead, then stepped over their corpses to shake Boz's hand. "How did you do that?" Boz asked when he regained breath. "Do what?" "Learn to move like that. I've never seen a man jump so high or move so nimbly. It's an ability all men possess when they reach health and balance." Boz shook his head. "I know myself pretty well. I'm sure I can't do that." "You'd be surprised. Have you ever heard stories of men performing incredible feats when their life was at risk? Hikers deflecting falling boulders off their chest, or mothers lifting incredible weights to save their children. It's all the same mechanism. When you're in an emergency, your body is flushed with adrenaline and your nerves tense up. This causes your muscle fibers to contract in unison, and if you position yourself correctly, an explosion of raw energy occurs that allows feats one would describe as extraordinary. Granted, it'll leave your body strained and stiff afterwards. But with enough practice, you can alleviate even the excesses of this. How did you learn to control such a basic instinct? Boz asked. Meditation. I know you find it superstitious, but it really has been the key to helping me get a better understanding of my body. Meditation, huh? You mean with all the chakras and stuff? You don't have to believe in chakras to practice it. It's an exercise of the mind, that's all. Do you think you could teach me? Sure. Just find a place where you're comfortable. Here. Darren, I didn't mean right now. Boz laughed. There could be more troops coming back at any minute. Don't stress about that. If they come, I'll take care of them. Just focus. Boz perched uneasily onto a fallen tree stump and tried to forget about the carnage that had just occurred. Darren sat in front of him, cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes as one would do at the beginning of a meditation. When the two were comfortably in position, Darren began saying, "Now begin with me. I need you to focus on the breath. Inhale deeply." He paused for a moment to let the breath in. "Now exhale." After a few moments of doing this, Boz's heart rate began to drop. The breath is the doorway between the conscious and unconscious mind. It is a function that can be controlled intentionally, yet it will carry on while you sleep. In this way, it acts as the bridge between the autonomic and somatic nervous system. You'll have to become intimately familiar with this bridge if you want to achieve any kind of deeper connection with your unconscious self. This sounds like a load of bullshit, Boz whispered. Shush, Darren said with a smile. For the next few minutes there was silence. Only the synchronized breath of the two meditators could be heard. Everything else, the sound of water, the rustling of leaves, the sound of anti-aircraft cannons firing in the distance, it all fell into the background as their attention was directed inward. Good. Now, as you continue, try to focus only on the breath. At times, thoughts will inevitably distract you. When they do, don't stress. Merely acknowledge the thoughts and redirect focus on the breath. The posture Boz displayed was impressive. It was not at all typical of a novice meditator. Darren was beginning to think he'd misjudged his companion's abilities. That was until he heard the snores. You asleep? Darren asked. Then he laughed at his own optimism. Boz may have been good, but it would take more time before he was anything close to professional. Raya awoke, clutching the crystal star in his hands. He did not recall falling asleep with the object so close, yet here it was firmly in his grasp. The star was warmer than usual, almost too hot to touch. He looked around for a source that could have possibly provided the heat, but there was none to be found. That was more than a dream, he thought to himself. It just had to be. The experience was too real to be manufactured by his mind alone. He reflected on the vision, trying to interpret its contents, when a thought occurred to him. What if he was receiving some kind of telepathic signal from the peacekeepers? What if there was already a search party on the planet, and that was their signal? The idea was pleasing, but there was just one thing wrong with it. His suit was broken, meaning his external antennae were inoperable. He could neither receive nor transmit telepathic messages, and besides, why would someone send him a message so irrelevant to his escape? He pondered the thought further, until another idea dawned on him. What if he went back to sleep? Would that trigger the vision to continue? He tried with all his focus to relax and fall asleep again, but despite his best efforts his mind was simply too stimulated to rest. In defeat, he opened the book and turned to the page he'd left off at before sleeping. Not much in the way of physics information was described, but the passages were filled with wisdom be considered insightful. The page read, "In my studies of contemporary religion, I have found that there are similar themes which exist in each ideology. Belief in a higher power. Answers to the mystery of consciousness. Revelation of sacred truths. Access to a realm beyond our own. While I have trouble accommodating these views with a purely scientific worldview, there is in the East an analogy which I think best explains my position. It's called the elephant and the blindfold. The story goes that a group of blindfolded men were brought into an ancient palace, where a king presented them with his pet elephant. Each man was asked to describe what the object in front of him was, and each gave a different response. One wrapped his arms around its legs and believed it to be a tree. Another grasped its trunk and believed it to be a snake. Another grabbed its ears and believed it to be a palm branch. When the blindfolds were removed, the men were surprised to find that they were all wrong. Each of them was touching on something nonetheless real, but due to their limited perception they drew different conclusions. This too is what I believe is happening regarding religion. Many of the events we are experiencing are undoubtedly real. Our interpretation of these events, however, is what is flawed. I can tell you that in this life I've witnessed miracles. I've transcended the ego, as the ancient monks say. I've had visions so vivid that they seemed real. Though the religious may be interpreting these events incorrectly, what they are describing is an experience we both share. The only thing that distinguishes me from their adherents is that I don't think there is a way to remove the blindfold. Our blindfold is our biology. Our limited perception is a result of our sensory organs. Radio waves are invisible to the eye, as are microbes and specks of dust. If these objects exist beyond our perception, I believe other such objects may exist as well. For this reason, we must acknowledge our blindfolds and touch on the truth from every angle we can. This is the nature of science, to cross-reference our experiences and inch closer to the truth while never reaching it fully. I intend for our species to solve the mystery of consciousness. I want for us to discover what lies beyond the furthest star and beneath the smallest atom. Is this quest a scientific endeavor? A spiritual journey? Both. I do not know. All I know is that our existence is a mystery of profound importance, and that before I die, I would like to understand it a little better. Raya closed the book and contemplated what he'd just read. It was profound but unnecessarily vague. What were these miracles Darren claimed to have witnessed? What were the contents of his visions which seemed to be so real? Now it appeared that Raya was beginning to have mysterious visions of his own, and although the new physics was by no means a miracle, its disastrous effects were similarly spontaneous. Perhaps the two of them weren't so different after all. They were separated by 2 millenniums, but both shared a similar confusion when it came to the nature of existence. After leaving his yurt and walking into the camp, Raya found that Nyson was up mixing a bowl of some mystery substance. "What is that?" he asked. "Dinner for Vesbergoni." He leaned over and stared at it. "What did you make it out of?" "Oh, just a handful of minerals I found out in the mountains. Turns out if you mix it with water you get this crunchy type of mud that they can hold down." "That's amazing," Raya replied. "Yeah. It doesn't taste too good from what I've heard though." Nyson chuckled. At that moment, Raya's stomach grumbled loud enough for others to hear it. "Does that mean I'm hungry?" he asked amusedly. "Do you feel hungry?" "Not really. It's probably just the new bacteria forming in your gut." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about all the earth microbes you've picked up while you're eating. Without the exosuit to keep them out, you'll find we all have a healthy level of gut flora living inside us." The thought of 1 billion little creatures living inside of him was deeply uncomfortable. However, from what he understood, it was the natural way. "What should I do about them?" he asked concernedly. "Not a thing at all. You'll probably know when the critters are hungry. The gut brain is just about as needy as the one in your head." That was not a thing he wanted to think about so early in the morning. He laughed Nyson's words off, but as it turned out he did soon grow hungry. And not only was he hungry, but his appetites were beginning to change. He found that as he expanded his diet, he craved certain foods he hadn't before. Sometimes it was the texture of game meat, other times the skin of fish. He would often eat the stems of wild vegetables and even eggs if he knew they were unfertilized. Not only this, but he felt as if his very senses were developing. While walking through the woods later that day, he caught a sweet scent from behind a fallen tree, and lifted it up to find an unpicked blueberry bush laying there in the shadows. He picked the berries gleefully, putting each in his mouth until purple juices stained his lips. Then he grabbed a woven pouch and saved the rest for his tribesmen. The wilderness provided him nothing but quiet. No villagers to interrupt him nor overbearing friends to nag him. It was a place where he could sit and think without the judgment of others. He flipped open A New Way Forward and turned to the chapter on meditation to resume his reading. Here he found diagrams of the human body, the labeled anatomy of a motor neuron, and breathing exercises that were meant to aid one in meditative practice. Next to them were paragraphs explaining the goals of different kinds of yoga, and a step-by-step instruction for how to produce an out-of-body experience. He read the passages closely and found that it was beginning to make sense. Darren believed he'd found a way to push the boundary between the conscious and unconscious mind. It was through this crossover of the autonomic and somatic nervous system that he was able to achieve the feats he did. This is remarkable, Raya thought. The ability to fire off adrenaline at will, to contract every muscle fiber at once, it was a power that few could ever have claimed to hold. He hoped that between meditation and his casual exercises, he could enhance his mind-body connection. Yet in order to produce the desired crossover effect, he would need extreme discipline and a fit body to work with. By the creek he got into position, dropping down and churning out push-ups as fast as he could. He felt triumphant at the time, doing as many as 10 in a row. However, it was not enough to unleash the ungodly number of endorphins required for his breathing exercises. He tried again, this time using a thick tree branch to do pull-ups on. However, his arms gave out before he could even accomplish one. At that moment he dropped to the ground, landing straight on his head. It was only then, laying in the dirt, that he realized this would be a project months in the making. An eerie laughter came from the woods, which he eventually realized was Ogadai. The hunter approached him, spear in hand, and gave him a look of pity which he tried to interpret. "What are you doing, Silver Cloak?" Ogadai asked. "Trying to strengthen myself." "Strengthen yourself for what?" "This book says I need to have a strong body to complement a strong mind." Ogadai jeered. "You want to know about strength? I'll tell you something about that." "What's your advice?" He patted Raya roughly on the head. "It's all in here." "What do you mean?" Ogadai cleared his throat. "There are many brave men who will insist that they cannot feel pain. The truth is that all men feel pain. The trick is how much you're willing to show it. A man is what he is on the inside. But on the exterior, he can be like steel. Here, I'll show you. Grab that rock with the jagged edge there." Raya picked up the rock and nervously passed it to him. "Press it into my chest." "What?" "No. Do it, you'll see." "Are you crazy? It will cut you." "It matters not, boy. Press it forward." Reluctantly, Raya did what he was told. He pushed the jagged edge into Ogadai's chest and until the skin began to tear under pressure. Raya immediately pulled away, to which Ogadai responded with, "Harder." Raya then increased the pressure. "Harder." He increased again. "Harder." A few drops of blood began to run down Ogadai's chest, and it was making it difficult for Raya to look. Ogadai grabbed the stone from his weak hands and twisted it deeper into his chest. The blood unhealthily trickled down his skin, though Ogadai did not even wince. He stood emotionless, even grinning as he tore himself a new injury. "That's enough," Raya called out. Ogadai laughed. "You see. It was nothing. Not a wince shone." Raya was unresponsive. "But I'll tell you what, damn did that hurt." He chuckled. Raya was more than a little off-put by his barbaric laughing. "I don't know what that was supposed to teach me. Be like steel. Be like stone. If your enemies can't find a weakness, then you win. Is that why they say you're such a great warrior?" "No, it's because my black blade will cut them in two." "What are you doing out here, anyway?" "There comes a time when a man needs space from his family. I sometimes walk down to the creek to relax and refresh, but it appears someone has already found my spot. I can leave if you'd like it to yourself." "No, enjoy it, Silver Cloak. I have many places in these woods that are home to me. This is just one of many." "Thank you for trying," Raya offered. But the warrior merely chuckled and wandered off. There was not much to be gained by his insight. Other than perhaps Ogadai was an idiot. However, it did remind him what Darren said about putting an emphasis on control. Perhaps now, instead of doing workouts and breathing exercises, he should try one of the mediations described in the book. He sat down on the silty ground and folded his legs into the lotus position. Then, going from memory, he followed the mediation steps just as Darren explained. He started with the focus on his feet, then his knees, then his pelvis all the way to his stomach. Eventually he brought the focus to his heart and his lungs, and steadily up into his head. When the center of focus moved directly behind his eyes, Raya felt something that he hadn't experienced since his time on the pleasure barge. It started first as an awareness of his body functions. He noticed more clearly his pulse and the rise and fall of his chest. Then there were underlying sensations of lightheadedness. A feeling of weightlessness within his own flesh. It was not a feeling he sustained for long, but one which made him wonder about the possibilities of meditation. Perhaps in time, with practice and discipline, he would develop the sort of neural connection Darren talked about in his writings. For now, however, he was neither strong nor disciplined. For now, he was just a lone fool sitting alone with his eyes closed. Chapter 28. It had taken nearly a fortnight for Olin's auxiliary force to reach the vernal mountains. Acid rain had set back their voyage 3 days, and it had taken the clever use of cow-skin tarps to finally power through the storm. The soldiers now camped out on the periphery of the Iula mountain basin, where their tents were pitched for the night. Olin found that leading nearly 200 men northward had not been a particularly difficult task. What was difficult was managing to feed them all out there in the middle of nowhere. Against the best wishes of the Bankaran farmers, his troops had slaughtered many goats and cattle that were meant to be saved for the winter months. These supplies he believed would last them at least 2 weeks longer, but after that they would have to find another source of protein. A Bankaran advisor informed him that there were lakes to fish further inland. Another suggested sending hunting patrols every 3rd day to supply the camp. If neither of these methods worked, they would resort to raiding. However, Olin cautioned against this, for it would only cause their numbers to dwindle. As they set up camp, Olin had instructed 12 volunteers, 1/4 his men, 3/4 theirs, to form a perimeter and keep watch in the event of a late-night raid. Each of his sentries were equipped with whistles, which allowed them to alert their brothers if anything out of the ordinary approached. In the evenings he too would make rounds around the camp, checking to make sure everything was running smoothly. For the most part his survey was successful. The men were just finishing off a rationed dinner and smoking tobacco leaf by the fire. Others were boasting of previous fights or dreaming of the women they left behind. He even allowed them to drink in the evening, as long as they did not get too belligerent. For the most part, however, the troops had gone to sleep. It was growingly increasingly quiet as the minutes went by, and as the fires went out one by one, the campsite began to blend in with the darkness. Olin was making his final round along the campsite when he heard a mysterious chant from inside one of the tents. He stepped closer to hear what was being said, and unmistakably heard the word Tomiki being repeated over and over again. "They dare blaspheme under my command," he thought. In a show of force, he signaled for 2 of his closest sentries to move in behind him. They stealthily approached the tent with weapons drawn, and lifted up the flap to have a look inside. There they found a young Bankaran named Hasagar, knelt over a wooden figurine of the Tomiki demigod. He was conducting idol worship by candlelight. An unforgivable crime in the darkness. No. It's not what it looks like. Hasagar pleaded innocently, realizing he'd been caught. "Bring him outside." The boy was yanked by the head and thrust out of the tent. He put up his hands defensively to block them as they kicked and beat him ferociously in the grass. At the sound of commotion, men came rushing out of their tents, a sword in hands, only to find that there was no enemy in sight. Instead, what they found was a furious Commander Olin staring down on a bruised and beaten Hasagar in the grass. The boy was then dragged over to the nearest fire where the troops could see him disciplined. "You see this blasphemy?" Olin yelled, raising the Tomiki figurine in hand. "This here is what we're fighting against. We now know why the Lord has sent us storms the last few nights. We have devil worship among our ranks." There were shouts of outrage coming from all corners of the camp. He handed the whip to one of Hasagar's kin, and instructed them to strike the man until his back was bloodied. The young boy let out a whelp of pain as the first few streams came running down his shoulders. He was struck again and again, until he was covered with wounds up and down. Olin then kicked Hasegar over, and dropped the wooden figurine back into his hands. "Throw it in the fire," he aggressively commanded. "I want you to burn it. I want you to repent." Hasegar struggled not to sob, and overcame the stinging pain to stand up. He took the figure in hand, stared at it once more, and thrust it into the fire. It disappeared into the flames, burning up like a small piece of kindling. Olin noticed that a few of the other men started to shudder as it was dropped. Clearly the Bankarans were not as converted as the missionaries claimed. This would need to be addressed at some point. But for now he would let it pass as long as they were not worshipping the thing openly. "If I see another one of you worshipping a false idol, I'll hang ya. You understand?" Not a single one of the men failed to nod. "Good. You may return to sleep now. We'll be waking up extra early tomorrow to make up the ground this one lost us. You'll need the rest." The men dispersed, including Hasegar, who retreated to his tent to nurse his wounds. There was a slight tinge of disappointment in Olin's heart that he had to perform such a cruel task. Inflicting punishment was not a pleasure of his, but he could not risk angering God so close to a potential conflict. He took the whip back from his servant, rinsed it in a creek, and returned to bed. They would have a long day ahead of them, and he wanted to be fully prepared. The next morning Olin awoke in a substantially better mood. He scarfed down the breakfast given to him by his servants, and saddled his horse in preparation for the day's ride. As punishment for last night's spectacle, he ran the men at an incline up the mountain pass well into the afternoon. One could see in the soldiers' poor posture that they had not developed the musculature necessary to wear steel armor with confidence. This was reflected even more in the leadership, with Sagadoth showing excess fat on his stomach. "Apologies for last night, Commander," the chieftain said, approaching him on horseback. "Had we known Hasegar was still of the old faith, we never would have brought him. It's of no matter now. The men heard my ultimatum. What I need from you is guidance in finding the demon. Are you familiar with the peoples of this land?" "I am, sir." "You said your last patrol was set upon not far from Morgan's Pass." "That is correct." "Then it could be many peoples. The Farfoots, the Kelkoops, the Sonori, the Machans, the Eluptic, even the Luns are said to raid this area from time to time." "We will search them all then. Which settlement is the closest?" "That would be the Kelkoops. They are about 6 leagues from here." Olin looked to his poorly drawn map and tried to discern a reliable path. "There's a river between here and there, I see. Is it shallow enough to cross over?" "Actually, it's 2 rivers, the Shane and the Tanaloth. One of them is passable if we wish to wade through it. The other, unfortunately, will require a makeshift bridge of some sort. No offense, but I don't exactly trust your men's engineering skills." "It doesn't need to be beautiful," Sagadoth argued. "Just sturdy enough to last us a day. A few well-placed stones and some fallen trees should do the trick. Need I remind you it has to support the horses as well? If even one of our mounts falls into the water, I'll be forced to take your head." "Understood. You won't have a problem," he promised. "We'll see." Later that day, as the sun grew low in the sky, a group of traders were spotted making their way a few miles ahead. They were 5 in number, lightly armed and pushing a giant cart. "Flag them down," Olin commanded his scouts. In obedient fashion, his legionaries rode down to do just that. They were stopped in their tracks and bid to wait while the rest of the auxiliary caught up to them. "Where do you hail from, good sir?" Olin asked the leader among the traders. "The city of North Post, my lord. Our carts are filled with wood and ore and honey if you have the gold." "We do have gold," Olin explained. "But we are not interested in any of your wares." "What is it you desire?" "Information. We are searching for a demon that roams these lands. We want to know which of the villages is harboring it." "A demon?" "I cannot say we encountered any such demon on our path. However, we did notice something that was unmistakably foreign last night." "Yes. What was it?" "The gold?" he asked, extending his hand. Olin reluctantly paid him. There was a hideous beast seen in the skies over Multak Mountain. Too big to be a bird, too slimy to be a bat. It had drooping appendages like a sea creature, and a bloated abdomen that swelled like a balloon. "That's it. That's the demon," Olin exclaimed. "Did you find anyone with it? Perhaps a summoner on the ground?" "We did not, my lord." "Multak," Sagadoth interjected. "That is the land of the Eluptek. If this demon hails from there, it would no doubt be among them." "Well, that narrows it down. How soon could we be there?" "A few days at the most. It's not far from here at all." Olin smiled and tossed the trader another coin. "Gratitude to you. I think we have what we need now. If you don't mind, we'll be on our way now." "Actually, I would like to inquire about the honey," Luekin proclaimed, showing coins of his own. While his underlings did business with the traders and swapped various possessions, Olin and Sagadoth continued their chat in private. "How many men can we expect from this village?" 100 villagers or less, I would say. That is, unless they form coalition with the others. Then we would be looking at somewhere around 500,000. We should strike quickly then. I don't want to give them any time to forge alliances. Perhaps there is another way to go about this that avoids any bloodshed," Sagadoth offered. "Go on." "You see, if our men rush into the village and try to take the demon by force, the struggle will give the demon ample time to flee." "What would you recommend then?" "We don't need a battle. We only need a trade." "What could possibly be valuable enough for them to trade over the very devil they worship?" "I know the chief Mendelin. He came to our village once looking to trade corn for obsidian. It just so happens that at the time, his daughter had been married to a dignified Sonori chief in a little camp along the Shane River. He spoke glowingly of her." "You would have us take his daughter?" "Better to risk one life than the lives of my men and your own, wouldn't you say?" Olin wasn't sure that he trusted the words of Sagadoth fully, yet if he could spare pointless bloodshed he would certainly try. "Show me the way to this village," he said. And together the two were off. Chapter 29. It had been nearly a month since Raya first stepped foot in the Eluptek village, and only now was he beginning to feel fully accommodated amongst its people. In the early morning, a group of villagers took him on a fishing trip along the Tanaloth River. They believed that bringing a silver cloak would grant them good luck. And boy were they right. Before they'd even set their nets in the water, a run of salmon was spotted passing upstream. Occasionally, one or two of them would spring from the surface, leading the men to try and catch them with their hands to no success. It was nearing the end of the fall season, and with winter soon approaching they would need to preserve as many catches as possible to prevent a winter famine. Along with 4 others, Raya cast a net into the water and waited patiently for a tug. The current itself was enough to work his arms, and he felt his muscles gradually strengthening every day he did this. For many a moment there was nothing to notice, aside from the stir of sticks and rocks on the riverbed. Then boom, a jolt that nearly swept the net from his hands. Raya held on tightly, feeling the rope dig in between his fingers, and pulled in unison with the other villagers trying to wrestle the catches out of the water. There had to be close to 30 fishes jiggling in the net. Each of them weighed about 15 or 20 pounds. The salmon were pulled onto land wiggling and kicking, and did not stop until a few others came over with big sticks and began smacking them across the head. Though he knew it was necessary, Raya still grimaced every time a fish was struck. He of course took part in the ritual, ripping their gills and letting them bleed out on the rocks, but it was not something he took joy in at all. His empty stomach was the only thing that motivated him to kill, and even then he did it with a tinge of guilt. It was not as if Raya had forsaken his values to cherish the sanctity of life. The fact that he killed was still a tragic thing. But the more tragic fact was that he had to if he wanted to survive. It would be at least until early spring before any more edible vegetation grew. And even then, the summer provided only a few fleeting months where the fresh fruits could sustain him. Hopefully by next fall he would be gone, back to his manifesta and the ethical diets of civilization. But if for some reason he was forced to stay longer, he would no doubt propose the introduction of agriculture as a solution to their dependence on meat. Raya went back to the riverbank, fighting off clouds of insects who'd come to scavenge the scraps when Giswinder approached. He unsheathed a fillet knife. "It is time the Silvercloak learns how to clean his catches," he proclaimed to all. "I already learned. Ogedai showed me last week." "Is that so? Then let us see." He handed Raya the knife and called over to the other tribesmen. A freshly caught salmon laid flat on a tree stump for him to fillet. Raya looked around to the others, nervously grabbing the blade, and then did what Ogedai had shown him. He cut the flesh just behind the gills in a diagonal pattern, linking the two incisions together. Then he sliced up the belly, caring not to pierce the creature's eggs and organs. When the fish was fully gutted and cleaned, he flipped it over and began to cut along its spine, severing the meat from the body. When he finished, the group was looking over two relatively well-cut fillets. There were still some uneven cuts along the edges, and a few places where meat was stuck to the spine, but overall it was a good cut for a foreigner without any fishing experience. Giswinder picked up one of the fillets and showed it around, exclaiming, "Not bad. Not bad. It's a little jagged around the edges, but it'll do." The others clasped him on the back in recognition. "We may make a man of you yet." Raya laughed off their condescending words and continued cleaning catches well into the afternoon. By the time they were done, he had greatly improved his skills and sat by a mound of well-prepared cuts to show for it. On their way back, a flock of birds known as grey gulls pursued them home. These were a species of seagull that had abandoned the ocean after it became too polluted for their tastes. The grey gulls would swoop down by the trailside, pick at the dead fish carcasses and squawk to each other in beastly delight. Sometimes, however, they would fly too close and get nailed by an elliptic archer waiting to make them into a meal. Back at the village, the smoker was set for their arrival. A fire had been made under the smokehouse chimney, and inside the fish were being covered in whatever natural preservatives could be found. Often salt, sometimes the sugary extracts of fruit. The villagers lathered the fish up one by one and sliced them about an inch thick before baking them in the hot smoke for hours on end. Such practices would be essential if they were to survive the winter. There were only so many animals they could hunt in the snow, and fewer they could fish through a frozen lake hole. As they made preparations in the camp, Nyson and Christo watched with curious expressions. Rarely did Raya venture with the other men into the wilderness, and it was a fresh change of pace seeing him bonding with their tribal hosts. "I hear you filleted many of those catches today," Christo said, pointing to the smoker. "I'm impressed." Raya, who was still chewing on the eyeball of a fish, merely nodded his head. "What are we going to do with all of it?" Nyson asked. "Some we will eat today. Most we will smoke for the winter." "That's smart of them. I didn't realize they had that kind of tech." "The Elliptic have a variety of clever practices I am only just beginning to learn about. Did you know that they can navigate at night using just the North Star?" "The North Star? Which one is that?" Raya asked. "Polaris." Raya's mouth hung open. "Polaris? That's home." Christo finished his sentence for him. "Yes, from the Earth's vantage point they can use it to discern north and south." "What about east and west? What star do they use for that?" "Their own. The chief told me the sun rises in the east and sets in the west quite consistently." "That's genius," Raya thought. It was incredible what useful concepts they'd been able to develop without the use of books or observational technology. Yes. They appear very wise when it comes to the skills of everyday survival. Their worldview beyond that, however, is quite primitive. As is common in every Stone Age culture I've encountered across the stars, Christo said. "I tend to agree," Raya added. They enjoyed a long banter about the intricacies of tribal life, until Raya felt the need to get something off his chest. "There's something I want to talk to you guys about." "What is it?" Nyson asked. "Lately, while reading that book at night, I've been having dreams. Only they're not just dreams. They feel like memories. Ones that you could only download from the Psychonet. It's probably something you downloaded years ago, and then forgot about." They say stress and poor environments can trigger a flashback sometimes. These memories can't be something I downloaded. They're showing me pre-war Earth from the first-person perspective. Are you sure it's not just a phantom memory from the simulations? I know what the simulations are like, this wasn't it. Then what are you saying? You think this dream is more than just a dream? I think it has to be. It's too real to be anything else. Nyson and Christo both stared at Raya dumbfounded. Could their friend really be this susceptible to cognitive bias? What do you propose it is then? I'm not sure yet, but I think the new physics is trying to show me something. Come on, Raya, you can't blame every strange thing that occurs to us on the new physics. Why not? If it can affect gravitational and electromagnetic fields, why couldn't it affect consciousness too? I suppose it could, but what do you think is more likely? The new physics is giving you bad dreams. Or your own weary mind. They're not just dreams. Darren describes having similar visions in his journal. Nyson shook his head. That book is nothing more than a glorified exercise routine. I've read through it and found nothing of good entertainment, let alone scientific accuracy. So you don't believe me? He asked. I don't doubt the authenticity of your experience. But think of it this way. Our bodies have had to deal with a lot lately. We're digesting new foods, fighting off foreign pathogens and doing physical labor way more than before. Do you think it's possible these visions you're having are actually just your brain being overwhelmed with stress? But they feel so real. There's a lot of dreams that feel real, Raya. Your brain makes them in the same regions it produces your regular senses. It's hard to tell them apart sometime, but that doesn't excuse the fact that they are still dreams. I don't know, he said, still unsure. Well, is there anything else in that book that you found particularly convincing? As it pertains to the mission? Not really. Yeah. Neither have I. It's almost like I warned you a 2,000-year-old book wasn't going to solve all our problems for us. Have you tried its prescriptions though? No, I haven't done the yoga. But that has nothing to do with the problem we're working on. It might. How can you know if you're not trying? Raya, if the solution to the new physics was already in our heads, we'd have solved it by now, wouldn't we? I'll sit in blissful silence when I'm on the beach again, not when I'm trying to prevent the cosmos from collapsing. Better than nothing, he said, starting to walk away. Nothing. You think I'm doing nothing? He called back. But Raya was already gone. Does Raya ever strike you as unreasonable? Nyson asked to Christo. Christo smirked. Have you met him? Of course he is. It blows my mind that he would consider a dream a valid piece of evidence. This place has made him a little loopy. It took him nearly 4 days before he'd even go off hunger strike. I worry for his mental health. Christo took a long sigh. I've been worrying about that long before we ever got stranded here. Later that evening, the bulk of the catches had been loaded into the smoker, and the remaining villagers were left with a long period of downtime. In the camp, they sat around looking for something to entertain themselves with when one of them conjured up a game. It goes like this. Giswinder showed them kicking a rock back and forth between his feet. My team will try to kick the rock into your goal, let's say that stump over there. And your team will try to kick the rock into my goal, let's say this boulder by the fire pit. How many to a team? A youngster named Barker asked. 5, let's say. 5. That means there'll be 3 teams. Your team will play winner, how about that? Fine. But who's gonna be the captain of the 3rd team then? I don't know. Megor, do you wanna do it? Sure. He agreed. Okay. What about the rules? No hands, you say. Only to tackle. Giswinder teased. Works for me. The villagers divided into groups of 5 and faced off on opposite sides of the camp. With the small rock being placed on the ground, they each raced towards the middle, trying to kick the rock towards their opponent's goal. It was like a primitive form of soccer. At first, Giswinder's team was winning, scoring point after point on the tree stump. Then, when Mega's boys came in with a new strategy, they reversed the score and left Giswinder exhausted. How pathetic, Ogedai mocked his friends from the sideline. How about you try winning 2 games back-to-back? Giswinder retorted. I think I will. Keen on accepting the challenge, Ogedai stood up and swapped places with Barker as team captain. He kicked the rock with great ferocity, nearly striking one of them in the head with it as he dashed towards their goal. Though the man was physically intimidating, he was not quick enough to keep up with the youngsters' nimble footing. In frustration he cheated, pushing them out of the way and throwing directly at their goal. This proved to be a far more successful strategy, however it led to the boys tackling him down the second time he tried. Get off me, you mutts, he howled at his opponents as they piled on top of him. Ogedai held onto the rock with a death grip. It was not until they twisted his arm and punched the side of his ribs that he eventually took cover. This allowed them to break the stone free from his hands and score another point while he fought to get them off him. What is all the fuss about? Chief Mendelin asked as he walked over. You should join us, Chief. Giswinder replied from the ground. The chief looked around at the bruised and confused group. Sounds like a lot of stupidity to me. If one of you breaks a bone, don't expect me to be nursing you all winter. Oh come on, it's fun, Megor yelled. The chief folded his arms and berated them more, until he heard the sound of hooves galloping down the trail. From what he could see, it was a single rider on horseback. Not a full-fledged attack, but still a reason to be on guard. Who is that? Christo asked the group. I don't know, it kind of looks like my nephew Veden. When the rider came out of the trees and into view, they found that it was indeed Mendelin's nephew. He was nursing a fresh wound on his shoulder, and had an arrow sticking out of his side. What are you doing, lad? He asked with concern. It's the colonizers, Chief. They've taken Grendel. Mendelin's eyes widened in horror. Never before had a member of the village seen him so terrified. Chapter 30. Olin stood atop the burnt rubble of the Sonori village, feeling little remorse for the pillaging that had just occurred. What was left of the tribe's food stores was being loaded up into baskets, and all around the perimeter wooden fortifications were being built. In the rush to loot the settlement, many indigenous lives were lost. However, their main prize, the whole reason for their conquest, had been preserved successfully. Bring her forward, Olin said. Before him, 2 Bankarans dragged in the Eluptek daughter from the cave where she'd been held. Her hands were bound and her legs tied, yet she could still glare at him through painfully bruised eyes. Grendel was the last of her people. A small tribe of 50 that had either died or fled. Olin instructed his scouts to search the woods for any fleeing survivors, but so far none had been found. What is your name? Olin asked. The woman did not respond. Motivate her, please. She was kicked in the side by one of the guards. As the breath burst out of her mouth, she reluctantly replied, Grendel. My name is Grendel. Do you know why you're here, Grendel? She spat at him. A guard went to slap her, but Olin stopped him. You're here because your father hates God. Why does he hate God? He does not share the same wretched God as you, colonizer. Olin frowned. If he's such a virtuous man, how do you explain this? He opened a small wooden box given to him by Father Gazan, which revealed the severed tentacle of Vesbergoni in front of her. The chunk of flesh was burnt to a crisp and had begun to rot in the past month's duration. Its wretched stench now filled the area. What is that? She asked in disgust. It is the limb of the demon who attacked our city. The one your father now calls friend. Grendel looked to Olin, and then to the surrounding men in confusion. Was this a trick? She did not understand what he was trying to explain to her. If you want your people to have a different fate than the Sonori, then I'd suggest you convince your father to give up his new friend. Am I to see him again? She asked with renewed hope. That depends. Will you cooperate? I'll do anything, just please let me go. Unbind her hands. Olin instructed his servants. The Bankaran soldiers cut the rope and let her hands loose for the first time all day. You will remain with us until your father has agreed to treat. Only then, depending on his behavior, will you be allowed to go free. It took every ounce of strength in her body not to burst into tears right then and there. She had no idea where her husband was, but he too was likely dead. She looked at her captor, holding back the rage and pain that encompassed her, and nodded her head up and down a single time. Take her back to the camp. Alert me if she tries to escape. At his command, Grendel was carried off, and Olin was left with a moment to think. He wondered if the Eluptic chiefs would really call his bluff. Could he really do it? Could he put a woman to death and slaughter her entire tribe? There was something in his gut that told him it was wrong. But that was the womanly weakness his father had warned him about. A certain softness from childhood he ought to suppress. If there was to be blood, it was the fault of the Eluptic for worshipping a devil not his own. Their fate was in God's hands. And if he had to follow scriptural law, he would. Please don't make me do it. He prayed. I don't want to have to do this again. You're telling me they took her to get to me? Chief Mendelin asked dumbfoundedly. I'm afraid so. They want something you have. If it's gold they want, we traded it all last winter, I have nothing left to give. No, it's not that. I think they're going to propose a prisoner swap. Your daughter for them, he said, pointing at the companions. For the silver cloaks. They can't be serious. They're dead serious. They're absolutely fanatical about them. I think they believe you're harboring some kind of fallen angel out here. Where was her husband during all this? Why didn't he put a stop to it? He's dead, sir. They looted the whole village. Mendelin's eyes widened, face darkening. Ogedai interjected. There need not be war yet. Where are they camped now? I can rescue her. They're holding out in the remains of the old Sonori village. They should be there for a few more days until the food stores are depleted. We need to move quickly if we are to catch them. The chief clenched his fists in range and shouted obscenities at the heavens. I should have joined that savage Dreadsmith when I had the chance. He may not have been the Tomiki, but he could have burned that city to the ground and spared us all our present misery. Ogedai looked to the chief. Let me go. Once Grendel is free we can slaughter them as we did their kin only weeks ago. I'll not have you throw away your life on feeble heroics. If we want to get her back we have to corner them. Make them feel like they have no other choice. Do we have the men for that? Not now. But when the peoples of this land learn that colonizers have come to occupy them, they'll surely unite. I have kin in Riverside Peak. We should go there first. I will go with you. Giswinder volunteered. As will I, Megor the Lun similarly offered. A silver cloak should come with us. It will help rally support. Agreed. Which of you will join us? The chief asked the companions. You have me. Nyson said. Then it is decided. In the morning, Ogedai and a small group of others will track the whereabouts of the invaders and alert us to their every move. You three will come with me to Riverside Peak to find my cousin Chief Aldaric. The rest of you sharpen your blades and make spears for the coming confrontation. I pray we do not have to use them, but the men of Nankar are a ferocious type. I will not rest until Grendel is freed. The villagers looked up to the chief with a savage look in their eyes. Each of them had grown up with Grendel as if she'd been their sister, and none of them were about to allow a foreigner to so freely abuse her. That night one could hear the frantic sawing of trees and the cutting of stone, as the Eluptek people mobilized for the conflict. Though each of the companions tried to sleep that night, there was little they could do to stop the fear of knowing someone was coming to kill them. They tossed and turned for 2, maybe 3 hours of sleep. And when the sun rose the next day it was a strain to get them off their cots. Ogedai was strapping on a pack the following morning when Christo approached him with a blade in hands. Come to bid me farewell, he joked. I've come to join you. I don't think it's wise to leave your beast unattended when the colonizers are out here looking for it. Oh, I assure you he's well behaved. Besides, Raya remains here. We'll still have someone to look after him. Didn't you hear? Raya volunteered to leave with the chief about an hour ago. Did he really? Christo remarked. The boy never ceased to surprise. The way to Riverside Peak was hardly a trail, let alone an organized path. Raya, Nyson, and an accompanying 6 spearmen trotted through the forest with unusual haste. Chief Mendelin led the group across a treacherous course, swinging his old legs up the stony slope faster than any of the youngsters behind him. His attention was not at all focused on the terrain around him. It was on the thought of his precious daughter, whom he hadn't seen since he gave her away at her wedding 3 years ago. "Take heart, Chief, we'll get her back," Megor said. The chief's face turned sullen. "This ain't the first child I lost, boy. She's the only one I have left." Though the chief wouldn't go into any more detail, all had heard by now the story of his infant son who he'd lost to spotted fever. It was a thought which made Raya grimace. Even in New Gaia, the death of a child was considered an unimaginable horror. Yet at least in their society death was a choice. Raya couldn't imagine getting infected and dying over something as simple as a fever. Health hadn't even been a consideration to him. Most of the time it was managed unconsciously by his exosuit without him even needing to be aware of it. Coming here was the first time he'd experienced real thirst, real hunger and real sickness. It was also the first time he'd felt his legs become too weak to walk or his feet unnecessarily sore. He came to realize there were so many things he'd taken for granted while he lived in paradise. Things that if given to the people around him would make them jump with absolute joy. Even something like being congested, as he presently was, made him rethink his perspective on happiness. What a gift it was to have clear nostrils. What a gift it was to have a throat that wasn't sore. When these ailments cleared up, he would cherish good health in a way he never had before. Perhaps this was why the Eluptic seemed so happy despite their miserable conditions. They took nothing for granted, and had a perspective that appreciated every little quality of their life. This was not because they were great thinkers or philosophers, but because they lived a life deprived of even the most basic comforts. He didn't want to admit it, but there was something to learn from these people. Perhaps there was even something to learn from this dreaded wasteland they called the Earth too. What he couldn't grasp, however, was why the men from the city were so aggressive towards them. "Why do you think they want to kill us?" Raya asked Nyson. "People fear what they don't understand." But are we really so hard to understand? Can they not fathom the thought of other men living on worlds distant to them? It's not that they can't fathom foreigners. It's that they can't fathom the very notion of space itself. Think back to the city. Do you remember being able to see the stars? It was so smoggy from pre-war exhaust that one could hardly make out the sky, let alone ponder what lives beyond it. If they don't know what aliens are, what are they to make of they? He's a demon to them. Some kind of otherworldly figure that is strange, dangerous, maybe evil. If they're so afraid, why don't they just talk to us? You heard what Ogadai said. They belong to some kind of cult. Cult devotees aren't usually known for their open-mindedness. Perhaps if we could communicate with them, we could deconvert a few. The last time we tried talking they nearly killed us, so I'm gonna have to go with no on that. "Hey," Megor blurted out. "There it is." As they stepped over the top of the next hill, they came within view of Riverside Peak. It was the home of the Farfoots. A village seated at a high altitude on the steep side of a nearby mountain. The settlement overlooked a small river that drifted off the edge in the form of a waterfall. It was impossible to reach from its west side, and even from their direction going up proved a daunting task. The entrance to the Farfoot camp was guarded by 2 bulky spearmen. They each stood at about 6 feet tall with intricate tattoos and ancestral beads around their necks. When Mendelin approached them, they pointed their spears defensively. It was not until he removed his hood that they rescinded their weapons in apology. "We were not expecting you," the spearman named Barbuk said. "Nor did I expect to be here either. But our cause is urgent. Tell me, where is Chief Aldaric?" "I will take you to him," Barbuk said, leading the way. Inside the village, the Farfoots were sharing a meal beneath the shade of their extravagant totem pole. Unlike the wooden totem of the Eluptek tribe, the Farfoots' totem was made of pure stone and stood a whopping 20 feet into the air. The tribe was also double their size. There were enough yurts in the village to make entire rows with paths and walkways in between. Though they recognized Mendelin, the villagers' eyes were locked on Raya and Nyson, who were taller than any man they'd ever seen. "Greetings, cousin," Chief Aldaric announced. "What brings you here so unannounced and heavily armed?" "It's Grendel," Colonizers from the south have captured her, and put most of our Sonori neighbors to the sword. What? That's not far from here. Then you understand my urgency. I am asking you to join me. Not to fight with them, but to make a show of force. I want to get my daughter back before they steal her life too, and I'm certain the bastards won't surrender her unless they know they're outnumbered. Aldaric's eyes fled. You have my word, we'll help you. But tell me, who are these strange folks that walk with you? He pointed to Raya and Nyson behind him. They are messengers from the great halls of Sadish. The mere mention of their deity's name sent commotion among the Farfoots. That's an awfully bold claim to be making, Mendelin. Are you sure? The chief looked to the companions. I am. What are you talking ab? Raya began to say as Nyson covered his mouth. Let the chief do his thing. Nyson whispered in his ear. How do you know they're not imposters like the others? Chief Aldaric insisted. Nyson, pull up your shirt. Nyson pulled up his woven shirt to reveal the silvery material that made up his exosuit. It dazzled the eyes of those around him in the same way a gem would. They claimed to be from beyond the sky. I believe them. Is that why colonizers have come here? Perhaps. We're not sure their motive as of yet. Well, sit down, messengers. Aldaric beckoned Raya and Nyson. We have much to discuss before we get moving. I have many questions and would like to probe your wisdom. Shoot. Nyson said. On the other side of the forest, Christo walked with Ogadai through the leafy brush. A stream had soaked their shoes, leaving only Christo dry, due to the impermeable fibers of his exosuit. Had they gone with the whole tribe, it might have taken the entire day to trudge through the open valley. With just the duo, it took only hours. Out of all the companions in his group, Christo was the most fit. He'd done far more than Raya and Nyson to retain his muscular features after the deactivation of their suits. I can't wait to get my hands on them. Ogadai scoffed while leading them down the path. The moment I see one of their ugly faces, there's gonna be an arrow in their chest so fast they won't know what hit them. The plan was merely to observe them and alert the others should they move. Christo reminded him. Yes, of course. My arrowheads will have to wait. I just get so angry thinking about them holding her. She was like a sister to me, you know. Anger is a dangerous tool. It can be used as motivation to defeat one's enemies, but all too often it causes us to be short-tempered and quick to error. The worst thing you can do in a life-or-death situation is get sloppy. Ogadai considered his words. They say you were a warrior in the lands you hailed from, yes? A peacekeeper. He corrected him. And have you ever had an enemy you truly hated? One that made your blood boil just to look at? There was one. A creature named Caius. Did he kill your men too? Not my men, but our associates. How did you calm your nerves against such a man? I didn't. I simply obeyed the orders of my commander not to attack. He says we didn't have enough evidence on him. I disagree. But duty and virtue comes before all personal vendettas. Duty and virtue. We call that honor here. I know. The same can be said on my world. Then perhaps we're not so different after all, Silvercloak. He laughed. Perhaps not. They seemed to be in mutual agreement, but in truth their talk was making Christo reconsider his own commitment to duty. If these invaders were really so gung-ho about killing him, he would have no choice but to resist. And with a weapon now readily in his hands, that resistance would likely result in murder. It had been easy enough to rationalize the taking of life when it came to hunting for sustenance or even swatting the mosquitoes at night, but this was different. Those creatures had been lesser animals. Organisms of inferior intelligence and experiential capacity. In the latter case, they were even giving him bites. To kill a human, though, a being of the same cognition, not to mention the same species, it was hard to justify. He wasn't sure if he could go through with it. Breaking peacekeeper protocol was not an easy thing. But I have to, he thought. I did not choose to fight with them, they chose to pursue me. He did the moral calculation in his head. If I take part in the fighting, I will shed myself of virtue, this is true. But I will allow the mission to continue, which will save more lives. It's a net positive to the cosmos. Simple math. He did not like measuring the worth of a human life in terms of raw numbers, but there came a point where that was the only way it could be justified. I'm in the right, he told himself. It was just so hard to shake his gut intuitions to do no harm. Wait, did you hear that? Ogedai whispered. The duo went silent and crouched down beneath a patch of ferns. Looking out from their cover, they saw a group of armed men pulling a cart down the overgrown path. Those don't look like invaders, Christo said. They're not. I've seen them before. They're traders from the city of North Post. Are they friendly? We'll have to see. Ogedai emerged from his cover, stepping onto the path to reveal himself. Greetings, friends. We don't wish to startle you, but I must inquire about your passage today. Immediately the traders stepped back and drew their blades. This is exactly the kind of ambush they would expect from highwaymen. Their eyes became perfectly fixed on he and Christo as they carefully approached. What do you want, Eluptic man? Do you wish to trade? That depends. What do you have to offer? For your kind. We have many wares of bear skin and cloth. We also have jarred jam and honey gathered straight from the hive. Have you done trade with the Sonoris lately? We're on a trip there now. No, I'm afraid we have not passed through there. What about anything else strange? Have you noticed anyone out here who shouldn't be? Shouldn't is a fairly subjective claim, wouldn't you say? You know what I mean. I might for the right price. What kind of price? Have you any gold? Nope. Nothing like that around here. Then what do you have to offer? He pulled out a .22 caliber round from his pocket. What is that? They call it a bullet. I collect them. It can be fired out of one of those firearm things they use back in the cities. Pretty valuable to those who can make use of it. The trader took the object and shook it in his hand. You ever heard of one these? He asked the man beside him. No, but I've seen the guns they carry around. Mighty fine weapons if you ask me. How many do you got on you? 6. The merchant thought for a moment. Fine. I'll accept it then. Wonderful. Now what is it you saw? We did trade with the Nangkaran expedition about 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were heavily armed, about 150 strong among them. What kind of weapons did they have? Steel blades and armor. Men on horses. A hardy force. I wouldn't want to cross them. What about a woman? Did you see a woman with them? No. No woman. Though some of the young boys might look like women. The trader chuckled. Where did you last see them? About half a day's ride from the Eula mountain. They're likely far away from there by now. Ogedai turned to Christo. Sounds about right. I wouldn't make war on them if that's your intention. Not to say your men aren't tough enough. But I've seen obsidian blades shatter against steel like that. It matters not what our intention is. They have no business crossing the Tanaloth. I see. The merchant hesitated. Not to pry, but word is you folk are harboring something unnatural out here. Is that what the invaders told you? Well, yes. Some kind of demon. We harbor no demon. That is a fabrication of Gazan and his acolytes. Well, alrighty then. The trader said skeptically. Are there any other services you require before we depart? I think it's best you leave the area soon. If indeed the colonizers are near, it may not be safe for anyone. I think you're right, he said, signaling for his men to pack up. It was good to trade with you, Eluptak man. My name is Ogedai, son of Mendelin. And I thank you for the information too. Salutations, they said before departing. When the merchants were out of visibility, the two of them continued on their way. Now what? Christo asked. Now we tell Chief we're out of our goddamn mind attacking that place head on. Well, hold on, those were bullets you had back there. Where did you find them? I find them out in the dirt all the time. They're scattered everywhere if you keep your eye out for them. I've been meaning to ask you about this. How is it that the colonizers can manage to keep their weapons in such good condition after all this time? The firearms? In the old days they dug them up like buried treasure in the ruins of old cities. Then they started raiding them from old bunkers that were sealed so tight even the air couldn't escape. Is it possible there are any more of these bunkers out here in the mountains? Possible. But I've yet to find one. Well, perhaps we should start looking harder. You do realize if we had access to those weapons, it would radically shift the odds in our favor, right? My people have survived with just the blade and the bow in our arsenals for over 1,000 years. Never have the colonizers made a subject of us. Neither will they now. Their weakness is their comforts, you see. They live in houses, sleep in beds, and let others gather their food for them. They might be plenty strong behind their walls and towers, but the longer they stray from civilization, the further they get from supplies, the more vulnerable they become. Given time, their ranks will implode. They weren't born to live off the land. Without help, they'll starve. That may be true. But I think your people would be even more formidable if they had the tech to match their toughness. We have hardly the time to dig for such things. You may decide to search the dirt in your free time if you wish. I have a family to attend to. A family? Christo asked. Ellen is pregnant. Oh my. Congratulations. Yes. That's why I have to make this land safe for my child. Christo grabbed Ogadai on the shoulder as he tried to talk away. Don't do anything that's gonna make this child an orphan now. I won't. Ogadai chuckled. Don't you worry. Is it true they have a flying machine waiting for you? The Chief Aldaric asked in a half-drunken state. I've never seen it in person, but the account they give it too vivid to not be real. Mendelin replied. How could something that heavy possible go up? They claim it distorts an invisible energy called gravity. It has the power to unbound the forces which nail us to the ground. Sounds like sorcery, Aldaric remarked. Or divinity, Mendelin insisted. Whatever it is, I'll be interested to see it put to the test. I'm going to bed though. We've got a long march ahead of us. That we do, Mendelin agreed, raising his pouch of fermented juice into the air. By that time of night, most of the other villagers were asleep. Mendelin sat alone by the fire until he locked eyes with Dr. Nyson, who'd been pacing along the mountainside. Come, Silvercloak, sit. Mendelin beckoned. Nyson walked over and joined him on a flat heated stone. Was the chief pleased by our explanation? Certainly. Your stories boggle the mind. I do have something to ask of you, though. Nyson looked concerned. What is it? You have told me in the past that you know nothing of the great Sadish. That you're from a land beyond the earth, and yet you've never visited his silvery halls. Yes, Chief, I have no idea about any of this. Do you think it's possible that you have forgotten your memory of the place? What do you mean? The chief leaned forward on the rocky edge of his seat and warmed his hands by the fire. In our faith it is told that the Tomiki would be born again into the world with a new body and a fresh pair of eyes. They say he will not know he is the Tomiki until he has had his spiritual awakening. So tell me, have you had yours? Chief, I'm gonna be honest with you. Not only do I not remember having a throne, I'm almost certain the Tomiki doesn't exist. I've been beyond the borders of the sky you speak of, and there is no netherworld up there. Perhaps it cannot be seen with the eyes. It is a realm of spirits after all. Mendelin, I don't think spirits exist. I think when you die that's it, and there's nothing more to see. Look into the fire, my boy. Is there anything you see in the flames? A fire isn't going to change my conviction on this. Please do it for my sake. Fine. He accepted. Nyson looked into the crackling flames and noticed the typical exchanges of orange and white light. The coals burned in a way which left an afterglow in his eyes, and though they did move about, there was no divine signage he could make out of the fire. What do you see? Fire. I see fire, that's it. Nyson responded. Then the chief frowned. Were you expecting me to see something more? They say sometimes the spirits of our ancestors communicate with us through fire. I was not sure what you might see, but I thought I'd give it a shot. I'm sorry to tell you, Chief, but I'm not the savior you're looking for. I understand. He sighed exhaustedly. But if that is the case, could you do something for me? What is it? I need you to pretend you are. For my daughter's sake. I cannot afford to lose her, and I fear the others may abandon the cause if they lose faith as you have. A lone tear crept down his face. I don't think we need to lie. We can inspire them with the truth. The truth is cold, as you've just shown, he remarked, standing up from the fire. Wait, don't leave just yet. Do you have something more to say, Silver Cloak? I'll consider it. Just give me some time. I hope you do. For if there is war, we may never get to your flying machine. The chief departed then, retreating back to his tent. At that moment Raya emerged from his hiding place among the trees and approached Nyson. What was all that about? He wants one of us to play God, Nyson explained. Weren't we doing that already? Yes, but even more so. He wants us to actively participate in their religion so they'll die for us. That's a level of deception I don't think I can get behind. Me either. But is it really any different from eating meat, uprooting plants, or any of the other moral compromises we've had to make? There's gotta be another way, Raya insisted. You're right. I just haven't thought of one yet. Maybe we can talk to Christo and see what he thinks. I think he's even more willing to compromise himself than us. Perhaps so, but it's worth a try. Nyson stared into the fire, secretly hoping he saw what Mendelin described. It would be much more convenient if there was a supernatural force to save them from their fate. As it presently looked, the odds were moving ever against them. And though the winter months would provide some cover, he began to wonder how long it would take before they perished on this foreign world. Maybe the noble lie isn't such a bad thing, he thought, as he imaged dying of a simple illness or freezing. If it's enough to get us home, I guess it's worth it. Chapter 31. At the meeting place between the Tanaloff River and Morgan's Pass, the two tribes finally met. The Elaptic arrived carrying long spears and obsidian knives, while the Farfoots showed up with bows, daggers, and bags of sharpened stones ready to be hurled. They'd assembled in unison in front of a signal fire today, which Chief Mendelin used to draw them in. There was an overall mood of confidence as the tribesmen gathered. That was until they saw Vey. At the moment the floating creature was caught hovering above the trees, the Farfoots ran for shelter, thinking him a monster of the netherworld. Calm, Chief Mendelin shouted. The beast belongs to the Tomiki. It will do you no harm. Reluctantly, the men came to their senses and reassembled in front of the fire. You all know why we're here today. To expel the dreaded invaders. That's right, Chief Aldaric called with dozens of cheers behind him. The colonizer who calls himself Olin has sworn that he will deliver my daughter if and only if we give up the Silver Cloaks. Last night I pondered this question, but alas, I cannot do it. It is true that if I surrendered them, I could have my daughter back and be happy for a time. But to betray the divines, my family would suffer eternally for that. There were nods of agreement from both camps. In this case, we have no choice but to force the invaders into a settlement. Late last Sunday I dispatched a small group of men to make a tally of their forces. This morning they returned, and we have Ogadai here to report what they found. They're said to be about 150 in number, Ogadai explained. About a dozen on horseback and all covered in armor. They've built wooden fortifications around the ashes of the Sonori village, and are holding Grendel there in some sort of cave. The description of the opposing army was more than the Farfoots expected. Never had they faced men in steel armor, and the thought of riders on horseback shifted the odds against them considerably. Chief Aldaric questioned the wisdom of such a contest and proposed a strategy of his own. I say we send 50 men to distract them while my archers take to the trees. When the moment is right, we'll fire on their cavalry and send the camp up in flames. I'll not have us attack as long as my daughter is alive. If we make the first move, they'll slit her throat before we have the time to rescue her. Then what do you propose we do, Chief? If they come in armored and on horseback, they'll cut us down in no time at all. You already heard what they did to the Sonoris. We have to intimidate them. Starve them out if we can. They don't know this area well, and if we dam off the river, they'll run out of water supply before long. Putting them in a desperate situation is unlikely to achieve our ends. If they feel no choice but to fight, then they will, and it will weigh badly for us. We came to support you, Mendelin. Not to die for you. What do you propose then? I say we ask the Silver Cloaks to speak with the god Sadish. If they are indeed messengers of the divine, they can grant us a miracle which will turn the tides in our favor. The chief glanced at Nyson, anticipating the bargain they'd made earlier. Silver Cloaks, what say you? Can you grant us such an audience? The companions looked to each other and then stood up. Christo spoke for all of them, walking up to the signal fire next to Ogadai. My friends, I give you the one known as Christo. Chief Mendelin enthusiastically proclaimed. Instantly all eyes went on him. In truth, it mattered not what he said. Anything proposed by a seemingly otherworldly figure would be treated as sagely wisdom for generations to come. My proud kin, I have something to tell you. It is not something you wish to hear, but something you must know. Many of you have heard tales that I am some sort of warrior god. This is not the case. While it is true that I come from beyond the sky and have engaged in what one might call combat, I'm afraid to tell you I know nothing of this netherworld, nor of any Sadish. If we are to have this fight, then let's have it. But I can't go forward with a good conscience having you believe I'm something I'm not. Your lives are your own. Risk them or not by your own choosing. Just don't do it because you believe someone's commanded you to. Amongst the group, confused faces turned and whispered. Mendelin put his head into his hands, knowing he'd been betrayed. You heard them, they're imposters. I say we trade them now and be done with it before more are slaughtered. They're not imposters. They've simply not awakened spiritually. Chief Mendelin argued. An eruption of argument ensued between the two tribes as they squabbled over what to do with the companions. Stop. We have a plan. There's no need for violence. Nyson called out as the argumentation began to escalate. Mendelin stared confusedly at him. What do you mean? These people aren't here for our land or property. They're here for us. To kill us or capture us or both. I don't know what their angle is. All I know is that it's based on illusions. So hear me out. If we could shed those illusions, rehabilitate their minds, there would be no need for violence. We might even find ourselves with allies. The odds of persuading them into peace are next to zero. Chief Aldaric assured them. How would you even go about doing that, Nyson? Ogadai asked. I have something special planned for them. A magic trick. Something like that. He smirked. Leave it to me. There was an eerie level of silence that overcame the villagers as they judged whether or not they could trust him. What do you say? Do we give them a chance? Chief Mendelin asked his cousin. Aldaric shrugged. Anything's better than facing them head-on. Then it is decided. Mendelin proclaimed. We'll let negotiations work if they possibly can. And should things go south, I will give the signal for our archers to go forward with the shock attack as Aldaric describes. What signal will that be, Chief? An archer asked. Mendelin whistled sharply into the air and grinned. Let's spill some invader blood. Aldaric beaconed to his men. Back at the encampment, Mendelin berated the companions over their spectacle. You made me look very stupid back there. I would not have been able to stop them from sending you off, had opinions went the other way. We understand, Chief, but it's not something worth stressing about right now. Give us a little more time and you'll have your peace. What is this special plan you spoke of earlier? Nyson leaned closer. Do you trust us? After that, I'm not sure I do. Well, you'll have to one more time. Mendelin sighed. You're very unpredictable, Silver Cloak. It drives me to anger beyond reason sometimes. But if it gets us out of this, I'll be willing to look past everything. I'm happy you feel that way. We won't let you down. After the meeting was dismissed, Raya retreated to a soft spot in the moss below the forest canopy. Here he was alone, undisturbed and cut off from the blatant hysteria of his surroundings. With his remaining downtime, he reflected on the things which had troubled him for many nights now. The lucid dreams were becoming stronger, and it was making it increasingly harder for him to get a good night's rest. Constantly, he was waking up to flashbacks of other times and places. Why he was having these visions was unclear, yet they seemed to come whenever his mind was most quiet. Attempting meditation once more, he sat down, stretched his body and entered a form of good posture where he could relax. With his legs crossed and eyes closed, he slowed his breath until it was synchronized with the mantra in his thoughts. What he'd learned over the past few weeks was that it was pointless to try and suppress the distractions which interrupted his focus. Thoughts would inevitably arise as a result of his brain chemistry. His job was merely to redirect his focus every time they occurred. As he continued doing this with greater consistency, he found that he could sustain longer periods of thoughtless awareness. Never before had his mind felt so clear nor his consciousness so fluid. The relaxation itself was more than enough reason to continue meditating, yet on this occasion he felt something different than usual. The dark expanse of his closed eyelids seemed to be replaced with yellow light, and as he felt the heat of the campfire on his hands he realized something was wrong. There was no campfire, at least not in reality. Yet in the vision he was witnessing, it was everywhere. Elliptic corpses lined the mountainside with insects burrowing into their skin. Explosions echoed throughout the valley while blades hacked Nankaran soldiers to pieces. Raya looked down, trying to make sense of the situation when a corpse's body reanimated and grabbed him. "Wrap it up, Raya, it's time to go." Nyson interrupted. Raya's eyes swung open with visible confusion as he looked to the scenery around him. "Snap out of it." "Far?" he asked, more than a little disoriented. "Oh damn you, Raya, we don't have time for this. Don't you understand what's at stake right now?" Raya struggled to his feet. "I'm well aware of what's at stake. It's you who are forgetting why we're here." He grabbed a new way forward and flipped it open, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Nyson grabbed the book from him. "They're gonna kill you over this book, you realize." Raya reached up to snatch it back but was not tall enough while sitting. Nyson shook his head. "Sometimes I think you worship Darren too, just in a different way. It's not the man I'm following. It's the practice. I feel something. A presence. A sensation. Something not of myself. So do all who practice meditation. There's nothing mystical about it." "Yeah. And what are you doing to further the mission?" "What am I doing? I'm trying to get us off this damn planet. You know. The one you convinced Akasha we should visit. Coming here was her idea." "You twist my words." Nyson checked himself. "I'm sorry, Raya, I should not have accused you of stranding us here. No one could have predicted that. That's the whole problem, isn't it? We can't predict anything anymore." "You're right." He sighed. "When we meet them tomorrow, I want you to have this book on hand, okay?" "Why?" he asked, holding it protectively. "It's their holy book. It may be the only persuasion device we have." Raya looked down at the book, confused. If this is their holy book, why do they seem so eager to perform the opposite of what it prescribes? "I'm not sure. But we're about to find out a lot here soon." Nyson extended his hand and helped Raya to his feet. Then, joined by Christo and Vesbergoni, they walked over to the villagers awaiting them and began the long march to Sonori. As Raya paced, he considered the critical words of his colleague. Perhaps he was taking this too seriously. Perhaps the trauma he'd experienced during their arrival was leading him to delusions of grandeur. He considered each of these possibilities honestly. However, what in the world had just happened? It could no longer be said that his visions were merely dreams. He was wide awake moments before, and still he was able to see the visuals. Additionally, the crystal star in his pocket was once again unnaturally heated. Was that mere coincidence? His experiences could mean only one of two things. Either he was going crazy, or the cosmos was even more mysterious than previously thought. Something was going on that his traditional worldview could not explain. And though Nyson would continue to scorn him, maybe, just maybe, he was on the precipice of understanding it. Part 3. The Awakening. Chapter 32. A whistle was blown in the Sonori village, alerting Olin to precarious trouble. He emerged from his tent and grabbed a sword, noticing that a scout was dashing his way. "What is it?" he asked the Bankaran lookout. "An elliptic signal fire was spotted about a mile away, my lord. We think they may be heading our direction." "Do they come to treat or do battle?" "That is uncertain, sir. They appear ready to fight but have brought the beast with them. I don't think trade is out of the question yet." Demon, he thought to himself frightenedly. It was time to face the demon. He turned to Luekin and the other centurions, shouting, "I want every man armed and deployed along the fortifications. Let there be no openings for the savages to break through." The centurions then turned to their men, barking out orders and sounding off their whistles sporadically. It was unknown the degree to which black magic would be used in this fight, and although Olin's men were suited for victory, he was well aware that the supernatural could change his fortune at any time. "Bring me the girl. I want eyes on her at all times." Grendel was brought forward next to him with a fearful look of despair in her eyes. "Your father is coming to rescue you," he reassured her. "Remember to do as we planned." By the time the barbarians were spotted, it was approaching midday. The trees hid their numbers, yet one could identify what seemed to be hundreds of the indigenous folk roaming insidiously towards them. They were a well-armed bunch for savages, holding long black blades and spears. In addition to this, there were women and elderly, which led him to believe that the whole tribe was there. When the figures in the shadows drew close enough to be recognized, Olin began to speak. "Mendelin of the Black Clans of the Elliptic, I call on you to reveal yourself. I have but one thing to ask of you, and we shall have peace." The chief stepped forward out of the darkness and motioned for his men to stand back. "There will be no talking until you show me she's still alive," he spat, looking up in fury towards Olin. "So be it. Bring her forward." Grendel was escorted to the edge of the battlements and shown for all to see. "Dad," she called out gleefully. "Grendel. Don't worry, darling. We'll be getting you out of this soon." "Will you? Answer me this, chief. Have you brought me the gift I seek?" "Oh, I've brought the silver cloaks. And I've brought 1,000 blades too if you dare try to touch them." "Then it seems we're at odds. I have this beautiful woman here to trade. What do you have for me?" "Your life, bastard." "Those are awfully bold words coming from a man of your stature. It appears I have all the advantages here. Not you." "There is no need for violence," Nyson said, emerging from the trees. "I ask for you to parley with us so that we can seek peaceful resolution." Olin was temporarily caught off guard by the sight of a fallen angel. Did he dare risk making a bargain with this devilish creature? "Then I must ask again, what of value do you have to trade with me?" "Information. I promise that if it is not satisfactory, I will go with you at the end of this trip." Olin hesitated. There was a moment of quiet in the camp, as he consulted his advisors. A part of him wanted to launch an attack now and be done with them. Yet considering his enemy's numbers were unknown, he might have to settle for the angel for now. "We accept your parley. Stay where you are, and I will be down there shortly to meet you." And shortly he did arrive. In the middle of the grass between the forest and the fortifications, Olin rode out on horseback. He was accompanied by 2 bodyguards and Luekin Soldius, as well as Grendel and her escort Sagadoth. As Olin marched forward to join his indigenous adversaries, he noticed dozens more of the tribesmen perching in the trees. It appeared they had archers of their own, and plenty of men able to leap over the battlements onto his soldiers should the need arise. "You've assembled quite the force," Olin remarked to Mendelin when they were face to face. "I would say the same to you, but these men are not even your own. We are all brethren in Darren's eyes, though your devil-worshipping mind seems to forget that. Any man that would capture an innocent girl and put her family to slaughter is no brother of mine. Sagadoth, what are you doing here?" "Only what honor demands." The chieftain frowned. Enough with the small talk. I have your daughter. You have my demon. What more now could you possibly want? I wish for you to hear the words this silver cloak has to say. He has told me many things since he descended from the sky, and I have listened to much benefit. You want this devil to hypnotize me with his spells? Olin drew a knife. Tell me why I shouldn't cut his tongue out right now. A devil. Is that what you think I am? Nyson asked. I have seen with my own eyes the evil you summoned. I watched your beast erupt from the flames as it attacked my city. Is that what you think happened that night? We attacked your city. We were running from your soldiers who were trying to kill us. The price of sin is death. He recited. At that moment they emerged from the tree line and hovered above their parley. It took the archers every ounce of their being not to fire on the creature, and from below Olin recoiled in fear as it roared in a language unfamiliar to all. You wanted it. Well, here it is. Chief Mendelin scoffed. Put that thing away before my men kill it. Nyson, worrying for his companion's safety, waved Vey back. Let me ask you, if I were to give you this demon you seek, what would be done with it? It shall be sacrificed to Darren. We will burn its flesh and cleanse its soul, so that the mark of its sins no longer stain our city. Nonsense. There is no sin to be remedied. Nyson replied. Why do you continue to deny the word of God? Because Darren wasn't a god. He was a man like you and me. What do you know of Darren? I know he openly fought against the people who make the kinds of claims you're making. You know nothing of God. We have his book right here. Nyson motioned to Raya in the trees. Come Raya, why don't we show it to him? Raya uneasily approached the parley with Darren's journal in hand. Impossible. Olin said. Not impossible. He stole it on the night we fled your city. It's not the real one. The real book would burst into flames the moment you sinners touched it. Then perhaps we're not sinners after all. Tell me, Olin Wright. Have you read the scriptures before? He reluctantly shook his head no. Can you read at all? He shook his head again. Then you are forced to depend on one who can. Luckily for you, Raya and I come from a society where everyone is literate. Let us read you a passage so you can see what Darren really thought about religion. Raya opened the book to page 82 and began to read. Religion is the epitome of the irrational, the most stringent of the dogmas. It is the idea that one celestial being, one who is in all but name a dictator, rules over us endlessly and without restraint. Not only is such a concept morally reprehensible, it lacks empirical backing. We do not critique religion because we want man to be without an answer in life. We critique religion so that he does not console himself with lies. We wish for him to think clearly and freely, so that he might find a true and more liberating answer for himself. You're missing the context. Olin countered. Darrenism is not a religion like all the other faiths, it is a personal relationship with God. We have a spiritual connection with the divine that can only come through Darren. Oh really? Then how do you explain this passage? Raya flipped to page 212 and began reading again. In my life I have come to many insights that others have considered spiritual. While I'm happy to have helped these people, particularly in regard to yoga and meditation, I would be a fool if I did not put out the disclaimer about gurus. Any philosopher that puts forward his work as the philosophy is not worth following. It is when we deify thinkers, when we treat them as prophets or saints or anything other than a fellow man, that wickedness and dogmatism is allowed to unfold. We would do best to steadfast against these things, and treat all thinkers, especially those we agree with a healthy dose of skepticism. So to all of those who hold me in high regard I say, do not make a cult of my work, for I am just a man. You heard it yourself. Darren was a man, nothing more. Nyson explained. You lie. Olin exclaimed, nearly swatting the book away. Darren said the only way to salvation is through faith in him. Nyson closed the book and pushed it forward. I'm sure that's what the religious authorities told you. Why don't you take this to someone who can read for themselves and see what they say? Olin was sweating profusely now. How do I know this book is not a fabrication? How do I know its words can be trusted? We took it from the temple itself. Go into the clergy chambers and see if it's still there. I guarantee you it won't be. He gritted his teeth. My brothers in the clergy are not liars. They would never deceive me so. They have true hearts. What you are saying is blasphemy. I should kill you now. You don't need to be evil to perpetuate lies. You only need to be mistaken about the truth. How could one ever be confused about a subject this important? Well, let me ask you. Was Nayankaran the language Darren spoke? No. He spoke ancient English. Then the scriptures had to be translated, didn't they? Ancient English, then the English of the wastes, then Thagian, and then eventually Nayankaran. It had to be written and rewritten by dozens of men, filtered by the views and perspectives of each's culture. Don't you think that over thousands of years, some of them could have made mistakes? Don't you think your clergy are still men of flesh and blood and error from time to time? You don't understand. I've witnessed miracles. I've seen them cure the sick, summon light from darkness atop their towers. You can't tell me that's not real. The miracles you speak of can all be explained and performed by man. The potions they use are called antibiotics. And the light is nothing more than electricity running through a copper wire. Go back to your tower and look for the wire. I guarantee you'll find it. Damn you, devil. Quit trying to get into my head. But you know it must be true. You must know that executing an innocent young girl can't be morally right. What kind of loving God would ever permit that? There was an uneasy moment of silence as Olin considered that last point. I know in your heart you feel it's wrong. Why don't you listen? Why don't you do what feels right, rather than what you've been told to do for once in your life? Olin clenched his fist and shook it relentlessly as he contemplated. I'm not telling you to abandon everything you believe in. I'm asking you to investigate it for yourself. You don't need to renounce your faith, just don't kill an innocent girl before you're absolutely sure. Give me that book, he said, snatching it from Nison's hand. The sudden movement caused Chief Mendelin to draw a blade from his sheath, and Luik and Soldius to do the same. There was an uneasy standoff, as Olin held the ancient document in front of him. I will consider what you've said, devil worshipper. Just know that if you have lied to me, I will not come back for just you and the demon. I will come for every man, woman and child of these lands until your people are extinct. And we will be ready to stop you, Mendelin said. Olin gritted his teeth again and turned back. We will be returning now, he told his men. You're going to believe the lies of the barbarian. The demon is right there. Silence, he told Luiken. I will be with you soon, Grendel. Mendelin reassured his daughter. Olin turned back. We will see, Chief. We will see. When the companions were back below the forest canopy, a mixture of surprise and delight was shown by all. Not only would they not have to fight this day, there was a chance their kin might be freed without shedding a drop of blood. You did it. You really did it. You planted a seed of doubt inside his mind, Raya remarked to Nison. I planted the truth. Let's hope that seed grows far and wide. Christo walked up to Nison and gave him a big hug. What's the move now, Chief? Ogadai asked, still alertly watching the invaders from afar. We keep our scouts here and fall back to Riverside Peak. The Silver Cloak has bought us precious time. I say we use it to recruit more allies. What of your daughter? For now I will have to trust in the honor of this colonizer. But Chief, are they known to have any honor? No. But it's the only choice we have right now. He looked up at the battlements one last time, and saw Grendel staring back down at him. Soon, my dear, he whispered. I'll be back. Chapter 33. Atop the wooden walls surrounding the Sonori village a fire had been lit, and in the last lights of dusk a council was assembled. Olin sat at the head of this council with his centurions, Sagadoth, and the other men he'd brought from Nayankar, to inform them of his plan. Most of the men had been too far from the parley to hear his conversation with Chief Mendelin, and it was important now, with so much at stake, that he not take any hasty course of action. I have chosen to postpone the strike against the elliptic until further investigation can be made. The intelligence I have received from the enemy is of pressing concern, and must be presented to Father Gazan immediately. What? The centurion named Levenbach asked. But the demon is literally right there. It's in our grasp. Every day we don't do something is a day the creature can inflict wickedness on the earth. Are you questioning my decision, centurion? Under normal circumstances, no, that would be insubordination. But we are dealing with a force that has been known to infect the minds of its victims. I'm just checking that you're all right. So you're saying it's cast a spell on me? No, sir. I simply think I speak for everyone when I say the Council should know what this intelligence you received was. I'm under no obligation to give protected secrets to a group of underlings. I am calling off the attack, and that is that. Do you understand? The centurion reluctantly bowed his head. There were others who gave mixed expressions, but none dare question the authority of Olin's command. What's more, I am relinquishing command temporarily to Luican Soldius until I return from Nyankar. He has been instructed to hold our position. Not to attack unless attacked. We will monitor the demon's whereabouts until a proper settlement can be brokered. You will obey him just as you've obeyed me now. Understood? Yes, sir. They said in unison. Good. You are all dismissed. I will depart in the morning, and henceforth you will be going to Luican with all questions and concerns. The council was adjourned, and the members slipped away, save for Luican, who was adamant about having a last word with him. What do you want? Olin asked. I don't think you should leave us at a moment this crucial. This is exactly what the enemy is hoping for. I know how you feel. But we must know the truth of this. He pulled the torn passage from the Book of Darren out of his pocket. They are devils, Olin. They're filled with tricks. Yes, but if this is true, it changes everything. You know that, and I know that. It can't be true. He insisted. Generally I'd agree, but these are strange times we live in. And I'd rather be right than risk eternal damnation. Understood, sir. Your family's graciousness has always served me well. I will not lose faith in you now. Nor I in you, Luican. Now tell the men to have my mount prepared in the morning. At dawn I ride for the city. It will be done. In the morning he departed from camp with only 2 loyal riders to act as bodyguards. They followed him up as far as the makeshift bridge by Mount Bastion, before turning around and heading back to camp. After that he was alone in the wastes. He took a hard turn south, and galloped with haste, riding through the dunes and valleys of the barren desert. On his way home, he could not help but contemplate his current predicament. What if the so-called Silver Cloak was right? What if the stories he'd been told in Sunday school were a ruse, and even the clergy themselves were not aware of this fabrication? If this were true, that would mean their city's claim to empire was illegitimate. Their conquests would not be for the glory of God, but the material gain of those in power. Could he really execute a young widow for such a cause? Absolutely not. It already haunted him, the things he'd had to do for his nation. Whipping the young boy Hasagar, putting a village to flame, the only thing that kept him through it all was the belief he was serving a greater good. If he discovered this higher cause to be faulty even for a moment, he might very well fall apart. And beyond him, what would it mean for people like Zokov? His brother had spent his whole life trying to earn a place among the clergy. What would it do to have his highest aspirations crushed like that? He considered for a moment if he would even tell anyone, should the revelation be true. The poor masses he saw on the street, begging, toiling and nursing their cancerous wounds, depended greatly on the hope of an afterlife to stay sane. To take that hope away from them, especially in such grim times, might very well lead many of them to total despair. For a long portion of the ride he was convinced he wouldn't do it. But then a countervailing concern struck him. What about all the wars of religion? What about all those who'd been put to the sword or sold into slavery? Surely they weren't benefiting from this blissful lie. And as he thought of all the wars and conquests that would continue to occur as long as this orthodoxy remained, he realized he couldn't let it stand. That is, of course, assuming their religion was a fabrication, which he hoped with all his heart that it wasn't. "Please, Darren," he whispered to himself. "Guide me on the right path. Don't allow me to be deluded by this demon, or the men around me. Let me cut through the illusion so that I might serve you more faithfully." He prayed and prayed into the night, hoping for a sign, a response, something. None ever came. Either God was ignoring him, he decided, or he did not exist. And with that understanding, a lone tear fell down his cheek. The next week went by relatively smoothly for Luekin, as he assumed the duty of high command. The intelligence reports he'd received told of the barbarians retreating back as far as Morgan's Pass to regroup and plan their next move. While he had not agreed with Olin's plans to delay the attack, his strategists assured him that containing the enemy would not be a hard task. For one, the barbarian food stores were not sizable enough to sustain them for long periods of time. Eventually they would have to fracture, meaning they could be picked off one by one. It also meant that in the case of a head-on conflict, the demon would have less minions to employ. In the commander's tent, which was now his, he examined the quiver of enchanted arrows Olin had so cleverly smuggled in. He wondered when it would be right to reveal these weapons, and who should be the ones to fire them. He still did not entirely trust the barbarians who served under him with the honor. But his Nankaran riders, if truth be told, were not the best shots. Keeping the Bankarans occupied, too, was a necessary task. Idle-handedness caused the men to talk. And talking left the potential for insubordinate thoughts to be expressed. During different hours of the day, he would instruct teams of them to patrol the surrounding area in search of spies. This was just as much to keep them away from each other as it was to keep out the enemy. On top of this, there was firewood to be cut, arrows to fashion, and canteens to be refilled. His own bottle was looking a little dry, and so he fetched a servant to replenish it. Later that evening, when he was preparing for bed, an outside sentry alerted him that the councilman requested his audience. He accepted the request and put on a robe, only to find it was a Bankaran entering. "Evening, Sagadoth. What brings you to my quarters at this late an hour?" "It's the demon, sir. It's on the move." "Yes. In what direction does it travel?" "It's been spotted moving towards the camp. We fear they may be launching a sneak attack." "Then we must be ready at once. Gather your men and have them at formation quickly." "I certainly will. But before I leave, I have something to ask of you, Commander." "What is it?" "Were you there at the massacre of Berafi?" "The massacre? What matter is that of right now? If I am to follow you into battle, I would like to know. Were you there?" "It matters not if I was there. Get out there and gather the men." Sagadoth sighed. "I don't recall you being there. I remember it quite clearly. The way you colonizers put my people to the sword." "Sagadoth, what blasphemy is this?" "You will do as commanded." Sagadoth grinned. "I don't think so, Commander." At once Luekin could hear the clanging of armor and clashing of swords outside his tent. With a loud neigh, his stallion fled its post, leading him to believe the camp had already been infiltrated. "Sagadoth, you tell me now, are the barbarians already here? Why don't you go see for yourself?" Luekin walked outside, and found 6 of his own men butchered and strung out across the battlements. There were shrieks further down in the camp, as his riders woke up to realize their own comrades were doing them in. Luekin turned to fetch his own weapons when the guards behind him stabbed him in the gut. One jagged knife cut into his abdomen, while the other plunged into his lower back. He dropped to his knees, no longer able to bear the burden of his own weight, and gasped a sudden moan of pain. "You know what words of comfort your men gave my father Oregonar before they took him from this world?" Luekin managed to choke out the words, "Curse you! Curse you!" Sagadoth smiled. They told him he'd be burning in hell with his false god shortly. Luekin merely twitched and was stabbed again. "So hear me now, colonizer. When you meet the rest of your wretched kin in the afterlife, tell them it was not the demon who did you in. Tell them it was the proud Berafi people taking back their true name." Luekin tried to hiss a response, but no wind could escape his chest. Then with a stroke of Sagadoth's blade his head was parted from his shoulders. Not he nor a single Nangkaran man made it out of the camp alive that night. Their bodies were stacked and burned together just as the Baratheons had been burned all those years before. There was a hint of irony in knowing they would die on the very same ground they'd stolen from others. Eventually, as the great Sadish once said, all things come full circle. Sagadoth turned to his scarred pupil Hassigar and clutched his forearm. "Thank you for keeping the faith when so many of us didn't. When we meet the Tomiki and his friends, I am sure they will all speak favorably of you." Hassigar embraced Sagadoth in return and clasped him triumphantly on the back. "We have our freedom now. That's all that matters. Now let's get back to pulling down these barricades." Chapter 34. Up and down Raya went doing push-up after push-up by the creek. His fitness was not at all where it needed to be for the coming conflict, but he found that as he continued the discipline he grew increasingly stronger. The week before last he could only do 15 push-ups. Now he could do 25. His body was quickly catching up to this brutal world, and it made him sore from feet to shoulders. It was not uncommon now for him to run a few miles every morning, nor was it uncommon for him to practice archery with the villagers. Doing these tasks was giving Raya a newfound respect for the men he'd once called savages. Strength, whether it be exercise or in the form of hard labor, was a quality that was harder to maintain than he realized. During the breaks from his wartime preparations, Raya would sit by the river and reflect on what he'd learned since coming to Earth. He'd read through A New Way Forward 3 times before it was taken from him, and yet still he wished he could read through it again. One of his favorite passages, from the chapter titled The Real Enemies, described Darren's experience during the height of the End War. It portrayed in gruesome detail the horrors of an ethnic cleansing, 2 suicide bombings by religious extremists, and a series of nationalist purges that left thousands dead without any sense of remorse. As Darren reflected on these atrocities, he found that there was an underlying principle that all his enemies shared. One that was not clearly shown on their uniforms, but one that was visibly present in their actions. The passage stated, "Certainty in one's position is what all fundamentalists have in common. It matters not if their ideology is political, material, or supernatural. Once a man is convinced that his truth is unalterable and absolute, he will follow it wherever it takes him. This is why the religious fanatic straps bombs to himself, knowing a sympathetic God is approving. This is why the nationalist soldier commits atrocities for his flag, for he knows his country can't be wrong. This is why the racist persecutes the minority, for he knows his race is the superior." At first glance one might think these individuals are distinct, for their ideologies are vastly different. But ideology is but the clothes one wears in any intellectual pursuit. It is not what one thinks that matters, but how they think. My enemy is not one ideology, one group, or one nation. It is the thought process that says my way is the only way, and it must be exported by force. It is ignorance and dogmatism that is destroying the world. The sooner we cure this disease of epistemology, the sooner we can enjoy a planet that is no longer plagued by stupidity. This, perhaps more than anything else, was what bothered Raya about the coming conflict. It was not simply that they wanted to kill him. It was that their reasoning was based on a lie. If Vesbogoni was indeed a harmful demon, Raya may have agreed with the Nangkaran's violent ends. But it just wasn't the case. How many good people will have to die because they believed in a lie? He thought. Now more than ever he wished that his ancestors had been just a little brighter, and not bombed themselves back to the Stone Age. When Raya returned to Riverside Peak, he was surprised to find that their numbers had more than tripled. Some 800 men, women and children had come to join their coalition, and more were on the way. Warriors as far as the Kelkup Canyon were now practicing archery on wooden stumps. Machin men with their razor-sharp spearheads were sparring in the yard. Even some of Mega's long-lost kin, the Lunds, had arrived and pledged to serve in the tribal coalition. When Mendlan said they'd received fighting men earlier that day, Raya had expected to see warriors of at least Ogadai's age or higher. However, many of these men, so to speak, were no more than boys in their early teens, barely strong enough to hold a sword. To think that they might fight and die, and cease to exist all before the age of adulthood, had Raya feeling considerable pity for each of them. At these boys' age he'd been little more than a helpless child. He couldn't even cook for himself, let alone fight to the death. Yet here they were preparing for a cause that might very well kill them. It was tragic, and yet inspiring to see how fearlessly they practiced out beneath the hot, grueling sun. In pathways all along the mountain range, fortifications were being dug into the rock. Archers' nests of log and twine lined the trees, and throughout Morgan's Pass spear traps had been laid to send intruders falling to their death. If ever their camp were to be invaded, they would put up a vicious fight. Not only were the men and women of this great land physically strong, but they had the home field advantage and were not afraid to use it. Vesbergoni, too, could be seen helping with the war effort. He grabbed boulders 2 at a time and flew them over the mountains faster than anyone could run. The plan was to roll them onto an advancing army, should the invaders try to scale up the mountain. The altitude of their position meant that they could see the enemy coming from miles away. "That's one well-trained pet you have there," the chief Aldaric mentioned to Christo. "It took me forever. You should have seen how stubborn he was when I first got him." They both chuckled, but as it turned out Vey was more motivating than the rest of them combined. Though the new arrivals had been convinced that Vey was not a monster, it was hard to shake the feeling of a mystical presence among them. When the creature was in their sight, they worked harder than ever. It also boosted morale knowing such a thing was willing to fight on their side. "I don't know why the invaders would ever want to kill it," a youngster from the Machen tribe remarked to his father. "If anything, I'd want to befriend it. Look at what it can do." A beast of such majesty would never fit in among the civilized folk. They care only for building their wicked contraptions. They care nothing for the living. True. That seems to be their goal in life, to destroy all that is beautiful. I heard they even cut down trees to build their houses. Imagine being lucky enough to find something that grows out in the wastes, and deciding your best choice is to kill it. They call us savages. I say they're the real savages. Raya overheard the conversation and felt his heart sink. Even the trees were a precious commodity to the tribesmen. He considered what a delicacy it was to have fresh air on this world. To drink clean water and know you were not at risk of infection. How he missed the old days on New Gaia when such luxuries were commonplace. If ever he were to get off this world, he would return and produce gifts for all of them. That night dozens of campfires were lit beside the edge of the Shane River. It was here that the coalition forces planned a feast of sorts. They thought it best to smoke and drink and eat as best as possible while safety provided they still could. In the vicinity of the camp, one could smell the aromas of freshly cooking meats being prepared on an open flame. In one such camp, a Machen family roasted a leg of mountain goat to perfection, while on another the Aluptek mixed their best smoked salmon with forest herbs. The chiefs welcomed the companions to a meal around their fire, offering them a plethora of bizarre dishes to choose from. Christo had been given a ladle full of pickled deer fat, while Raya was crunching on the carcass of a boiled shrew. It was not the best meal they'd ever had, but to say it was exotic was an understatement. Chief Mendelin took one bite of the carefully seared elk tenderloin, and felt the deliciously hot juices drip from his mouth to the fire. He smacked his lips as he finished the meal and wiped his oily fingers on his coat. "What do you think of the taste, Silver Cloak?" "Delicious," Raya reluctantly lied. "We caught the pests just this morning." "You're in luck. They're fresh." He hoped they would not offer him another bite, yet he still felt more fortunate than Ogadai, who was dining on a bowl of dragonfly stew. "It's actually quite good," Ogadai replied. "This time of year we can't usually find the critters. Usually we gotta dig up the ones we've buried." The thought made Raya's stomach turn. Later in the night, Giswinder came approaching their camp with a gift in hand. It was a wooden coin meant to put on one's eyes after death, and had been engraved with the familiar markings of Sheogol, the lunar spirit of death. "Take this." He handed the coin to Christo. "I know you don't believe in the netherworld, but we may be entering it all too soon." "Thank you." He took the coin thoughtfully. "You're a good man, Christo. I'm sure the Great Sadish will accept you into his halls. If the Great Sadish is real, I'll be honored to join him." "Wish you well," Giswinder said before departing. Christo held the wooden coin in his hand, and considered the role religion played in Eluptek society. Even if one did not believe in it, it was key to understanding them, for they lived very much as if it was. "Get a look at this," Christo said, showing Nyson the coin. But Nyson was not paying attention. He wore an awful look on his face that only worsened as he stared at the faces of the soon-to-be corpses. "What's wrong?" Christo asked. "Nothing. I've just been thinking, our lives are so precious, and yet these people spend their time fighting over tiny pieces of land or different notions of God. What good does it all do? Any border they try to construct would look microscopic from space. And if it's possessions they seek, these people barely live long enough to enjoy them. What's the point in hoarding wealth if you only have a century to live?" I don't think they're looking that far ahead when considering these things. I know they're not. That's the problem. Overhearing their conversation and greatly intrigued, the Chief Aldaric approached. "What's it like going beyond the sky, anyway? It is beautiful up there," he asked. Nyson smiled. "Imagine being able to see the stars all around you. Not just above you, but left and right and below you too. Imagine being able to float in the air as if it was water. That's just the beginning of what awaits you beyond the sky." A sense of wonder came over Chief Aldaric as he tried to imagine having stars below his feet. "I can't fathom," he finally admitted. "It's a wonderful joy I wish every person could experience. There are things out in the cosmos that words cannot describe. Wonders seen that cannot be unseen if you're brave enough to uncover them. We will see it when we get to your flying machine, correct?" "Oh yes, definitely. We're promised Chief Mendelin he can be the first ambassador to our people. Perhaps you can be the second." "What a wonder that would be." Aldaric stared up, dreaming of sky people. With the moon quickly passing overhead, and night turning into early morning, a new and profound ritual was about to begin. From out of sacks and wooden boxes, new medicines were dispersed for all to share. The villagers took the herbs, loading them into their pipes, and lit them in the flames before inhaling the smoke. Behind them, musicians played eloquent songs on wooden flutes, and with flat drums they created a beat which the tribesmen could dance to. "Care for a mushroom?" the shaman Antoine asked, carrying a plate of medicines. Raya picked up the fungus and peered at it curiously. "Are you offering me a drug?" "Wistachia, we call it. It means food of the gods." "It's an intoxicant, Raya, don't try it," Nyson urged him. For a moment he contemplated taking the hallucinogen, considering all the insights it might provide him. However, there were no neurologists on hand to assist him should his experience go haywire. "Not tonight. Perhaps another time," he told the shaman. Antoine rescinded the fungus and went to another to offer his magic. Around the campsite, elders and shamans of similar persuasions were out doing the same. Some, particularly in the Kelkup tribe, preferred a drink derived from cactus flowers. Others smoked the leaves of a strange green shrub called marawa, which the Machans offered as a natural painkiller. From what Raya could tell, the villagers believed that by altering their consciousness they were connecting with something beyond the physical. It was in these states of distorted awareness that they experienced voices and images that were meant to guide them on their spiritual journey. He was flattered by the fact they invited him to join this sacred ceremony. However, a change in consciousness was not what he needed right now. What he needed was clarity of thought. For if they were to complete the mission, they would first have to evade the coming disaster. Retreating to the wilderness now, anger gripped him. Their mission was on the verge of failure, and still nothing had brought them closer to solving the new physics. He fell down, landing hard on his knees, and begged the universe for a sign. "Please give me something tangible," he whispered. "No more miscellaneous visions, give me an answer." His words were not so much a prayer as much as they were an expression of sorrow. He wanted to be off this world. Back in paradise. Back with the people he cared about. More than anything, he wanted to know the truth, and it increasingly felt as if that was out of reach. Suddenly, though, upon touching the ground he detected a pulsing sensation coming from the crystal star. He held the object to his chest, feeling the warmth within it, then drifted off into a deep slumber. Though it was not how he pictured, his wish was granted. Chapter 35. As Raya drifted to slumber, he once again found himself within the skin of James Darren. He was on the shores of a warm equatorial peninsula, and much younger than in his vision before. With him was an old man with a long beard, who, if memory served right, was known as Raymond. Raymond was a shaman of sorts. One who dabbled unhealthily in psychedelics, and was prone to making predictions about the future. The two of them walked along the northern shoreline, heading deep into the wilderness where no one would find them. "Where are you taking me?" he asked. "You will see in time." Raymond led him first over a beach bluff, and then onto an overgrown hiking trail covered in ferns and rotting tree trunks. They followed the trail for many an hour, until they reached a stone structure laying at the base of a mountain. Darren could tell from the old architecture that it was not a structure built in this century. The limestone bricks reminded him more of the ancient pyramids than any building of modernity. The entrance to the structure went deep underground and forced them to navigate without torch or flashlight. The air inside was dry and musty, and one had to reach out with their hand to make sense of anything. At the bottom of the stone staircase, Darren found himself in a closed-off chamber. "Where am I?" he whispered in the darkness. "You are in the temple of the Planeswalker." Raymond snapped his fingers, and around him, hidden torches ignited, revealing a circular room filled with countless stone artifacts. Upon the walls were hieroglyphics depicting stories of epochs past. Above them were tapestries covered in religious imagery. Littered throughout the room were statues of monks in the lotus position, and chained to the bookshelves were long antiquated journals containing mathematical equations and complex numerology. "What is this place?" he curiously asked. "It is a place of memory. A time capsule from an age mankind has long forgotten." "I don't believe what I'm seeing." "Is this real?" "It's as real as ever. Now focus, James. There is much to teach, and you must learn. For on the morrow, this place will be decimated by aerial bombardment. Once it is destroyed and I have died, the knowledge it brings will live on solely through you. If they're going to strike this place, we must evacuate it immediately. It should be a World Heritage Site, not a ruin. We don't have time for that. Please take in all I am about to tell you." "Okay." He agreed. Raymond motioned for him to follow. The two of them approached a giant geometric sculpture in the middle of the room labeled "Truth" by the plaque below it. The sculpture was shaped like a cube within a cube, with many interior lines drawn at 45-degree angles. He was not sure what shape it was, or what significance it had to their mission. He knew only that it was beautiful and awe-inspiring in its design. "This here is a tesseract. Are you familiar with the term?" "I'm afraid not." "It is a conception of geometry, often called a hypercube. Once you understand it as an analogy, you will be able to grasp everything I'm going to teach." Raymond picked up a torch and held it to the wooden box he carried. It cast a great shadow which Darren watched on the floor. "You see that shadow there?" "Yes, I do." "What shape is it?" "A square." "And what is the difference between a square and a cube?" "The square lacks depth. It exists in 2 dimensions while a cube exists in 3. "Precisely," Raymond said. "Now tell me, if a 4D cube were to cast a shadow, how many dimensions would it have?" "I guess it would have 3, Darren replied. "And what would the shape of this 3D shadow look like?" "I don't know." Raymond pointed to the sculpture. "It would look like the tesseract. For just as a square is a 2D imprint of a 3D cube, the tesseract is the 3D imprint of a 4D cube. If ever there were to be a 4D object, this geometric pattern would be its shadow." "I understand, I guess. The problem is there is no 4th dimension, is there? There are many planes of existence that occupy space and time. Some are with us in this very room right now." Darren looked around, trying to see what Raymond was talking about. "You will not be able to see these planes using the eyes your body gave you. They are of no more use to you than a noseless man trying to smell, or a deaf man trying to hear." "How can I see them then?" "To perceive them you must first understand what they are." Raymond grabbed a book from the shelf, and opened up to a picture of a diagram. It was an illustration that looked almost like a mapping of space, however there were no stars. only circles with unknown quantities inside. The planes of existence are realms far different than our own. You might think of them as parallel universes. Each has their own unique laws of physics which causes them to exist in a different way. On some of these planes, the strong forces in atoms are weaker, preventing stars from forming at all. On others, the gravity is too strong, causing all the particles to clump together. We can understand these types of planes because they share the same basic characteristics with our own. However, not all planes are so familiar. Some exist without time or energy or matter or spatial dimensions completely. A universe without time. How does that work? Does everything happen at once? In these universes, there are no material things to begin with. There are no happenings to overlap each other. I don't understand. Of course you don't. How could you understand that which is without time while you are still living intimately within time? I couldn't. This is why the planes are such a mystery. You cannot use any of your evolved senses to understand them. But you spoke of planeswalkers. You said there are those who can go between them. Yes, but planeswalking is a metaphor. Traveling between them is not as easy as building a spaceship. One cannot physically travel to a realm that has no concept of distance. Nor can one move in a universe where motion is a meaningless concept. Then how do they do it? How does one planeswalk? Each plane of existence has different characteristics that define it. Which means that if one is to communicate with the other side, they must first find a constant. Some characteristic of their universe which exists simultaneously on the other side. Has one ever been discovered? There has. At first we thought it might be something physical like photon signaling, but that didn't seem to work. Then what was it? He asked with curiosity. The only thing the makers of this temple ever discovered that could exist across all planes of existence was consciousness. Consciousness was the constant which balanced their equations. It was the one characteristic of our universe that was shared across all others. Consciousness? How did they discern that? As you can guess by now, some of these planes are inhabited by beings. Not creatures with physical bodies or typical emotions. But beings that are nonetheless aware. Their consciousness is just as real as ours. And throughout time and space there have been attempts made by both sides to communicate. This temple we stand in was built by people who were believed to have seen them. They kept records here of all their encounters and tried to piece apart which were real and which were fabrications of the mind. You're saying they merely experienced it in their heads? No physical proof? It's a little more complicated than that. When an immaterial being tries to manifest into a material world, they appear translucid, almost like a ghost. They cannot interact with physical objects nor leave their mark on the earth. So usually what they do is try to communicate through sensory information. This is what we'd call a vision. Now I'm not saying there aren't mistakes in cognition like hallucinations, there surely are. But there is real communication going on between our monks and the other side. That much I am sure of. So you're telling me the religions are real? I'm saying religious experience is real. How people interpret them is often flawed and subject to political hijacking. Darren paused, more than a little dumbfounded. How is any of this possible? It's really quite simple. You see, our universe behaves under consistent laws of physics. But when it interacts with another universe with its own laws of physics, things change. The different parts of the multiverse affect each other. And when these temporary suspensions in the laws of physics occur, it creates an effect we would otherwise call supernatural. What I'm describing to you is not magic. By learning planeswalking, not only will you be able to understand the laws of physics. In time you'll be able to bend them. This is what I've wanted for you all along. But if this place is to be destroyed, how will I ever learn? Raymond extended his hand and placed a small piece of rose quartz in Darren's palm. It was carved in the shape of a star and warmed unnaturally in his hand. What is this? Darren asked. This is your key to planeswalking. It looks like a natural stone, but it is far from it. The crystal star is a machine that was forged in another dimension long ago. It was brought to our planet so that human beings like you and I could make contact with the other side. The planeswalkers? They built this. They did. And now I give it to you. How do I use it? With your mind. When you are calm and focused, the device will begin to reach out to you. This is why you've been teaching me meditation, isn't it? You were training me for this. That is correct. The better focus you have, the more control over your thoughts, the more effectively you will be able to wield the star's abilities. What can it do? He asked curiously. Raymond smiled. That is unknown even to me. Its limits are bound only by the size of the mind who wields it. But when I'm ready, can I talk to these beings? See other dimensions? Perhaps. But I wouldn't get too excited just yet. It took me long years of practice before the star would even reveal the slightest bit of knowledge to me. I promised to be patient. Well, good. Raymond smiled. I am proud of you, Darren. Never have I had a pupil like you. Unfortunately, that's why this next part is so hard. What is it? This is where we part ways. You must go and continue your revolutionary work. The world needs you more than you'll ever understand. Your friend Boz needs you too. Where will you go then? My work has come to its completion. I will stay here in the temple until my time on this earth comes to an end. But you'll die if you stay here. Yes, and then I shall finally discover if consciousness can survive the death of the body. Raymond, there's no reason to think like that. Please come with me. I'm an old man, Darren. The world is no longer in need of men like me. It needs young people like you, who can lead humanity off this world. But I could use your wisdom. I don't yet know the way. All the wisdom you need is in that star right there. Darren gave up. Before I leave, there's one more question I must ask. Yes. This temple. It can't be the only one. Are there others I can visit? Places I can learn from? There are, but not on this world. The next closest temple is believed to be along the constellation Draco. It's light years away though. Too far for even our best astronauts to reach. Darren replied, but his words became too distant for Raya to hear. Slowly his mind was retreating from the memory, exiting the cerebral trance. Now, reassuming his identity, he found himself shaking awake. He grabbed the crystal star off the ground and found that it was hot in his hand. That's it, he exclaimed. Suddenly he understood the source of his visions. The reason why his fears had evoked a new physics event, and why their suits were so horribly broken. The item in his hand was not just a mere mineral. It was a machine of extra-dimensional significance. How to use it he had no idea, but if the vision could be trusted, there was another place where he could learn. Draco, he thought to himself. If ever I get off this world, those are the stars I will search next. Chapter 36. Olin held the scripture in his hand and shook his head. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. If what the fallen angel had told him was accurate, his entire life had been a lie. All those Sunday mornings sitting in the temple listening to sermons, all those dinners giving praise to a man who was not listening, the thought shook him to his core. The only way he could ever verify the passage is if he found one who spoke ancient English, and even then they would have to be one who was not compromised by the biases of the church. He approached the gates of Nankar after nearly a week in the wastes, and found the gatekeepers startled by his presence. Is that all that's left of you? One of the city watchmen asked. No, all of our men are intact. However, I have urgent business with Gazan and seek counsel with him immediately. One moment, the watchman said, drawing on the strength of 10 horses to pull open the gates. When Olin rode into the city, he found there were considerably less beggars than he'd remembered. Street mobs seemed to have seized most and sent the rest into hiding. This gave the illusion of cleaner, safer neighborhoods, when in reality they were all the more dangerous. Ever since the purges began, the populace had become fractured. The paranoia of being accused of witchcraft had neighbor accusing neighbor to project their own virtue. One of the city's most prominent figures who'd stayed relatively level-headed during the terror was Baron Braddock, a powerful man who'd made their family's acquaintance years before. Baron was known for having multiple scuffles with the church. During one very public disagreement with the Father Davary, he was caught screaming obscenities and almost got his family excommunicated. Ever since then he'd gone quiet, keeping to himself in his mansion. Olin had always been one to keep his distance from such a man. But on a matter so sensitive, he desired such daring objectivity. Arriving at the Braddock estate, he was accepted rather swiftly. Baron was at the hearth by his fireplace, reading over an old copy of the Jasler's Fables. Olin Alden, what gives me the pleasure of your acquaintance this day? I return with haste from the wastes after making contact with the demon. Baron's eyes widened. What are you doing here, then? Why aren't you with your men? I received a piece of enemy intelligence from the barbarians, but I cannot read it. Tell me, can you read ancient English? I used to better than I am now, but I'll certainly try. What is it they gave you? He drew the sacred text from his pocket. It's this, I cannot make sense of it. Baron grabbed it, turned to the marked page and squinted his eyes. Interesting. It's written on a very old type of paper. Here, let me give it a try. Then, to Olin's surprise, he recited the passage word by word, line by line, confirming everything the barbarians had told him. Impossible, Olin declared in disbelief. Do not make a cult of my work, for I am just a man. Who is this passage concerning, if I might ask? Darren. They claim it's from the Book of Darren. Nonsense. I've read the Book of Darren a dozen times. It doesn't contain such a passage. I'm not talking about the copies they give commoners. I'm talking about the original text. Suddenly Baron gave Olin the most serious look of his life. What are you saying? That night when the demon was spotted in the city, our enemies claim it wasn't trying to attack us. They claim it was trying to get the book out of the temple. Why would the creature do such a thing? To show us the truth, supposedly. What do you think of it? Do you believe it's true? My heart doesn't want to believe it. But my mind has many questions. Then there's only one way to be sure. Yeah. What is that? We have to check the clergy chamber for ourselves. Olin hesitated. What you're speaking of doing, it's blasphemous, it's wrong. If we dare disturb a sacred landmark and our theory turns out to be incorrect, we risk eternal hellfire for what we've done. Not to mention execution. I believe if the good Lord is real, he'll understand our skepticism. Given the evidence we've been presented, we have to take a look. It's our duty as thinking men. Olin's fists clenched as the weight of his decision began burdening him. You will help me? Absolutely. Why? Why risk it? Baron lifted up his wool shirt to reveal a nasty tumor draping over his gut. The overactive veins pumped his skin red with blood, and with every move he made, a ripple of pain shot across his torso. I know I don't have much longer on this earth. That is my fate and I've accepted it. But if I am going to leave this world, I'd like to leave it serving a cause I know is true. Olin smiled. Then it may very well be death for both of us. Regardless of what we discover. I'm afraid so. I should have known the demon would lead me to ruin the second I agreed to go after it. Such is the fate of men who are willing to take on great challenges. But I wouldn't despair just yet. We may discover something that changes everything we know about God. I just worry what effect this heretical information could cause. Then let us go before the night is late. I would have the truth be known to all before any more blood is spilled. I agree. That night, the two of them departed from the Braddock estate dressed in clothes that would in no way indicate their true identities. Olin wore a long hooded robe which shielded much of his face from peering glances, and Baron wore the coat of a commoner bundling up extra thick for the winter. Walking the streets at night was dangerous both because of thieves and overzealous city guards. And for this reason the duo took a back alley behind the marketplace district, where they would not be detected. Surrounding the Holy Temple was a group of city guards, which routinely patrolled the many entrances from front to back. Ever since the arrival of the demon they had doubled their efforts to keep the place safe and secure, which meant getting in unauthorized would prove a daunting task. Luckily for them, there was a change of shifts at midnight which left one of the side entrances temporarily unguarded. Seizing on the moment, Olin pulled a set of keys from his robe and began fidgeting with the door. "Where did you get those keys?" Baron asked. "Took them from my brother this morning. As a scribe, he has access to the temple archives. The crypts are not much further down. I'm surprised he would let you part with them. He didn't even know I was there." Olin twisted the door open and stepped into the empty room. At this time of night, it was unnerving to see their place of worship empty and without lighting. Usually he would have sat in the front few pews, with the other members of his family, and listened to a sermon. Now he was not only breaking his devotion to the temple, he was openly burglarizing it. Together he and Baron stepped behind the pulpit, and headed for a door which led to the clergy chamber. "The moment of truth," Baron said, stepping inside. In front of them was a glass case known to house the sacred text. "Will you do the honors?" Olin stood in the center of the chambers, staring reluctantly at his hands. "I don't know if I can do it," he admitted. "You've already come this far. There's no turning back now." Olin agreed. He looked down, took a deep breath, and then gently lifted the case. There, to his bewilderment, was an empty container. No books, no papers, not even an accumulated dust. He felt around in the dark, but there was nothing to find. "Well, there you have it," Baron said unenthusiastically. Olin didn't want to believe it. He searched frantically underneath and around the case, looking for signs of a book that just wasn't there. "They were right," he said, dropping to the ground. "My God, the barbarians were right." Tears began to spring from his eyes as his whole world came crashing down. "We must let everyone know. The scriptures have been lying to us. Everything in our temple is based on a falsehood." "What does this even mean?" Olin sobbed. "Are we still going to hell? Is there even an afterlife to look forward to?" "Olin, I know this is difficult, but you must keep your voice down. These chambers have great acoustics. What's the point in even hiding now? Our lives are all forfeit anyways." "Don't talk like that. You've uncovered a great truth. You'll be praised by the people once they understand." "I don't know about that. I'll be branded the destroyer of hope. The man who killed God." "I wouldn't be so sure about that. But we can discuss it later. First, we have to get out of here and let the world know." Olin slid the lid back onto the display and stared at Darren's painting on the wall. "Please be a dream," he silently prayed. "Please let this be some sick joke." He then turned from the display, following the sound of Baron's footsteps all the way back to edge of the nave. As the two approached the door they'd entered in through, a pair of footsteps came approaching from upstairs. "Quick, hide," Baron whispered, dropping down beneath a pew. "Where?" Olin asked. But it was too late. He was in the middle of the aisle when Father Davery spotted him. The priest was with a group of disciples, one holding a loaded crossbow. "Late an hour to be wandering the clergy chambers, don't you think, Commander Olin?" "Father Davery, thank goodness you're here. I've just discovered that our Savior's grave has been robbed. I'm quite aware of this fact. It was discovered months ago when the demon arrived. My only question to you now is, what are you doing here? Why are you snooping in unauthorized areas and not miles away fighting?" Olin composed himself. "The demon, it claims to have our scripture. It claims to know it better than any of us." "And you believed it?" "I wanted to know if the heretical claims were true. If not with the demon, where is our scripture?" "That is not for those possessed to be told." "Possessed? I am not possessed. I merely come here to learn the truth." "What truth were you expecting to find, Olin? Did you doubt the word of our Heavenly Father? What is a man supposed to do when the evidence is shoved right in his face?" He displayed the book for each of the disciples to see. "What is that?" Father Davery asked. "It's the Book of Darren. The original copy. You're being led astray. All of us are being led astray. If you give me a moment, I can explain." "You defiled our holy book?" Davery asked with increasing ferocity. "Defiled it? No, I meant to read it." Heresy, heresy. The father called out. Olin looked to his brothers in arms around him. You must stay your hands and consider what I've said. I have the evidence to back it up if you only give me the chance. The men looked to each other, and then to the high priest for guidance. Kill him, Davary said. And then it was done. Wait, Olin put up a hand to say more when the crossbolt pierced his chest. He then looked to his brothers in betrayal, and dropped to the floor as the life poured out of him. Baron listened in terror, trying to contain himself as best he could. The only thing that prevented him from fighting was the unfortunate fact that he was unarmed. No word of this is to be spoken until Father Gazan has consoled the family. Understood? Yes, sir. The men replied. Take the body and let's be quick about it. Our Lord deserves better than to be disturbed with bloodshed. As the group walked away, Baron laid there, frozen in place until the early morning when the next change of shift occurred. Then and only then did he take the chance to slip away into the wider city. It was by mere coincidence that he wasn't similarly struck down the moment he walked outside. Whatever it was that was protecting him, the fates or the heavens or perhaps dumb luck itself, he did not know. There was one thing he knew for certain. He had to get to Zokof Alden before Gazan did. Chapter 37. Did you really have to kill the man? Father Gazan remarked after learning of Olin Aldun's death 3 days later. He trespassed on our holy temple. Davary responded. He defiled the grave of Darren as the demon did before him. Is there a reason he would abandon his post and come home with such haste? He carried with him this. Davary, help up the original book of Darren. Let me see that. Father Gazan grabbed the scripture and looked over the page in question. Huh. He smirked. It appears he took a very literal reading of the work. I think it's pretty clear what the passage says. Taken out of context, Gazan assured him. We can't allow these demons to retain that book any longer. If it can be used to manipulate even the most loyal of our flock, it must be seized from them. I can tell General Latreus to dispatch the legions, Davary said. I would send more than that. He smiled. Do you mean? Yes, I think it's time to put the last of our relics to use. After that, no one will doubt the reach of the Church's authority. I will gather the keys. One other thing before you leave. Yes. We received a straggler from the wastes. One of our own. It appears Olin was not the only one to meet a gruesome end. Davary unfolded the status report and read, dead. Luican Soldius was one of our best men. They're all dead, it appears the auxiliary turned on them. Davary gritted his teeth. That barbarian filth. We spared their lives and this is how they repay us. The Bankarans had their chance. Now it will be desolation for them, the Eluptek, and all who continue to rebel against us. I hope you're right, Father. I fear the persuasive power this demon possesses. In time all will see. Not even the black magic of the devil himself can stop what's coming now. Zokof sat by the fireplace in his warm armchair, reading a book borrowed from the temple archive. It depicted the fictional tale of Alice's, the mythical figure who in the past was said to have killed a sea dragon and discovered a city of gold. The story told of swashbuckling sailors and mysterious islands out at sea. Everything that would have captivated him during his boyhood youth. He read the story cover to cover, not putting it down until the tale was done. When at last he finished, he opened a bottle of wine and beckoned for his wife to join him. Sit, my love, I'd like to talk to you about something. What is it? She asked, caressing his hand. He poured her a glass. I've been given recommendation to the priesthood by Father Caden. Oh my gosh, that's wonderful. When do you think you'll be inducted? It's not as simple as that. It's only a recommendation. The higher brass of the clergy still have to make a final determination about whether I'll be accepted. Well, still, that must be so exciting. How do you feel? Wonderful. And yet I feel troubled by something. What could be troubling about that? It's your dream. The father explained to me aspects of the job I hadn't been anticipating. It's political, you know. It deals with a lot more with people's personal lives than I previously understood. Is that something you don't think you could handle? I can handle it. It's just, I don't know if I want that responsibility. These men are entrusting me to interpret God for them. Well, if anyone's going to be interpreting him, it should be you. You read more than anyone I know. How many people do you know that can read? He asked. She chuckled. That's not the point. Zokif, I think you were made for this. And if you're ever in doubt, just ask the Lord for guidance. He'll show you the way. That's my problem. We all ask him for guidance and we all draw different conclusions. How do I know what is right? I don't believe we draw different conclusions. I think there is an underlying message of love that guides all our paths. I just don't know if I'm the right man for the job. I feel sinful. Unclean. God knows I sought this position out of ambition. I can't hide what's in my heart from him. The fact that you realize this now is the reason you're qualified to serve. If there is sin in your heart, repent to him. He will show you the way. Zokif smiled. You're right. I shouldn't have even troubled you with the thought. Come here. The two shared a long embrace over the warmth of the fire. Oh, what would I do without you? He whispered. The next morning they awoke to the ringing of city bells. Zokif sprung from his bed fearing yet another demonic attack, only to find it was quite the opposite. The city guards were drawing people out of their houses on order from the Holy Temple. Downtown the electronic beacon was in full blast, meaning something of profound spiritual significance had just occurred. Quickly Zokif threw on his best clothes and escorted Maria down their walkway into the city. In the muddled confusion they passed families of rich and poor alike, all gathering in clusters outside the courtyard where a platform had been constructed. Standing at the base of the wooden podium was Father Gazan. He was holding the Book of Darren in one hand and a staff in the other. His sagely presence was enough to give comfort to the startled crowd, and as the noise began to die down the old man positioned himself to speak. Men and women of Nankar, lend me your ear. I have received great revelation this day and must share it with all of you. Last week the demon was spotted again in the heights of the vernal mountains. We dispatched a group of our best men to fell the creature, but unfortunately that effort was in vain. Let it be known that it was not the demon who did our brothers in, but their own Bankaran brethren. The traitors in the west. At the mention of the demon, the crowd erupted into bursts of profanity, shouting endless curses and obscenity at the heavens. Zokif was stunned. Was his brother among the casualty list? Surely there must have been survivors, or else how would they have gained this information? He squeezed Maria's hand and hoped that she too would understand. Silence. Gazan continued. The covenant with our neighbors has been broken, and now they gather by the thousands to defend the creature and practice witchcraft in broad daylight. I promise you now, by all that is good in Darren's name, we will not let this stand. On this day I have ordered the entirety of our legions to march on the vernal mountains, to bring this sacrilege to an end. I have spoken with Darren, and he has told me that our cause is just. We will be swift, we will be powerful, and more importantly, we will end this witchcraft. Cheers of joy erupted from the populace's lips as the frenzied cries of war began to resonate. Over the incessant chanting Zokif could hardly keep his thoughts straight. He wondered just how many of these people authentically felt excited about war, and how many were merely signaling to others they were not guilty of blasphemy. It was hard to read the crowd under a social climate of fear, but he was beginning to feel his peers did not share the same message of love his wife referred to the night before. When the chanting was finished, Father Gazan continued with his speech. To show that God is on our side, he has bestowed on our city a gift. A gift that as a weapon will make us invincible in the war to come. The townsfolk looked around, half expecting the gift to emerge from his hands as he waved them back and forth. It was nowhere to be seen. That is, until people started looking up. At first it was just as a sound they noticed. A rhythmic shuddering in the air that resembled nothing they'd ever heard before. Then for a brief moment they saw it. It was a flying machine of some kind. A bizarre contraption of spinning rotors which lifted it off the ground in a hovering motion. At the front of the machine, glass windows acted as a weather guard to keep out the wind and rain, and on its sides were 2 mounted machine guns which could hurl down death on everyone. Though the populace did not yet have a name for the device, the clergy knew it by its ancient English name, helicopter. Impossible, Zokif thought. There hasn't been an operational flying machine in these lands for 1,000 years. He wondered by what magic they could have produced such a device. But then he remembered Father Caden's warnings about treasure in the red open sea. Watching this spectacle from afar was Baron Braddock. He was patiently standing in the back of the crowd, fully cloaked, and sifting past faces looking for Zokif. The brother of Olin Alden needed to know the truth about his family before it was too late. And as Father Gazan put his hand up to silence the growing crowd, Baron caught sight of him standing over by the marketplace with his wife. "Who will join us in this crusade? Do I have any volunteers?" the father asked. Suddenly hundreds of men began throwing up their hands, ready to be given blades and sent off to do God's work. The presence of a flying machine was considered a miracle by most. And if a miracle it was, it meant their prospects of war were undoubtedly well. Baron tried to break through the swarm of volunteers and get to Zokif, but it soon grew too hectic for him to move at all. "Zokif!" the Baron called out in vain. "Can you hear me? There's something I must tell you." But he could not be heard. The rift between them was too large, and more radicalized commoners were flooding in by the second. To his despair, he witnessed the couple walk away in the other direction. So much for that message of love. Zokif scoffed as he pointed at the weapon overhead. "I'm sure we'll understand the meaning of this in time." Maria shrugged. "I sure hope." He agreed. But for now the war was the least of his concerns. Until he knew his brother was safe, everything else was secondary. Chapter 38. The march into the wastes began at dawn when Nankar emptied itself of all its fighting men. 6,000 of the freshly armed troops passed through the city gate following General Atreus on the old path once taken to hunt down the shaman Lord Dreadsmith, a generation before. Trailing behind the army were newly constructed siege weapons which had been repurposed for their enemies in the mountains. 3 long catapults and half a dozen ballista gave them a sizable arsenal for tearing down any kind of defense. Their most powerful weapon, however, was eons ahead of these makeshift crafts. Shuddering in the wind up above them, the attack helicopter outshined everything else in their medieval army. The relic was in such fine condition that it almost seemed supernatural flying overhead. Zokif watched the men leave with considerable hope in his heart. When this demon was slayed, perhaps life could finally go back to normal. He was hoping the social climates of a quick victory would mean moderation on the part of the clergy. There would be no more need for purges. No forced confessions or public displays of cruelty. Things could go back to the way they were when he was young. Gentler times, more peaceful times. If he were to gain the priesthood before summertime, perhaps he could participate in the reforms that would remake the city in the aftermath. There would be injured to heal, poor to uplift, and suffering to comfort, just as Darren would want. Zokif had not forgotten the wise words of Father Caden, who'd so recently told him to find salvation in helping others. Now it was only a matter of how. As the last soldiers left the city and the gates closed behind them, Posca, his ever-loyal servant, approached. Sad it had to come to this. Zokif sighed. Yes. But the Lord has granted us an opportunity for greatness. That was supposed to be my brother leading those men. Have you heard any word of his whereabouts yet? That is still unknown, sir. The scouts made no mention of him. See if any of the city guards have an idea. He tossed Posca a coin. Will be done. As the servant left, Zokif drew a flask and drank heavily in the cover of darkness. The stress of a missing brother was weighing heavily on him, and also the burden of responsibility he might very well soon receive. Looking out at the last remaining troops making for the north, he imagined what God had in store for them. Please let all be well. He prayed quietly. Let it be quick and painless, and let us lose as few men as possible during the fight. He looked up into the sky, hoping for a symbol or sign that he'd been heard. None at all was present. In front of a line of targets, the men of the Kelkup tribe practiced archery on wooden stumps. They'd used burnt charcoal sticks to draw themselves bullseyes, and in a friendly competition raced to nail them. Stumbling over their competitive game was Celador of the Machans. He was what they called a wolf warrior, out in the dirty shacks he called home. His people lived just on the periphery of the wasteland, drawing on deep wells for clean water and sand dunes to cover their houses. They were a stubborn yet resourceful people, and similarly concerned about the prospect of foreign armies coming to occupy their lands. "The bow's a folly weapon, I'll tell you that right now," he called out to them. "One of them farfoot bastards shot me in the chest once thinking it would end me." "And?" an archer named Cradis replied. "And I pulled the sucker out before clubbing his head in." Cradis laughed. "Oh, you think that's funny?" Celador pulled a sling from his pack. "You see this? This'll crack open a man's head in one go. Far better than a pointy arrowhead." "Oh yeah? And how many of those can you sling in a minute?" Cradis pulled back his bow and hit the bullseye dead on. "When I pierce a man's neck, that's the last breath he draws." Celador came closer, eyeing a challenge, when they were interrupted by the whistle of scouts up ahead. In a disoriented motion, the bulk of them grabbed their weapons, fearing a surprise attack was already underway. "False alarm," the scout above them sitting in a tree said. "These men fly the Nankaran flag of peace." "The flag of peace? What could the colonizers possibly want now?" Ogadai asked. He hoped in secret that it was indeed the Olan figure they'd met earlier. Perhaps the man had come to learn the truth of his religion, and was trying to make amends where he could. Ogadai could only dream. As it turned out, the group was not Nankaran at all. Their party consisted of about 100 or so Bankarans, with none of their former leadership in sight. "What do you want here?" Ogadai called out. "We wish to speak with whoever's in charge." "Chief, do you hear that?" Ogadai asked Mendelin. At once both Chief Mendelin and Chief Aldaric came forward to examine the approaching crew. "Sagadoth, you look lonely without your handler. Why has he bid you come here?" "Enough with the games, Chief. You know we only did what we had to while we were under occupation." "Surrender to the colonizers." Mendelin turned to his own men. "Tell me, boys, would you ever surrender to those men if they butchered your kin?" "We would rather die," Giswinder said, with more in agreement behind him. "Easy to say, when one has not walked the path himself," Sagadoth retorted. "We're all about to walk the path. Now why are you here?" "We have come to switch sides." He threw the severed head of Luik and Soldius in front of them for all to see. "Consider it an apology for all that came before." "You killed them." "Yes. But there will be more coming. The city of Nankar has declared a holy crusade against this land and all its inhabitants." "How many can we expect?" "I've heard as many as 10,000. There was many a gulp at that." "How do we know we can trust you? How do we know you're not spies for the enemy?" "We have nothing to gain by joining with the colonizers. Their victory means only more occupation and death." "Yes, but you have nothing to gain by joining with us either. Last time I checked, we were on the losing side. We did not come here to fight for you. We came to fight for the Tomiki." "Are you sure the Tomiki is here? The Silver Cloaks have insisted otherwise." "I was sure he was the Tomiki the moment I heard him speak." Mendelin grinned at Nyson. "I hope you're right." "Very well, you're accepted into the coalition. Ogadai and Giswinder will fill you in on our plans. In the meantime, you may take rest and draw water from the stream over there. Now, if you don't excuse me, I have a lot to catching up to be doing with my daughter." There was not a move in their footsteps. Sagadoth only shook his head. "Where is she?" Mendelin asked. They responded with total silence. Mendelin became flush with emotion. "No, don't tell me what I think you're about to say." Then from behind them Grendel's corpse was brought out, covered in blankets. "No. During the standoff between us and the occupying men, many of their prisoners were taken hostage. We tried to free her as best we could, but when the battle went south for them, they took her life as retribution." "How did you let this happen?" the chief screamed. It took all of Ogadai and Giswinder's strength just to hold Mendelin back from striking the man. "We did everything we could. But it all happened so fast. You must understand." "No. No. No, he ragefully sobbed. Around the campsite, people heard the screams and were taking notice. Come on, Chief, let's get out of here, Ogedai said, escorting him away. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Sagadoth expressed to Chief Eldaric. Better to tell the harsh truth than a comfortable lie. Thanks for seeing the light. He extended his hand and shook the chieftains fervently. What was that all about? Selador asked from afar. Rumor is they took his daughter. Looks like we just learned her fate, Kratos replied. Damn those colonizers. He shook his fist. I hope those arrowheads of yours work well. We'll be needing as many of them as we can when the bastards arrive. We'll have plenty. I wouldn't worry about that. Just try not to die while you're out there clubbing heads. I won't. Though Selador never knew the woman, he would fight to avenge her as one of his own. The Eluptek were strangers to the Machans, but in the face of a common foe they'd all become brothers. When the rush of battle came, he would not disappoint. Later that day on the other side of forest, the companions were taking part in their own preparations. Raya and Nyson were busy hammering away at wooden posts, and Vey continued transporting supplies up and down the mountain. Christo was nowhere to be found. It had been a couple of hours, and still there was no sign of him. Nyson, there's something I want to talk to you about, Raya mentioned in a moment of free time. Go ahead. It's not like we have anything important to do or anything. It's about these visions I've been having lately. Now I know you don't believe in them, but for the love of life, Raya, we don't have time for this right now. Don't you realize there's a war coming? We could be dead before the end of the week. I wouldn't bother you except that it might pertain to our mission. His mention of the mission caused Nyson to pause. All right then, what is it? He explained to Nyson the vision he experienced in the wilderness. How the new physics seemed to be caused by multiple planes of existence simultaneously interacting. Is it possible? Could consciousness be the constant we've been looking for? How is one supposed to be conscious of an existence without space or time? I don't know. But the rest of it makes sense, doesn't it? I will tell you what I've been saying since the very beginning. I have no way of testing your hypothesis. It sounds very clever, this is true. But until you give me some sort of way to measure it, I have no data available to me. But you haven't tried the exercises. Raya, I'm not having this argument with you again. We don't have time for it. While you were sitting in the cave, the rest of us were preparing to fight for our lives. Nyson started to walk away until Raya stopped him. Wait. There's more. A few weeks ago, when you caught me meditating before our standoff with the invaders, I was having a nightmare of sorts. Only this time, I wasn't seeing through anyone else's eyes. Only my own. What kind of nightmare was it? It was here. Right here in the camp. There was fire and explosions and a lot of dead tribesmen. You think there's some meaning to this nightmare? With everything we've encountered, it had me thinking, could it be a glimpse of the future? The fact that you saw people familiar to you in your vision is just more evidence it was a fabrication of your mind. I know. I understand, but still. Do you think this is possible? Nyson pondered it for a moment. There is something in physics called backwards causality. It's an interpretation of time entanglement. Entirely theoretical, but if possible, it would allow particles in the future to affect particles in the past. This would allow a hypothetical form of communication between the two that would make visions of the sort possible. Exactly. And if there truly are realities outside of space and time, doesn't that mean they could be exchanging information from the past, present and future all at once? Once again, it's hypothetically possible. But until we have a way to investigate the claim, it's as baseless as any other. I will do it then. I will find a way to measure and get back to you. Nyson put a hand on Raya's shoulder. I'm not being skeptical because I want you to be wrong. Trust me, I want you to be right. But it's my job as a scientist to be open and critical to new postulations. I admire your dedication to the mission even when so much else is going on, but take these things with a grain of salt. Many men have been led to ruin chasing experiences that were ultimately mistakes of cognition. I will, he said. Do keep this dialogue open with me. Your hypothesis does intrigue me, and if your visions ever give me something I can quantify, anything tangible at all, I will work with it to the best of my ability. Thank you for being so understanding. Nyson chuckled. What a cruel fate it would be if we discovered the answer, only to have our heads chopped off before we told anyone. I don't believe it'll come to that. We'll see. But anyways, I've heard they're preparing some sort of war council and plan to be there. I must be going now. I'll catch up with you later then. Thank you for hearing me out today. Of course. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Christo entered Chief Mendelin's yurt. He found the old man in a miserable state, moping without any expression of confidence. What is it? He asked with concern. The colonizers. They killed my girl. Oh my. I had the chance to get her back, but I traded her for you. He wept. I'm so sorry. No, he said with a newfound rage in his eyes. I do not regret my decision. I did not turn my back on the gods. Now the gods will not turn their back on me. He began to apply war paint on his face. She's in a better place now. And when I die tomorrow, I will meet her there. Please don't talk like that. We may yet win. Always the optimist. He smiled. And you're right. We may. But not without the gods. Tell me, Christo, can you secure their blessing? For the last time, I'm not an angel. I'm not the Tomiki. I'm just a man. Please just tell me you'll do what you can, Silvercloak. It'd soothe my mind before battle. Of course, Chief, I'll do whatever I can. You're like the son I never had. No, Chief, that is Ogadai. He has been loyal family to you far longer than I. You should embrace him as your son while you still have the chance. His mother was wicked a woman. Did you know that? I laid with her many nights, only to find she was married to another. It's why I could never stay with her. No need to dwell on the past now. I only meant for you to seize the moment while you still have it. Ogadai adores you. I think it's time you treat him the same. I will, Silvercloak. I will. Just give me time. I need more time. Fine. I will give you some space, he said, making for the door. If we reign victorious, you will still take me to your flying machine, yes? Of course, Chief. Soon you'll be looking at the world from high above the clouds like a bird. It'll be beautiful. I can't wait. He smiled. The Chief returned to applying his war paint, and when he was finished, he'd emotionally put himself together. It was clear from his collapsed demeanor he'd never be 100% the same. Yet as he planted his feet on the soil, he felt a release from worldly concerns. Now, as he walked across his ancestral homeland, the distinction between life and death was beginning to blur. He felt closer to the spirits than ever, but would not succumb to death until his vengeance was fulfilled. That evening, the coalition of tribes assembled around a grand fire to discuss their final strategy. Ogadai and Chief Mendelin stood on an elevated rock above the crowd, while the chiefs Aldaric, Wantik, Ichthial, and Celador stood supportively by the fire. The meeting began with a speech by Ogadai. As all of you have probably heard by now, the enemy is coming. There are said to be thousands of them. They have access to steel, men on horseback, and armor that protects their skin from most kinds of weaponry. If we are to defeat them, we have to use every bit of advantage we have tactically. This means that for every one of our men who falls, we must take 5 of them with us. There was a cold, hard silence as the tribesmen contemplated what they were facing. Most of them had never experienced organized warfare, let alone the use of steel weapons. There was a naive hope among some of them that the gods would come to their rescue. But to the elders who'd seen their fair share of bloodshed, it was clear that such miracles could not be depended on. The archers' nests we've built along the mountainside will dissuade an outright advance. The colonizer generals won't charge us when we can pick off so many of their cavalry so easily. Chief Mendelin added in. The hellfire we rain on down should send them retreating westward all the way to Morgan's Pass. Won't that bring them straight for us? Chief Aldaric asked. Exactly. They'll take the bait. Do we have the means to fight off such an attack? We do. Celador of the Machans called out with a phalanx of 30 spearmen. Our frontline warriors will do the bulk of the fighting by repelling the invaders and slowing the advance. On top of this, we have riddled the path with road spikes and spear traps, making their ability to travel all but impossible. What about the cavalry? How are we supposed to fight off that? For that, we have something special. Ogedai nodded to Chief Mendelin and then brought forth a wooden box. Out of it came a projectile weapon which could be used to load entire rocket canisters. Behind it was 3 other boxes, indicating they had a whole arsenal of the weapons. My brethren, allow me to introduce you to Flamebringer, the fire whip of the gods. The tribesmen looked up in awe at the sight. The silver cloaks tell us that these weapons were used to destroy the golden cities of our ancestors. Long have they sat beneath ash and dust waiting to be used again. When our enemies, the colonizing filth of Nankar, send their advancing cavalry towards us, we will fire these rockets and turn them into burning smithereens. Violent cheers of joy erupted from all around. We have 4 of the weapons. 2 rockets per launcher. Which of you will serve as rocketeers? Nearly 100 hands were raised. Now, we can only take those with the best eyes. Let's be honest about our abilities here. Several of the hands lowered. I think Cactus should do it. One of the Kelkoops said. What about Mardet? A Farfoot villager offered. I think Cinco is best for this. Yes, you and you. Ogedai agreed, pointing at them. I will be one of the rocketeers as well. Are you sure? Chief Mendelin asked. If that weapon fails, you'll be headed face first into enemy blades. I don't believe it will. Ogedai insisted. Mendelin smiled. I'm proud of you, son. You honor us both this day. At the sound of fatherly recognition, Ogedai lowered his weapon and hugged the chief gratefully. I am so sorry for your loss. He whispered into his father's ear. I will not let the family down tomorrow, I promise. With that, the 2 of them walked away, leaving the rest of the strategizing up to individual chiefs who would organize their men in specific formations along the terrain. It was not until after these meetings that the companions reconvened. How did you know where to find it? Raya asked Christo in reference to the rockets. Turns out Nyson knows geography better than me. Nyson shrugged his shoulders. That hill looked nothing like a natural formation. It was undoubtedly clear there was some kind of old bunker beneath. You know, you might very well have just saved our lives. Let's hope. But I wouldn't take anything for granted yet. Do you still have that obsidian blade Giswinder gave you? Yes. Raya said. Good. Keep it with you at all times. Even when you sleep. We cannot afford to be vulnerable with our pursuers so close. Raya understood, and yet he could not help but rejoice with unexpected excitement. Perhaps now their mission could be completed. Perhaps with a few repurposed tools their allies would indeed survive. He sat back and imagined all of the things he would do once he was back on a familiar planet. Thank good fortune, he thought. Now let's get out of here. Chapter 39. Chief Mendelin stood atop the wooden fortifications of the Archer's Nest and stared out at the ensuing army below. At the base of the mountain stood 6,000 of his sworn enemies. They were 300 on horseback, 500 in steel armor, and the rest commoners with blades and axes of every type. Their commanding officers held projectile weapons that looked very much like ancient firearms, and at their rear was a trio of catapults that could be used to smash any wooden or stone barriers. The invaders arrived swiftly that evening, making for the mountains just as he'd expected. One messenger, who was sent from the enemy camp to parley with the chief, was apprehended on sight. Shall we bring him to you? An advisor next to the chief asked. What's the point? They'll accept nothing other than surrender. He reflected on what they'd done to Grendel. Send him to his maker. The messenger was trying to plead with them when an elliptic spear was thrust through his ribs. The man gripped the spear in astonishment, feeling his own blood leaking down his chest, then dropped to the ground limply without a word more. His subsequent death set the tone for what was about to begin. Father Gazan and his cohort eyed the Allied position, making targets of the archers' nests spread across the mountains. The peaks would have to be cleared before they sent their cavalry through. And while the Elliptic had dug into their positions far better than one would have expected, they were not prepared at all for Gazan's secret weapon. "Begin the assault," he instructed General Latreus. At that moment a ring of whistles sounded off, sending the soldiers into action. In formations of 100 they began marching at an incline up the mountain with shields held high. They trudged forward in unison, trying not to slip in the muddy terrain. However, before long several of them were falling backwards. From above the Elliptic warriors watched them with hateful scorn in their eyes. "On my mark, you will fire," Chief Mendelin instructed his men. The archers calmly took position, pulling their bowstrings back. "Fire!" he screamed. Then, as if from the sky itself, a barrage of arrows shot down on the Nankaran force. The projectiles frequently caught in shields, some piercing into the heads, necks and chests of oncoming men. Those among the Elliptic who did not have a bow hurled rocks and sharp stones at the invaders. The boulders crashed into many a man's head, splattering his nose, knocking out his teeth, and leaving his face a bloodied mess. One legionary raised his shield to block a stone, only for an arrow to zoom underneath and split his neck open. Everywhere there were shrieks of men being pierced. Their deaths came quickly, and their reinforcements were slow to replace them. As holes began to open up in the enemy ranks, it became easier to shoot those who stood exposed. The archers then concentrated on these points, firing into the enemy until their corpses piled high enough to block their view. "Shall I send in the next 3 legions?" General Latreus asked to Father Gazan. "No. I have something special planned for them." He wickedly smiled. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountains, the rocket brigade paid close attention to the sounds of battle. Ogadai lifted a heavy explosive over his head and loaded it into the rusty rocket launcher positioned out on the rocks. From this vantage point he would be able to strike the enemy far before they came within range of him, and were he to miss for some unexpected reason, his 3 companions were similarly positioned across the pass, ready to incinerate the cavalry when they came. It was only a matter of time. "You boys ready?" he called out from his perch. "Aye," Cactus called back to him. "Good," he thought. There was an uneasy feeling that crept in, as he anticipated inflicting mass casualties. It was not that he wanted to kill the invaders, especially their horses. But when one crossed his family, their lives became forfeit. Nothing save the mercy of Sadish itself could stop him now. Bodies piled up along the slope of the vernal mountains. It seemed that for every tribal defender that was killed by a stray gunshot or arrow, 5 invaders were struck in the oncoming advance. When they weren't hiding behind corpses or raising their wooden shields, the Nankarans attempted to rush the archers with a series of synchronized spear thrusts. This, they hoped, would bring them relief from the endless onslaught of projectiles. Instead, what it did was open themselves to attack the second they broke rank. With 2 dead centurions bleeding out against the rocks, enemy morale for the situation was quickly diminishing. The Elliptic soldiers were using their home field advantage brilliantly, and there were fears among the legionnaires that more were hiding out along the mountaintops. "Send them to the afterlife," Chief Mendelin called out. He fired a shot and then another, tearing into the enemy ranks before noticing their numbers slow. They were retreating, it seemed. Either that, or waiting for something. Mendelin stared down the slope, puzzled at their behavior, when he heard a faint shuddering coming from across the peak. The sound echoed in long cycling patterns like none he'd ever experienced before. "What is that?" he asked the Farfoot next to him. "It seems to be some kind of flying machine." Suddenly his heart jumped with joy. The silver cloaks, he thought. The gods must be coming to reward us at last. Mendelin placed a hand on his heart and waved as the machine drew closer. It was one of the happiest moments of his life. That was, until he saw who was flying it. Sitting in the pilot's seat was none other than a Nankaran officer. The chopper contained a machine gun turret larger than anything he'd ever seen, and painted on its side was the iconic image of a blue sword in front of a yellow star. "Get down," the chief yelled. But it was too late. The turret opened fire and swept through the archers like a tsunami. Quickly the barrel spun, firing hundreds of bullets into the defenseless Eluptic warriors. Some raised their wooden shields hoping to block the craft, only to have the bullets pierce through them and into their bodies. Others were smart enough to hide amongst the corpses of their dead relatives. However, on the second pass the bodies were shot, guaranteeing total annihilation. Those who survived the initial strike ran either back to camp or down into the battlefield towards certain death. What tribesmen did face the invaders were quickly cut down, and before long their limbs were hacked off and their heads caved in. Mendelin crawled away after a bullet pierced his thigh, only to have an invader leap over the fortification and grab him. The soldier stabbed him in the shoulder until he could feel the blade dig against bone, then he stabbed him twice in the chest before slashing his head. Mendelin fell down, erupting blood from nearly every part of his body, and died there, having no chance to even reflect on his short-lived life. Those who could call him kin shared a similar fate. And as the sun began to set, the mountainside was cleared of all resistance to the invasion. The rapid sound of machine gun fire left Ogadai unnerved. What kind of weapon made that noise? He wondered. From his perch he could see no riders. It was as if the enemy was invisible. Either that or they'd found a way to sidestep his trap. Had he and his fellow Rocketeers thought to look above, they might have been spared from the following encounter. However, ignorant to ancient technology, they did not even see it coming. From above, the helicopter gunner shot at the Rocketeers just as he'd shot at the archers. Before the group could even fire off a single rocket, 2 of them were shot dead, while the third bled profusely from chest wounds. Ogadai, who had been at the back of their party, was pierced only through the shoulder. He too was forced to take cover, crawling behind a boulder before the enemy could get around to finishing him. "Damn it!" he screamed through gritted teeth. There was no way to stop the bleeding. No thread to stitch his wounds. Had the bullet coursed just a few centimeters higher, it would have severed his brachial artery and left him dead. "Where is my rocket?" he thought to himself. More importantly, where is my black blade? The weapons were lost to him now, scattered across the ledge in plain sight of the enemy. At the same time as he was struggling to recover, a whistle sounded, and then the cavalry was let loose. Some 300 men on horses swept down the mountain pass, no longer impeded by Rocketeers or archers. A few of them succumbed to Eluptic spear traps, however their losses were marginal and hardly slowed the advance. "Get up," he whispered to himself. "Get up, you can't let them through." But then again, how could he stop them when there was that thing in the sky? Eyeing Flamebringer resting unsafely on the ground, he hatched a plan. Yet in order for it to work he would have to get up. And that at the moment was a daunting task. Back at the camp, Giswinder took position along with 800 coalition soldiers. They formed a defensive ring around Riverside Peak, allowing the women and children to hide among the yurts while they fought. Heading this defense was Celador of the Machans, whose impenetrable phalanx was standing on the front lines. Together his men locked their shields and positioned themselves in front of the Kelkoop archers, who were meant to provide covering fire when the battle was met. Standing just behind them was Megor the Lun and the rest of the Eluptic, as well as Chief Aldaric, who was wielding a stone hammer. The companions watched them from a distance, making comfortable the vulnerable elderly while the rest of the villagers got ready to throw down their lives. "Do you hear that?" Christo asked. "What is it?" "Gunfire. A lot of it. Sounds like it's coming this way." Nyson added. "I thought you said their firearms were old and in poor condition." Raya asked. "Mostly," Christo responded. "Perhaps we underestimated how many they had." "None of it matters as long as our Rocketeers hold," Nyson suggested. "You're right." Privately, though, he worried about the skill of those selected to defend them. Only one of the Rocketeers had ever held a firearm before, and though he'd trained them the best he could, he worried the enemy could outmatch them in this particular field. "How's it looking?" Chief Aldaric asked a Farfoot lookout who was hanging from a tree. "I don't see anything. None of ours, none of theirs, just nothing." "What about smoke? You see any of that? Our boys should be torching them by now." "I don't see nothing, Chief. I'd say the enemy hasn't entered the pass yet." There was a momentary sense of relief as the tribesmen believed perhaps the invaders weren't coming. Perhaps Mendelin and his men had put up enough of a fight, or perhaps the Rocketeers had caused them to rethink advancing. Their optimism was short-lived, however, when the riders became distinctly clear in their periphery. Suddenly, the thunder of galloping hooves sent those watching into a panic. "Where are our Rocketeers?" Giswinder asked. "Hold steady. It's only a matter of time," Chief Aldaric barked. The warriors watched patiently for as long as they could, but as the cavalry came into plain view, many began to fear the worst. "I don't believe it," the elder Chetsky said in despair. "Hold steady," Aldaric repeated. The riders approached ever closer until they'd made it safely through the pass. When it was clear the rocket brigade wasn't coming to their aid, the tribesmen braced for a last stand. Selador drew his club and charged forward, only to have his head chopped off and his body trampled. His Machan spearmen then turned and fled, and though the Kelkoops stood their ground, firing a few successful shots at the raiders, they too were similarly slaughtered. The following skirmish was a bloodbath unlike anything the companions had seen. Soldiers from the mid-ranks ran to the front, taking up their brothers' shields, only to be overwhelmed by a second cavalry charge. The horseback riders crashed into the elliptic line, slashing and hacking at their exposed heads, while foot soldiers came from behind to finish off the survivors. Doing the only thing he could think of, Giswinder grabbed the spear of his fallen comrade and thrust it into the chest of an advancing horse. Its rider toppled and fell, cracking the man's neck in the process and leaving Giswinder open to charge his next target. With an obsidian blade in hand, he swung at his enemy, but was dismayed to find that his weapon shattered. Emboldened now, the invader dug a long dagger deep into Giswinder's gut, disemboweling him and leaving him there quivering on the ground. Megor rushed in to help his fallen comrade, but was already too late upon arrival. The bolt of a crossbow fired into his chest, penetrating his heart and leaving him there to die beside his friend. "They're slaughtering them," Raya exclaimed in fear. Christo shook his head. "I can't believe it." Then the shuddering of helicopter rotors returned, making the situation even worse. "What in the world?" Raya asked. "Get down. That thing's not friendly to us." "What is it?" "An ancient war machine. One that fires projectiles faster than anything else we have." "How could it still be working?" he asked confusedly. "I don't know." Christo turned to Vesbegoni. "See if you can distract it, Vey. It's our only chance of escape." Obediently, Vey grabbed a spear and inflated his air sac, rising above the rest of the camp. He flew high into sky, hovering above all others until he was in line with the helicopter. With his target in sight, he made use of the winds and soared past the aircraft in a swooping motion. At the last moment he pulled away, thrusting the spear forward and leaving a sizable dent on the side of its frame. "What was that?" the helicopter pilot asked in dismay. His co-pilot peered out the window. "It's the demon. That's what we're here for. Here, get a little closer, let's see if we can't catch it." The chopper then turned from its course, following Vey into the mountains and away from the camp. "Now!" Christo shouted, running for cover as fast as his legs could carry him. It was only a few short moments later that the riders swept in, hacking at civilians just as indiscriminately as they'd done to the warriors. Raya quickly followed Christo, hiding within the protection of a yurt, while the elders outside were systematically slaughtered. "Take this," Christo said, handing him a pointed knife. "I don't know if I can do it, Christo. I don't know if I can bring myself to inflict that kind of cruelty." Christo gripped his arm roughly and brought him close. "You have to. You understand? These people made their choice. You want to die for them. No. You have a duty to the mission, Raya, remember that." Raya gulped. With hands shaking, he reluctantly grabbed the knife. "Good. Now, when I give you the signal, I want you to sprint like hell for that patch of trees over by the fire pit. I'll be right with you." Christo knelt down and peeked his head out the entrance to see if the coast was clear. To his dismay, there was chaos everywhere. Fire, smoke, puddles of blood, everything one could have possibly imagined. As much as he didn't want to admit it, there was nowhere to go. And as much as he didn't want to face it, he was going to have to take his own advice. Looking down at his sharpened blade, he knew it was time. In the aftermath of the chopper attack, Ogadai was lost. It took all his strength to get back on 2 feet and even more to limp out of cover. By the time he'd recovered his rocket launcher, thousands were pouring into the pass. These men were without armor nor military training, little more than glorified looters legitimized by Father Gazan and his accomplices. He peered down at Riverside Peak and found that most of his kin were scattering. It was either flee or be eradicated, and most chose life. The decimation of their defensive line meant that the village was now an open target. This meant that Ellen, his cousins, and anyone else still inside was at risk. He stood up straight then, aimed down the launcher's sights and held his breath. With the twitch of his finger he fired the first rocket, sending everyone in the near vicinity up in flames. 10-foot soldiers died instantly, with 6 more experiencing burns they would never recover from. He went to reload when the shuddering sound of the chopper returned. "Is this how I meet my end?" he thought to himself. No. The helicopter was distracted by something this time. Something flying through the air. Above him, Vey leaned into the wind currents, gliding back and forth in a pattern akin to the birds he'd observed at camp. His pursuers fired hundreds of rounds at him, but it was not enough to catch the military-trained Whiteweevoo. Vey led them first over the peak of Multac Mountain, and then back into the airways overlooking the pass. As the bullets zipped by him, he dove beneath the forest canopy, gaining just enough cover to avoid their weapons while still being visible enough to follow. "I can't see him," the chopper gunner called out. "I don't care. Light up the entire forest if you have to." The co-pilot responded by spraying an ungodly number of rounds into the tree line, hoping at least one of them would reach their unlucky target. Though Vey could no longer see them, the sound of rotors and ear-shattering weapons kept him one step ahead of them in the race to survive. Ogedai watched this all, patiently awaiting his moment. If the thing would just stand still, he could show them exactly what Flamebringer was good for. "Hurry. We're losing it," the pilot shouted as he descended lower over the canopy. "We don't have the rounds to keep this up, sir," his co-pilot insisted. At that point they were shooting anything that moved in the forest. A branch rustling in the wind. A shadow cast by a stone. A weird floater in the gunner's eye. It didn't matter. It was being shot. The ensuing game of cat and mouse captivated the pilots so fully that they paid little attention to the savages below still wishing to do them harm. From a new vantage point, Ogedai set his sights on the chopper and tried once again at marksmanship. He pointed the rocket launcher upward, half in rage, half in vengeance, and took a shot. The rocket zoomed towards the chopper, making impact and exploding in a fiery display. "Wahoo!" he called out as the recoil of the weapon dug into his arm. In the immediate aftermath, bits of burning metal rained down onto the incoming invaders. The scalding fluid singed many a man's skin, while the sight of their shattered miracle weapon left them terrified. Had their god changed his mind about them? Was the devil's weapon stronger? The Nangkarans rushed for Riverside Peak now more frightfully than before. This gave Ogedai a momentary feeling of joy, until he remembered what lay unguarded in that very camp. Ellen, he thought. There now stood 2,000 men between him and his love. At Riverside Peak it was no longer a fight. It was an extermination. Every elderly person that was found was put to the sword, and even those warriors who'd surrendered were ruthlessly decapitated. The young women fortunately were spared, but only if their looks met the soldiers' lustful demands. Behind them, children old enough to walk were being loaded into slave carts, and though their parents cried in protest, nothing could stop it. Over the guttural screams of a repeatedly stabbed Antoine, the village totems were cast into the fire. "Not the gods!" he shrieked as the life left his body. "Please, not the gods!" When the shaman was dead, he too was thrown into the flames. The invaders seemed insistent that this be a cultural genocide, as well as a physical one. Leaping down from a hidden perch, Ogedai swung his black blade into the skull of one of the arsonists. With a hard kick, he sent another of the worthless looters falling backwards into the coals, where they shrieked and rolled around in agony. He too was suffering. His shoulder continued to bleed, and he feared that before long he would be too light-headed to fight. "Ellen! Ellen!" he called out in desperation. There was no response. The yurts were disturbingly void save for the corpses that filled them. Were one to mistake this place for a ghoulish underworld, they could not have been blamed. Everything about it reeked of evil, and it was only getting worse. Ogadai called out again, until the sound of his shouts attracted others. One soldier, wielding an axe and panting heavily, approached with his weapon drawn. Ogadai gritted his teeth. "You call us barbarians? You call us animals? Let me ask you, is this what you call civilization?" he shouted. The soldier shrugged the accusation off. "This is what happens to all of the Lord's subjects who have not been saved. Whether it's in this life or the next, you will soon understand." "We'll see about that." In the blink of an eye, Ogadai stepped forward, throwing a hidden dagger into the man's chest. He then charged, slashing his blade and nearly taking off the soldier's head in one thrust. The soldier ducked, raising the hilt of his weapon in time to block the second strike. He stumbled backward, hitting the ground before Ogadai was on top of him, savagely hacking away. By the time Ogadai became conscious of his movements, his enemy was nothing more than a mix of blood and gore. He grunted loudly, wiping the sweat from his brow before turning back to look for more of them. "Ellen," he called as he passed over more of the yurts. There were no living thing to be seen save for an abandoned horse with broken legs. "Oh, what have they done to you?" he sighed, feeling pity for the animal. He approached, intending to put the creature out of its misery, when an unexpected assailant struck the back of head with a wooden shield. Ogadai fell to the ground, helplessly jerking as more assailants arrived to bound his hands. He felt chains go over his legs and ropes stretching his arms so tight he thought his tendons might burst. His infamous black blade was taken as a souvenir by the enemy, and most of his beads and necklaces were stripped from his body. After being kicked repeatedly, he felt something in his head crack. Life was steadily leaving his body, and yet in that semi-conscious state he heard a voice. It was his wife's voice this time, though not in the beautiful way he'd remembered it. Instead, it was a cry. The cry of a woman who at the moment was being dragged into a tent for some devious purpose. He made the motion to wiggle or crawl or roll to get over to her in time. This effort was in vain, for as soon as the enemy detected motion, they thrust a blade through his back. "Ellen," he screamed out once more. But it was no use. Ogadai, the great warrior who'd once struck fear into all those he faced, died to the hopeless screams of his pregnant wife. The yacht flap swung open and Christo unsheathed his blade, thinking it an intruder coming to do them in. He moved to strike, when he recognized that the figure was none other than Chief Aldaric. "The defense line has fallen. We need to get out of here fast," he explained. "Is there no hope of the rocket brigade reversing the tide of battle? The rocketeers are all dead." At that moment Vesbergoni returned to them from the sky. "The helicopter is destroyed, but the battle is lost. Do you see a way out of here? The southern passage offers one, but it's too steep to climb. You can ferry us down it. I believe in you. Come on, we have to be quick." The companions along with Chief Aldaric began sprinting for the slope on the far side of the mountain. They tried to move out as stealthily as they could, but between their silver cloaks and their hovering friend they were open targets. When the riders spotted them escaping, they charged in full force. Chains were thrown around Vesbergoni before he could fly away, and as he was wrestled to the ground they went for the others. Christo was struck across the face and left unconscious as they bound his hands and feet. Raya quickly hid the crystal star before being kicked over and similarly chained. It took 6 of the invaders to load Vesbergoni into his cage. After that they took Aldaric and threw him in with the rest of the newly captured slaves. There he recognized the faces of young Farfoot children who would never see the sight of their village again. How hopeless it seemed to be young in this cruel, unforgiving world. "Christo! Christo! Wake up!" Raya yelled, shaking him about. His cousin's body was motionless, save for the extreme swelling that was taking place around his left eye. "Get back from him!" a soldier shouted, kneeing him in the stomach. Raya collapsed to the ground and was dragged feet first onto the back of another horse-drawn cart. Christo was then thrown on top of him, and before he could kick hard enough to free himself, his chains were bound tightly to the rails. "Aghhh! Damn it, you bastard!" a voice came screaming from one of the yurts. A soldier emerged to reveal he'd been badly stabbed by an elder hiding cleverly under a blanket. The other soldiers rushed to provide him aid, and in that moment Nyson took his chance. Leaping from the slave cart, he sprinted like never before towards the rocky slope which promised him freedom. He crawled then, evading their looks long enough to find a route accessible to climbing. Had his hands not been bound, he would have scaled down the mountain right then and there. But being constrained as he was, he found himself stuck. "Behind you, prisoner," one of the scouts shouted. Then, frantically and without thinking, a volunteer soldier raised his rifle and took a shot. It fired off, shooting the projectile right through Nison's neck. "No! No! No!" Raya shouted, kicking and twisting, trying to fight off his captors. The blood leaked down Nison's larynx so fast that it filled his lungs before his brain was cut from circulation. The scientist laid there a second more, fumbling at the mouth for words before dying a cruel death. Never would he fulfill his dream of saving the cosmos. Never would he gain the recognition of contributing a great work to science. "You fool! You were meant to keep them alive until we instructed otherwise," General Latrius yelled, slapping the soldier across the face. "I'm sorry, sir," I panicked. "Get out of my sight," he blurted out. The cart moved off now with the remaining companions inside. Vey was bound and chained and Christo was still unconscious. Raya stared at Nison's corpse, hoping it would return to life until the moment it passed from sight. His friend was just one corpse out of many now, scattered about the camp in an endless sea of death. He wondered at that moment if it was better to die. Those who survived would be held as laborers and sexual servants for as long as their lineage continued. Perhaps to go out with freedom and dignity was the better way. But how could it have come to this? For land? For religion? For the simple accumulation of wealth? What reason could one possibly give to justify this level of cruelty? He looked at the flags they waved and the religious symbols they wore and remembered the truth. These people weren't acting out of their own individual conscience. They'd given up their autonomy to serve the oppressive systems which composed their society. This should not have surprised him, however. Such was the reality of nature. Sometimes justice never came. Sometimes the strong dominated the weak. Nison had been right after all. There was no cosmic force looking after them. And it just so happened that for the first time in their pitiful existence, they did not have the means to protect themselves. He reflected for a moment on his own life, and how short it had been. It seemed strange that not too long ago he'd been stressing over how to cope with an eternal life. Was boredom in paradise really such a pressing issue? Was it really a problem that his life had too much pleasure? Compared to the rape, murder and torture that he was now witnessing, he couldn't fathom how any of those problems had ever fazed him before, let alone bring him to tears. There was an irony in the way he longed for his old life. To recall with nostalgia the memories he once dreaded. Oh, how he wished he could get back to the problems of yesterday. Back to the problems of home, and the simple life he'd taken for granted. Chapter 40. At dawn, horns sounded off, marking a victorious return for the Nankaran forces. Zokif waited atop the city gates and watched as the triumphant soldiers marched through the entrance with a look of pride in their eyes. Along the streets, thousands had gathered to celebrate their brethren's conquest. The parade began, starting off at Farmer's Gate, and ended at the temple where an awards ceremony was waiting to be held. On many a home, the blue banner of the church could be seen flying from the windows. Men and women on rooftops showered the veterans with gifts and flower petals, and some even brought them baked goods to enjoy as they marched. Behind the First Legion, however, a much darker spectacle followed. Out of the gate came General Latrius, and dragging behind his 6-horse chariot was the headless corpse of Chief Mendelin. It was not unusual for the legions to display their captives, but the visual of a dirty, decaying body was never a pretty sight. Marching behind their fallen chief were dozens of eluptic women and children. Their hands were bound and their bodies were in chains. And eyeing them from the crowd were opportunistic farmers who would soon purchase them as slaves for their plantations. The prospects of a good life for the surviving villagers were looking aggressively bleak. Yet in reaction to this gruesome display there was not mourning, only celebration. Cheers and music played down every street corner. The youth were actually dancing at the destruction of a civilization. This festivity only intensified when the main captives were brought out. In the first cage to enter, Raya and Christo laid bruised, beaten and unconscious from their exhaustive journey. In the second cage was the corpse of Sagadoth, who in punishment for his mutiny had been burned alive. There were other notable captives such as Chief Aldaric, who was waiting to be executed in the evening. He, more than perhaps any of them, was ready to die and be done with it all. Without a surviving family member nor a land to call his own, one could argue that the best parts of him had died already. However, it was not until the third cage was wheeled in that the crowd was truly satisfied. There in captivity for all to see was Vesbogoni Faulu. The demon had finally been captured and brought to justice, and with his entrance a wave of murderous chants ensued. Between the slits where the cage bars separated, they peered out at the crowd. He was so angry that he could hardly contain himself from roaring and hissing at the men who wished him harm. Zokif locked eyes with the beast and shuddered. This was what evil looked like. This is what he'd read about during his days studying in the archive. No longer could he doubt that the crusade had been justified. This was a creature not of this world, and the hate it displayed for those around it explained everything. Latreus! Zokif called out as he approached the man on horseback. Congratulations on your victory. Thank you, my friend. How are you? Oh, things are well. I'm still breathing, aren't I? He scoffed. I do have a question for you, though. Have you seen my brother? The general frowned and shook his head. I've not seen that one since he first departed in June. That took him aback. He wasn't at the battle. No. Word is he abandoned his post beforehand and left his men to be slaughtered. I'd say wherever he's hiding out, he ought to stay there. There was a sharp pain in his stomach at the realization Olin had fled. If he was not at the battle and not in the city, he worried his brother might have been stranded in the waste somewhere. Oh Lord! He whispered to himself. Please let him be okay. The next morning, Posca dutifully woke his master with a sealed envelope delivered straight from the temple. What is this? Zokif asked. It's a summons from Father Gazan himself. He'd like to talk to you about your brother. For the second time this week his heart violently sank. They're going to expel me from the order, he thought. And Olin? Most likely jailed. But why? Why would his brother abandon his post as Latreus had said? Certainly there must have been something else at play. Perhaps he'd gone to request reinforcements. But why not send someone else? Why would the leadership flee? Was he really too much of a coward to face the enemy? That question was soon answered when Zokif found himself alone in Gazan's chambers. It was mid-afternoon, and the high priest had just finished lunch. You requested me, Father. Sit down. Gazan calmly instructed. Do you know why you're here? Something to do with my brother. Indeed. What have you heard about your brother's whereabouts? I only know that he was leading the auxiliary force. That was the last I saw him. He did not contact you when he returned to the city. He returned? I had no idea. Where is he? Father Gazan clasped Zokif's hand and moved closer. This may be hard to hear, but let me just say it. Zokif, I think your brother was possessed by the demon. Possessed? How? What did he do? Word is that he met with the demon before abandoning his post. It was meant to be a parley of sorts. But after that night his men report him speaking all sorts of nonsense. You said he came to the city though, right? Is he here now? Can he be cured? Zokif, your brother is dead. There was a cold silence that echoed through the room. At that moment Zokif had trouble focusing on anything. Did he die on the battlefield? No, he died just outside these chambers defiling holy relics. No, impossible. Not Olin, he said with tears welling in his eyes. I'm afraid so. It couldn't have been him. You must be confused. Posca was there to verify the body. Zokif gulped. His last refuge of denial had left him. His brother was truly gone. Must you have killed him? Could he not have been exorcised? Could he not have been saved? He was setting fire to Darren's scripture. The guards had no other choice. Zokif began to visibly shake. They must have cast a spell on him. Surely it wasn't his fault. He's not going to burn in hell now, is he? He's a good man, he just. Be calm, Zokif. His fate in the afterlife has not been decided yet. He may still yet go to heaven if he is redeemed. Please, what do I need to do? What he could not. I want you to slay the demon. But I thought it was already captured. It is. Tomorrow we are going to execute it. We are going to spill its blood and cast it into the flames for all to see. I will give the order when this happens, but I want you to swing the executioner's sword. Gazan revealed a sword made of glittering crystalline material. That's the sword Darren used to kill the devil, he said. Yes, and it's the one you will use to slay the demon. I don't deserve this honor. No, but your family needs it. And for Olin's sake I'll grant it. Forgive me, Father, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? If even a man as strong-willed as my brother could fall under the demon's spell, couldn't I as well? I will be there to provide blessings the whole way through. Its black magic will not touch you. You have my word. I have so much to think about. Need I make the decision now? You have till the end of the evening to give me your answer. I just hope you choose wisely for his sake. Outside, Zokif wandered the city streets for what seemed like forever. The weight of the patriarch's words was only now being felt on his shoulders. It was all too real. That was it. That was the end of Olin. He did not even remember the last time he'd spoken with his brother, and now it was clear he'd never be able to speak with him again. He hoped it was positive, whatever they talked about. He couldn't bear the thought of ending things on a trivial argument. Olin, if you're listening, I'm sorry, he whispered to himself. It was all he could do not to cry in the rain. How could this have been prevented? He wondered. Was this the result of his family's blind ambition? Or was the devil's power too strong for their weak minds? Perhaps this was God's punishment for their pride. Like Father Caden said, God could see through selfish deeds masters virtue. But if that was the case, why punish them? Why not punish the thousands of others who'd done far worse in terms of sin and violence? I wouldn't go back to that temple if I were you, Zokif. A voice called out from behind him. Zokif turned around to find Baron Braddock staring him down on horseback. Baron, what are you doing here? I've come to speak with you, boy. I was with your brother moments before his death. You saw Olin? Where was he? He was here in the city. Did he seem possessed? Possessed? No, not in the least. In fact, he was the most lucid I've ever seen him. Father Gazan says he was corrupted by black magic. I'm afraid his soul may be damned. Black magic? Nonsense. He was murdered. And I know who did it. Who? Father Davery. I heard him give the order while hiding behind one of the pews. They fired a crossbolt right into his chest. An unarmed man, can you believe it? Why would they do such a thing? Because your brother uncovered a truth down there. He was beginning to expose what's really going on at the temple. What are you talking about? They lied to us, Zokif. About everything. Darren was never a god. He wasn't even religious. They've lied to us about almost everything we know about divinity. Even the supposed demon in that cage. We have no reason to believe it's supernatural. We have no idea what it is. Baron, have you gone mad? I saw the truth with my own eyes. Read it from the words of Darren himself. What words are you referring to? The original copy of the Book of Darren. Your brother received it before his death. He had it with him until they seized it from his hands. If what you're saying is true, then surely the clergy would warn us. Why would they want us to dedicate our lives to something that isn't true? It's not about truth, Zokif. It's about power. It always has been. Nonsense. Is it nonsense? Or is killing and looting the rest of the world under the guise of God nonsense? What are you asking of me, Baron? To renounce everything I know to be true. To believe that my brother was murdered by the only men God appointed with his trust. I'm asking you to open your eyes. If the death of your brother is not enough to make you realize their intentions are sinister, then I don't know what will. Zokif hesitated. They want me to execute this creature tomorrow. To put the war to rest. Surely slaying the demon can bring us some peace. By all that is good in life, Zokif, don't do it. Why? Because that creature is innocent. But my brother will burn in hellfire eternally if I don't. Is that what you believe? Or what you've been told to believe? Zokif hesitated. They are one and the same. Damn you, Zokif. Don't throw away your life on this cult. I don't see it as a cult. I see it as the only thing that makes sense in this crazy world. Tell me, boy, what of the human slave markets that will be opening later today? Is that all part of God's plan too? Zokif stared blankly, knowing he could not defend it. There's still another way. You don't have to be complicit in this system any longer. Please come with me, I can help you. Zokif shook his head. Easy for you to say when your own family is not at risk. You think I haven't had to sacrifice anything? You don't know the half of it. But before he could fully respond, Zokif had already walked away. He was stubborn, like his brother no doubt, yet not stubborn enough to see the truth. When Zokif returned home, his wife caught him with tears streaming down his face. In his hand was the summons letter crumpled up into a ball, and in his other hand was a bottle of liquor, cracked and half empty. What's wrong, dear? She asked, caressing his shoulder. Zokif shook his head. He's gone. He's dead. His fist shook with rage. What happened? Davri's men shot him with a crossbow. They claim he was under possession of the demon. But that's not the only story I've heard. What do you mean? He told her first what Father Gazan said, then what Baron Braddock claimed on his way home. She seemed very receptive to the father's explanation, but when potential blasphemy was brought up, she became utterly dismissive. I just don't know what to think. Zokif explained, overwhelmed. Do what all wise men do when they don't have an answer. Turn to Darren. Place your trust in him and find salvation as we always have. Did you hear what I just said? Baron claims he might not even be real. But that can't be true. I've had personal experiences with him. So have you. So I thought. He groaned. Now I wonder if it was just the wishful thoughts of my own mind. Oh, don't speak that way. Darren cares about all of us. Does he care about the children of the families we just destroyed? Those are barbarians. She argued. God didn't turn his back on them. They turned their back on him. It's not our fault the world is cruel. It's the price we pay for turning from his vision. Why didn't he come down and reveal himself to them then? Why is he always making us guess? He clenched his fist ever harder. God works in mysterious ways. We don't always know his plan, but we must trust that it is good. Mysterious ways, he spat. Maria, what kind of God lets thousands of people be put to slaughter? What kind of God lets his own adherents die of plague and cancer, and his most loyal worshippers suffer in agony? Do we not pray hard enough? Are our parades not big enough? Please, Zokif, don't talk like that. You're starting to sound like a non-believer. Oh, I believe. I'm just not too happy with him right now. Maria began to cry at his blasphemous words. Oh, so that makes you cry, but the death of my brother doesn't. Don't accuse me of such things. You know I loved him just as much as you did. I'm just trying to do as Scripture tells us and put the Lord's needs first. And how do we know what the Lord wants? Did Darren personally send you a vision? No, but that's what we have priests and prophets for. He speaks to us through them. Has it ever occurred to you that they're beings of flesh too? Are they not human? Do they never make mistakes? Zokif, you can't talk about them that way. This is what happened to your brother. Zokif grew so angry that he almost struck her. It was incomprehensible how a woman with such a sweet heart could say something so horribly cruel. He turned to the door, wishing to leave her, perhaps never to return, when he peered back once more. You have a good heart, Maria. I love you. But this thing you believe, it's making you sound wicked. You're really going to sit here and try to justify the murder of an innocent man. And the worst part is, the more you believe it, the better about it you feel. Maria burst into tears once more, and Zokov, unable to bear the pain he just caused, slammed the door shut behind him. In the alleyways of Nankar, he drank himself sick. It was the only thing that could settle his nerves against the tremendous weight he felt. The end of the day was growing near, and if he did not give his answer by nightfall, the clergy would consider it a sign of refusal. With this in mind, he dragged his feet reluctantly towards the temple. There were so many countervailing thoughts coursing through his mind. It was true that he had genuine doubts about Gazan's words. But it was not rebuking the temple that he feared. It was going against God. The clergy were his only access to the divine, and without them he was lost like a sheep without its shepherd. If he dared refuse them, as he now contemplated, he might very well be dooming his family to an eternity in hell. It was one thing to imagine his own soul burning in an endless flame. It was quite another to picture Maria, Olin, and all their future descendants, roasting together in a hellfire of their own making. What would an eternity of torture even be like? He could imagine a month of it. Maybe even a year of it. But an eternity. How could that even be possible? Would there be a tolerance to the pain? Or would it exponentially get worse as he twisted in agony forever? Infinite punishment for finite crimes. He thought. It was not fair, and yet when had life ever been fair? He wished there was a way to delay the execution so that he could have more time to think, but with dusk approaching his time was up. Hell isn't worth it, he decided. The pain was just too gruesome for him to contemplate. He could not allow his family to be tortured. He had to think about them first. Maybe when he was a priest he could set things right. Care for the downtrodden and reform the church as Father Caden recommended. Perhaps he could even become high priest in time. As an old man, he might be able to lead the city in a new direction. This was all on the table if he obeyed. The only thing that stood between him and his dreams now was the demon, which even if it was not supernatural was no more than a beast. Walking up the steps of the temple, Zokov knocked on Gazan's door. With a reluctant twist of his hand he turned the knob, and found the old man getting ready to leave. "Zokov, my son. Have you made your decision?" the father asked, pleasantly surprised. "I'll do it," he confessed. "Just tell me when." Chapter 41. Christo awoke from his slumber with a massive headache ringing through his skull. His nose stung, for it was partially broken, and his hands were chained to the wall. He looked out at his surroundings through the only eye that wasn't swollen shut, and found Raya chained beside him, similarly beaten. They were alone in a prison cell with guards posted outside. "Where are we?" he called out in a muddled groan. "The Earthmen brought us back to their city. We're to be executed." What of the others?" he asked, recalling his last memories of the battle. "Mostly dead," Raya said defeatedly. "Chief Ogadai, Giswinder, they're all gone. Those that weren't hacked to pieces were taken into slavery." Christo could hardly believe the news. "There's more," Raya said, nearly tearing up. "In the struggle to escape, one of the invaders shot Nyson." "What? How? Where is he?" "He's dead." Then the futility of their position really sank in. "I failed," he sobbed. "I failed the mission. I promised Akasha I would protect him." "We've all failed our missions," Raya said, reflecting on his own inability to solve the new physics. "What of Vesbegoni? Where is he?" "They are executing him as we speak." That was almost too much to bear. It was one thing to know his own death was approaching soon. It was another altogether to know his friends were in trouble, and there was nothing he could do to help them. Christo yanked on the chains that bound his hands and found it was no use to struggle. He wasn't going anywhere. For the first time in a combat situation, he was entirely powerless. "Promise me you'll return," he remembered Aleda pleading, "if indeed the end cannot be stopped." How naive he'd been to make such a promise, knowing now he'd never fulfill it. He imagined her waiting for him to no avail, as the cosmos imploded around her. How the tears would run down her face as she died, scared and alone. He wished he had the power to send out one last message. To say a final goodbye. In a whisper to the fates he pleaded desperately that she could know his final intentions. Raya similarly sulked in the feeling that he would never see his family. He had not been so bold as Christo as to promise his mother a return, but she would expect his presence before long nonetheless. His friends too would never get an honest explanation of his disappearance. They would likely think he succumbed to depression as his uncle did all those months before. How strange to think that he had once contemplated the act himself. "Christo," he said quietly. "What?" "I don't want to die, I want to live. I'm sorry for ever doubting that." Christo looked up at him with a sudden upliftment in his face. "It's okay, buddy. We all go through struggles. I'm just happy you stayed brave when it really mattered. It took a lot of guts volunteering to come here. You know, when I first volunteered for the mission, I didn't care much if I succeeded or failed. I just wanted something to be a part of. To have a purpose for once in my life." "I know, Raya. You did well." "I did mediocre," he admitted. "But I still tried." "Well, we're here now. What's your final analysis?" "Analysis of what?" "Life. Was it worth living?" Raya looked around. Yes. Absolutely yes. Though Christo didn't show it, the answer brought tremendous warmth to his heart. "To tell you the truth though, I'm embarrassed by the way I spent a lot of it. Crying over trivial things. Losing sleep over things like self-actualization. Can you imagine that now?" Raya laughed. "I wish those were my biggest problems." Christo chuckled. "So do I. But you know, in truth, we were probably going to die anyway. If it wasn't now, it'd be in a few years when the galaxies started colliding. And even if we did somehow solve the new physics, cosmic expansion would pull us apart eventually. It's true. Nothing lasts forever, not even us. But at least our short time in this life meant something. I'd rather die young and fulfilled than exist an eternity and never know what it was like to feel alive." "I'm glad to hear you say that." Raya focused on his breath and considered how much he cherished each inhale of fresh air. How simple a thing it was to just exist. To just be happy. "If only I could live a little longer," he thought. "Never again would I waste a moment. Never again would I lose sight of what really matters." He closed his eyes and pictured what it was like to be by the lakeside on New Gaia once more. To be free from violence again. To be in good health surrounded by loved ones. How he wished so desperately to be back there. Outside they heard a thunderous roar from the fanatic crowd and knew the end was near. They was probably being executed. And they were next. "When we go out there, I don't want you to confess. We can't legitimize their superstitions. We can't give them the satisfaction." "I won't," Raya agreed. "I do hope it's quick though. I've never been one for pain. Whatever it is, you'll have to bear it. If we play into their delusion, they'll never stop believing." Raya imagined what they would do to him, a small price to pay for a life full of joy. Christo grinned. "I couldn't agree more. We've been so fortunate for so long. A little bit of pain at the end can't undo all that. I'm glad you're with me, Christo. You're the best friend I've ever had. When our atoms take living form again, let us hope we're born into a better world. One where cruelty and superstition have been forgotten." "That is the dream," Christo agreed. "I hope it comes to pass." Chapter 42. On the second day of Father Gazan's triumph, a crowd of city dwellers assembled in front of the temple. Among this crowd were the same faces of those who'd stood by throughout all the other public executions. The ones that burst into applause when it was announced they were going to war, and looked the other way while their kin was scapegoated and murdered. Today there was no short of bloodlust. The demon, which had so cleverly evaded them, was finally brought to justice. Now before their eyes, a ceremony was about to begin which would bring its supernatural presence to an end. In front of the platform typically used for speeches was a fire pit which had been placed to discard the body. An executioner was to sever the creature's head and let its corpse fall into the fire until the flesh was burned and its dark soul expelled. Though the public did not yet know who the executioner was, Zokov sat behind the platform waiting for his moment to rise. Father Davry meanwhile led the city in prayer, attempting to distract the masses as Vesbegoni's cage was quietly brought in. When the creature was delivered, the priest put up his hands and all chanting stopped. Brothers and sisters, here in front of the holy temple, before the eyes of Darren himself, we right the wrong which was committed by the unfaithful months ago. In our possession is the demon, the beast who set fire to our holy temple. With him in the dungeons are the devil worshippers who summoned him into existence. They will all be put to the sword now. Their blood will run black until the devil himself realizes he has no place in our city. A vicious chant from the populace erupted which blocked out all other sound. The townsfolk were screaming as much in relief as they were in hatred at the thought of the demon meeting its end. "Are you ready to witness history before your eyes?" the priest shouted. "To God goes the glory," a young boy chanted in delusional tears. "That's what I like to hear," he called out. "Guards, bring out the demon." Then from out of its cage the furious groans of an alien could be heard. Vesbegoni hardly looked himself with all the chains and bindings around him. His grasping claws were stretched to their limits and his tentacles were roped together. He was carried onto the wooden platform by 4 soldiers carrying blades. Each of them had to restrain Ve as he thrashed and kicked about in a last attempt at escape. When he was safely secured on the wooden planks, his chains were pulled even tighter. This created tremendous pain that tore at his ligaments and weighed on his shoulders. His outer skin now bled with a green fluid which came from the sharp hooks digging into his back. Ve looked down at the crowd that was cheering his death, and found himself deeply disturbed by their hysteria. These humans were so sure they were right. So sure that he was a demon in fact, that they were willing to kill him for it. How could this be? How could anyone be so fundamentalist? The thought dumbfounded him, and yet he remembered the similar attitude he'd adopted back on Nelbenshod not long ago. Were his beliefs really that different? His perspective on religion had come full circle recently. Before he believed his life was filled with struggle so that he could be reincarnated into a higher form. It would be in his next life that he got to travel and explore and understand the stars. Then when Christo rescued him and taught him what science was, he realized those beliefs were little more than myths. If he wanted to pursue his dreams, he could do so in this life. And for a long time he was certain that's what he would do. Now, however, as he faced looming death, he secretly wished that reincarnation were true. This was not because he saw any evidence for it rationally, but because he hoped in his deepest of heart that this was not the end. It was one thing to lose his life and then return in another form. It was another thing to cease to exist completely. The calls for bloodshed were so loud now that it drowned out his very thoughts. The commoners were red in the face, nearly spitting as they screamed obscenities at the poorly misunderstood creature. And who will be the one to rid us of this wretched hell spawn? Who will redeem our slighted city? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you none other than Zokuf of the House Alden. The mere mention of his family lineage was enough to draw tremendous applause from the crowd. Kelvin's descendants were finally getting the recognition they deserved, and in the moment it aroused an assortment of bittersweet feelings. With one foot Zokuf stepped onto the platform and gave a bow to the city dwellers before him. Then pulling out the ceremonial sword from the executioner's sheath, he looked down the edge of the blade and measured his swing from the demon's neck. This was it. It was the moment of redemption for his family and the passage to a greater career. He held the blade tightly, eager to strike, only not in the way they expected. "For Olin," he whispered to himself. Then in a sudden twist of events Zokuf turned and stabbed the blade deep into the nearest guard's chest. There was an eruption of shock and agony from all those watching as he pulled the blade from the soldier's body and wiped it off with a sacramental cloth. Davri, fearing his death was imminent, leapt into the crowd to get out of Zokuf's range. Zokuf then swung his sword as hard as he could at the chains which bound Vesbegoni, releasing his claws and setting his tentacles free. "What is this blasphemy?" Davri shouted at the top of his lungs. Zokuf held up his blade, daring the clergyman to take a step forward. Davri hissed in utter outrage and called for assistance. Within moments, 6 guards fully equipped in armor came rushing over the barriers to apprehend him. Zokuf went to charge them when he was held back by a sticky tentacle. The demon, this unknown alien, wrapped itself around him, allowing its suction cups to lock onto him. From behind he felt a tug as the creature's air sac inflated and lifted him off the ground. By the time his assailants drew near enough to bring him down, his feet were just beyond the range of their swords. A spear was thrust at Vesbogoni, only to be caught and thrown back at the crowd. "Shoot it down. Shoot it down quickly," Father Davry commanded. Beside him a few men with crossbows tried to no success. Zokif looked out in disbelief as he flew over the city. Bullets and arrowheads whisked right past his head, but none struck as they glided above them. They flew quickly now, soaring over the walls and using buildings to shield them from enemy archers. "Where are my friends?" Vesbogoni growled at him. "The thing can talk," he almost shrieked. "They're being held up in that prison over there. Take me to them. There's no time. The guards will be on our trail any minute. We will not leave without them," they vowed. Below, the prison was being guarded by two stationary men. One held an axe and a shield, and the other a rusty rifle. They were seasoned warriors, veterans of the last two crusades. What they weren't prepared for, however, was aerial combat. And so it came as a complete surprise when a monstrous extraterrestrial creature came diving out of the sky onto them. They and Zokif crashed into the guards with a sudden thud, and made a scramble for their weapons. Zokif stabbed his blade down into the first guard's neck while Vey crushed the other with his sheer weight. The guard suffocated, sporadically slashing a knife into Vey, until a tentacle reached down and squeezed his head. In the bloody remnants of what had been the guards' bodies, Zokif searched in vain for the prison cell keys. He rummaged his hand through their chainmail and found nothing of the sort. "Get out of the way," they yelled, holding two axes. "We've got no time for locks." From the inside of the cell, Raya and Christo could tell something was happening outside. There was a struggle, a shriek, and then an inhumanely deep growl that could not be mistaken for anything other than Vey. Raya moved closer to the window, hoping to make sense of what was going on when two axes crashed through the door. A hole appeared, revealing Vesbogoni and a strange-looking Earthman. The door was struck again and again, until its handle fell off and the entrance swung open. "Vey!" Christo shouted in disbelief. Their loyal friend barged into the room and began slashing at their chains with his axe. When they were unshackled from the wall, they ran out into the street, looking waywardly for a quick exit. "Okay, you've got us this far, what do we do now?" Christo asked Vey. "Get onto the roofs. I'll ferry you out of the city one by one." "There's no use," Zokif protested. "This isn't like before. The guards are already fully mobilized and you'd be fleeing in broad daylight. They'll catch you in no time. Your best bet is to hide and then wait till nightfall." "We don't have time for nightfall," Raya said, pointing at a group of approaching riders. Quickly, Christo grabbed the knife that was laying in the dismembered guard's hand, and Raya went for the shield that was laying right next to it. Vesbogoni inflated himself, ready for yet another fight when Zokif signaled for them to stop. "Wait, I know this man. He's a friend." As the rider drew nearer, it was revealed to be Baron Braddock and two loyal servants. They'd come with weapons and an extra 3 horses, exactly what the companions needed. The Baron tipped his hat to the Sky People and beckoned them to join. "Come. If you want to live, we must make for the southern gates while the guards are still scrambled. Once they lock those entrances down, we'll be trapped in the city for good." "Why are you doing this?" Zokif asked as he climbed on the back of one of the horses. "Because your brother was quite dear to me. And because I care about the truth." Together, each of them mounted up and sped towards the exit with all haste. Vesbogoni flew at a low altitude behind them, trying to keep the pace. Back at the temple, the legionaries were organizing. Father Davry was cleaning the fresh blood that had been spattered on his coat, and General Atreus sharpened his blade. When at last Father Gazan arrived to make sense of the scene, he was furious. "My lord, we're glad you're here. The prisoners, they've somehow escaped." At the word escape, Gazan punched Davry in the face and began kicking him on the ground. "How could you possibly let it slip through our grasp? The creature was chained and bound and surrounded by swords." "It wasn't me, sir, it was the Alden boy. He betrayed us. He unbound the creature and helped it fly away." The father grimaced, knowing that trusting the young Zokif had been a mistake. "Where are they now?" General Atreus stood up. City guard watched them leave through the southern gate on horseback. We're dispatching riders after them presently. Bring me your best mount. I'll kill the damn thing myself if I have to, Father Gazan said. Right this way, sir, a servant answered. Gazan turned back to Davery. When I return, I want the entire Alden line executed. Family, servants, friends, even old Baron, if what you say is true. It will be done, sir, you have my word. It best be done, or in time I may find need of your head too. Behind him, an assortment of guard soldiers and sellswords climbed onto their war horses and followed Gazan on his way. The demon would not escape his grasp. Not this time. As the companions galloped off into the wasteland, there was a sudden sense of freedom. The Pangene forest was mere miles away now, and beyond it an invisible spaceship that was quietly awaiting their return. Doing their best to take the quickest route possible, Christo applied pressure with his feet and directed his horse forward towards the trees. Where are we going? The Baron asked. Back to my spaceship. Spaceship? What in God's name is that? Christo simply pointed up, having little time to explain. A gunshot sounded off behind them, and then another in the distance. Zokif turned around to see that a gang of about 30 riders were hot on their trail. Among this gang was Father Gazan himself, as well as General Latreus, who directed a group of archers towards their heads. Faster! Zokif yelled. The companions dispersed in various directions, each trying to reach the forest through a different angle. Without heavy armor weighing down their pursuers, the well-bred military stallions made ground faster than any of the companions could keep up with. A wave of adrenaline overcame Raya as his life hung in balance. Never had just a few miles felt so long. Peace, health, and immortality among the stars was what awaited him just beyond the tree line. Could he make it, though? That was the real question. Another gun fired off, nearly taking off Baron's head. Then an arrow whisked by into the chest of one of his servants, leaving him dead on the ground. The next shot grazed Vey as he flew and caused him to bleed out more green fluid on the soil. It seemed that no matter how fast they traveled, it was not enough. No more, Raya thought. Not my friends. He recalled the faces of Nyson, Ogadai, Chief Mendelin, Ellen Megor, and all the others who died to get him to this point. Their memories haunted him. He would not let another die in his name. With the crystal star burning brightly in his palm, he thought back to what he'd learned about planeswalking. How the goal of their practice was to bend the laws of nature and use it to their advantage. He closed his eyes, trying to ignore the fear which gripped him, and focused on nothing more than his own breath. Stilling his thoughts while gunshots fired behind him proved to be an impossible task, yet due to his discipline and repetitive training he was able to remain concentrated. What resulted from this exercise was a moment of clarity where all things came into perspective. The crystal star led him once again to the doors of another reality. And this time, with his mind's eye now open, he was ready to receive its message. At once, almost instinctively, Raya knew what to do. You. Pass me your sword. He yelled at Zokif. What? Why? Hand it over, he yelled nonsensically. Zokif complied. He tossed the hilt of the sword into the air, and Raya caught it. You're crazy if you think you can take them. Maybe I can't. But it will buy us more time. Wait, Raya. No. Christo yelled as Raya brought his horse to a halt. As their enemies encroached around them, Raya dismounted and drew the blade. He inhaled one last breath of stale earth air and brushed the sword behind his head, ready to strike. The riders eyed him curiously, not sure what to think of the spectacle. The dumb barbarian had just abandoned his one chance at freedom, and now they would do surely him in. Raya recalled his earlier vision. By learning planeswalking, not only will you be able to understand the laws of physics, in time you will be able to bend them. Now more than ever he needed that to be true. He took the executioner's blade and raised it high, screaming hysterically as he swung it into the ground. At once a convergence of time and space occurred. A pulse of energy from an unknown source released from his body, into the blade, and then into the ground where it struck the nuclei of the surrounding atoms. In a vicious chain reaction, the molecules which composed the soil shattered, creating an atomic blast which rippled out in every direction. In a single moment, An explosion hotter than the surface of the sun incinerated Father Gazan and his cohort instantly. The light of the blast was so unbelievably bright that it burned their shadows into the soil and left their corpses as nothing but dust. A mushroom cloud of heat and radioactive energy appeared. Yet not a single harmful particle struck Raya or the other companions. Instead, the photons curved around them in a way that could only be described as intentional. Raya looked to Christo, then to Zokif and the others, and exhaled triumphantly. Perhaps he hadn't been crazy after all. Perhaps the new physics really could be understood. Chapter 43. What did you just do? Christo asked him in shock. I don't know. Where the wasteland had once been, there was now just a crater. Not a sign of their pursuers' corpses could be found, save for their shadows burnt into the soil. Raya felt the hilt of his sword lighten as the blade turned to dust. He had no idea what he'd done to split the very atoms around him. He only knew that he'd become a conduit for some energy beyond time and space. This adventure had started with a disaster that nearly cost them their lives. It was only fitting now that it should end with an unexpected miracle. Gazan is dead, Zokif said to Baron Braddock. When the people learn what has happened here, they'll surely interpret it as a sign from the divine. And we must be there to lead them on a new path when they do. I couldn't agree more. He smiled. Raya and Christo looked at each other, still too stunned to think straight. Shall we be on our way? Christo asked. Raya nodded and crawled back on his horse. By the time sunset rolled around, the companions passed beyond the boundaries of the Pangene forest. Beneath the canopy, they were once again where they'd started, only moments now from salvation. Christo dismounted from his horse and took a step forward, carefully feeling around for the Skymark's invisible surface. When his fingertips made contact with the protective material, it recognized his touch instantly and illuminated the spacecraft for all to see. Zokif took a step back in awe. So the stories are true, he thought. In front of him was a flying machine taller than even the mythic elephants he'd read about as a scribe. It hovered above the ground, without even a single leg propping it up. And unlike the helicopter he'd witnessed weeks before, it required no rotations to stay aloft. Baron was similarly impressed by the sight, and took his hat off in respect. He watched with interest as the automated hatches swung open at the mere sound of Christo's voice. Stepping inside the Skymark, Christo took a deep breath of the pristine air. Nothing in the cabin had been left to age or dust, and he found that his holographic map was sitting precisely in the place he'd left it. He walked straight to the control panel, connecting his suit directly to the ship while uttering the command, "Restore suit properties." Then, almost like magic, the machines on their bodies resuscitated. There was a sudden jolt from the exosuits, then a wave of joy as their powers returned. Again their cells were re-equipped with essential nutrients. The unhealthy pathogens that built up in their gut were expelled. The muscle fibers in their arms and legs were repaired. And their sensory pathways alleviated all feelings of soreness. Every characteristic of their old life was rushing back to them. And it was a wonderful feeling. Raya stood outside and noticed the Earth dwellers staring at his silver cloak, as it lit up with flashes of blue and silver light. He felt a sense of release, as if the pressure of a million troubles had suddenly lifted off his shoulders. By the time he'd recalibrated his senses, Christo was walking out of the ship accompanied by a medical bot to treat the companions. The bot flew over first to Vey, seizing his right claw and healing the stab wound he'd received only hours before. Once again Vey thanked good fortune that he'd made acquaintance with the humans. Though they'd been the ones that nearly got him killed on this planet, they were also responsible for saving his life at least 3 times now. That had to mean something. Christo stared at the front of the ship and shook his head. "What is it?" Raya asked. "Sad that the chief never got to ride in it. I promised him he would. I can only imagine what a thrill that would have been for him. He spent his whole life without ever leaving the ground." Raya looked to the Earthmen beside him. They would likely spend their whole lives without ever leaving the ground too. Their dogmatism and anti-science sentiment would mean it would be generations before their civilization developed such a thing. "What now?" Zokif asked in a quiet moment when tensions had eased. "This is where we leave you, I'm afraid to say." But we have so many questions. Please wait. Raya turned back to them. What do you want to know? Darrenism, God, is anything we've been led to believe true. Raya knelt down and looked Zokif in the eye. Darren was a real man. But he was an atheist, not a god. Zokif frowned. So the scriptures are false. There is no heaven. Raya put a hand on his shoulder. The stories are indeed false. I'm afraid this is so. But heaven, my friend, is a state of mind. It is to be enjoyed in this life, not the next. How? He asked. Raya leaned close to him. Learn to inquire about the natural world. Innovate, build and explore. Encourage cleverness, kindness and skepticism of mind. These are the pathways which will lead you to heaven. Raya's other hand lit up and touched the Baron's torso. This caused a pinch and then a rumbling sound as the flesh within Baron vibrated. What are you doing? Baron asked uncomfortably. Shedding your body of its cancerous cells. Baron looked down to see that his tumor was no longer there. Oh Lord, thank the fates. You've cured me. Raya smiled. The defense of truth should not go unrewarded. We owe you men a great deal of gratitude for what you've done for us. Will we ever see you again? Zokif asked. He wanted to say probably not, but instead went with a more hopeful answer. If you can build a ship that will reach us, we will happily house you in the land beyond the sky one day. Zokif looked at the skymark in disbelief. A ship like this? We could never. Perhaps not today or tomorrow. But I have faith that one day that your people will succeed as mine have. One day disease, war and compelled labor will all be horrors of the past. Do you really think so? Raya ignited a hologram which showed 2 DNA strands. You see this? This is your genome. It's what makes a person who they are. Notice that almost all the nucleotide sequences in yours are identical to mine. You know what that means. It means you Earthfolk are capable of anything we are, given enough time and effort. You make it sound so easy. Easy? No, it's one of the hardest things to accomplish. However, it is possible, even if it takes thousands of years. I believe you, Zokif said with a sudden hope. Good. That's why you can't stop dreaming. The moment you let the dream die is the moment you succumb to a hell of your own making. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything, Zokif said, as he experienced something akin to a spiritual awakening. Thank you for saving us. My regrets that we must be on our way so soon. But remember, our offer stands if you can make it. We will, he said. Raya smiled. Then I'll see you out there. The companions split up, then one by one loaded into the starship to leave. Zokif watched them go with profound grief in his heart. He had so many questions still waiting to be answered. So many lessons to be taught. Though it was not much, the words of the Sky Dwellers would remain with him for the rest of his life. He would continue to dream of a technologically fueled paradise for all his days that remained. The vision of a brighter future returned to Nankar. And he would make sure that all his descendants remembered the name of Raya Neko. After parting ways, the companions sat down in the Skymark cabin and locked down the hatches before lifting off. As they departed, each of them waved from the viewport as their Earth-dwelling companions grew smaller in the distance. With each elevation they ascended higher, passing over the mountains, clouds and everything else separating them from the ground. It was not until they reached the upper stratosphere that it finally weighed on Raya how lucky they'd been to survive. This is it, he realized. This is my second chance. Not only did he have his life back now, he had a reason to live. And with all he'd learned on this planet, he vowed never again to waste it. Not even for the shortest time. There, on the edge of the sky, Raya found his purpose. Epilogue. Stars. Once again they were among the stars. Raya felt the ever-so-slight relinquish of Earth's gravitational pull, and knew he was where he belonged. He looked down on the pale blue orb that shined before him with a renewed feeling of loss for all that had happened. There were millions still living down there that would never know the joy of space travel. Millions who would never know reprieve from pain by a sensory modifier, or freedom from want by the 3D printings of a manifester. For them, they were trapped in misery. A dystopia of man's own making. How curious it was that the same species that could build a utopia in the heavens could also lock itself into a hell on Earth. As Raya stood by the viewport taking in one last glimpse of the planet, he couldn't help but judge the choices of all who'd come before. "I can't believe they did it," he said to Christo in a passing moment. "Did what?" "Destroyed their home. It looks so beautiful from orbit. And it shall again one day. Nature will reconquer all that's been lost. You know, as a child I was told the Earth was once more beautiful than New Gaia. They said that while every colony world had been artificially fitted to our liking, only the Earth could be said to have done it naturally. Don't you think it's the opposite? Wasn't it us who were molded to the conditions of the Earth, and not the other way around?" "Of course. But what I mean is there is something natural to our attraction for this place. We have a history here. An ancient record etched into the soil over billions of years that no colony could ever match. It's our primal birthplace. Our ancestral home." "It is," Christo agreed. "But it is not our true home. Our true home is out there," he said, pointing to the broader cosmos. "Yes. And I think it's time we returned." Christo entered a series of coordinates into the ship's navigational interface and set them forth on a course towards the Dyson exit. As they gained speed, all planetary bodies shrank from view in their periphery. The worlds grew ever smaller in the distance until they were little more than specks. The companions were moving many times the speed of light now, and in that warped state they would pass into free space before the end of the hour. "What now?" Vesbogoni asked. "Where do we go from here?" Christo frowned. "We report back to Admiral Drac. We tell him the mission failed." Raya caressed the crystal star that was sitting warmly in his hands, and reflected on the visions it had given him. The last 2 nights his mind had been fixed on the constellation Draco and the answers it might hold. "The mission isn't over yet. There is still work to be done," he said. "What are you talking about? Nyson is dead. We found no helpful information. Let's face it, the mission failed." "The mission did not fail. We have this," he said, opening his hand and exposing the crystal. Raya then telepathically shared all the relevant memories with Christo. The vision of the temple, the strange behavior of the crystal star, the potential explanation for the new physics developed by their ancestors. Christo eyed the relic curiously and nodded his head. "There is something more to this reality that we can touch or see," Raya explained. "The mystics described it, the scientists predicted it, but I haven't found it yet. I need more time." "Will you come with us?" Christo asked. "No. For this journey I must go alone." "Fine then. I will go to PCHQ and report our findings." "And I will go with you," Vesbogoni added. Raya sighed. "Then this may be our last journey together for quite some time." He took Christo's hand as if to shake it, and then thrust him in for a hug. "Thank you, my friend. For everything. You've saved my life so many times on this journey I cannot even begin to count. You're a true soldier. Don't let anyone ever tell you differently." Raya then turned to Vei, feeling equally sentimental. "And Vei, none of us could have made it without you." He grasped onto the white Weevu, feeling his bulbous flesh sink in the embrace. By the end of the hour the Dyson exit was mere minutes away, and their next adventure was about to begin. The Earth was now a blue speck nearly indistinguishable from the stars around it, and in the memory of Dr. Nyson they turned towards it one last time to pay their respects. "You know, I think I finally understand the Peacekeeper's mission," Raya said to Christo. "Oh yeah? What do you think?" "Knowledge. Technology. It's not just about being smart enough to craft it. It's about being wise enough to use it. Think about the way we've wielded it in the past. The same tech that can be used for green energy can also be used for fission bombs. The same understanding of germ theory that can be used to cure diseases can be used to weaponize them. Every power our knowledge grants us can be used for both good and evil. I see now why we have to ensure that power is held in responsible hands. It's a tedious job defending paradise. But after witnessing the hellscape that is the Earth, I think I finally understand the slogan "Never Again." It's tragic what we've had to do just to survive. I can't imagine what trouble our ancestors went through just to obtain what we now take for granted. That's always been the test of history, hasn't it? Does one use their knowledge for social betterment or to inflict greater cruelty? It could have went either back way then. We almost shared their same fate. Well, I'm glad our ancestors chose life. Christo said. Yes, Christo. I'm glad they did too. The end. Appendix A. A History of Humanity. Pre-End War Earth. The conditions that characterized pre-End War Earth made the advent of disaster inevitable. Human beings had always been at a disadvantage, for their technological advances outpaced their social ones. It had taken nearly 3 million years for Homo sapiens to transition from ape to man. 10,000 years to transition from hunter-gatherers to agrarian farmers. Yet once the Industrial Revolution happened, and the emergence of science that followed, world-changing technologies began to come and go in the span of a single human lifetime. Unlike previous eras, there was not an adjustment period where societies could adapt to their new technologies. There was no experienced class of elders who could bestow wisdom onto the youth. Instead, it seemed that by the time society had adjusted to a new piece of tech, a new one would appear, rendering the previous obsolete. This created societies that poorly understood the very mechanisms that made them run. It was easy enough for a peasant to understand the interplay of farmers, masons, merchants, and kings. But with a globalized economy, environmentally disruptive technology, weapons of mass destruction, and wireless communication devices, the variables required to understand the global system became ever more complex. As each century passed, this rate of change only accelerated. And as the 21st century approached, mankind became hopelessly overwhelmed by this contradiction. The human brain was still operating with the age-old primordial instincts of mammals. Its societies were still deeply rooted in the cultural traditions of their medieval ancestors, yet humanity was supposed to manage world-changing technologies in a responsible way. Obviously, this could not happen. The innovations of the scientific revolution were no doubt used for good at times, including curing disease and increasing luxury, but they were also used to make weapons and subjugate neighboring peoples. The reason for this was quite simple. No matter how enlightened their technology was, it was still being handled by deeply unenlightened minds. Because of this failure in human cognition, progress could not immediately prevail. It would take another century, and a near-extinction event, before human beings developed the cultural capacity necessary to succeed as a species. We 21st century men have the instincts of animals, the culture of Puritans, and the technology of gods. How are we to survive when change takes ages but our world demands immediate action? Pevkeef Nervenbar. The Long Peace. The Great War ended with a barrage of atomic weapons annihilating one of the great powers. From that moment on, the means of traditional warfare had ended. It was not because of a change in human nature that the bloodshed stopped. Instead, it was because the stakes of war had become too gruesome to ignore. The principle of mutually assured destruction posited that if any side were to use their weapons of mass destruction, all others would do the same. This would in turn lead to a desolate planet, and a landscape unable to support organized life. Due to this legitimate concern, no world power ever came into direct conflict with another. Proxy wars and invasions of developing nations still continued as usual, but for those possessing atomic, chemical, and biological secrets, a new set of standards was introduced onto the world stage. The century after the Great War was a prosperous time of development. The population nearly quadrupled in size, going from less than 2 billion to over 8 billion. Manufacturing kicked into high gear, producing food, medicines, and consumer goods to major parts of the world that had never had them before. The economy became more and more globalized and interconnected. And it became decreasingly likely that global-scale war would ever happen again. Once again, this was not because of a change in human nature. Genetic alterations to the mind had not been invented yet. Instead, it was a change in social conditions that brought about economic interdependency and cultural blending. By the time of the mid-21st century, all living memory of the Great War had faded. People forgot how savage the horrors of armed conflict and wholesale genocide had been. And this fact proved problematic, for it blinded people to the danger of the saber rattling taking place before their eyes. Preludes to war. Prior to 6b, no one thought war between the great powers was possible. Generations of children had grown believing the deterrence principle would always keep them safe. Yet this changed when one of the world powers began working on a program called the Nuclear Defense Shield, NDS. This was a system of satellites, lasers, and sonar technology that was meant to stop 90% of land, air, and sea missiles. When it was feasible that such a shield could be created, this nation took major steps in implementing it across its territory. This was done covertly in areas of strategic significance, but it was picked up on by enemy intelligence. Within a few months, word of NDS had spread to every national security apparatus, and an arms race ensued. By the end of the decade, 5 different nations were working on their own versions of NDS. And without nuclear weapons as a deterrent, the political maneuverings of world leaders became more and more bold. Eventually, tensions came to a bottleneck. The first conflicts to arise were seen in the developing world. Great nations looking to extend their sphere of influence would invade, blockade, and fund rebellions in foreign states with the explicit intention of imperial control. When the indigenous people resisted such invasions, they turned to other world powers in request for aid. To their relief, aid was often granted, but unfortunately it came with increasingly predatory strings attached. The 100-plus developing nations of the world became pawns in a larger imperial game. So-called bush wars began to break out all over the planet. Though these conflicts were diverse geographically and strategically, they were all conducted in the name of power, resources, and cultural expansion. Untold millions were killed in the skirmishes leading up to the end war. But the casualties inflicted were still nothing compared to what was about to come. Systemic breakdown. As the great nations of the world poured trillions of dollars into their war efforts, the environment was being entirely neglected. Great industrial machines had seeped the oceans in oil and plastic. Large-scale agrarian farms had decimated the once blossoming forests. Climate change had made once fertile ground inhospitable. And the people of the developing nations were finding it harder and harder to feed themselves. In the span of a few decades, over 50% of the species on Earth went extinct. Ecosystems that had been sustained for millions of years tragically collapsed, and the repercussions of such collapses shocked markets globally. With the crisis in climate came a crisis in economics. For while it was clear that mankind was facing a bold and existential threat, the principles of global commerce incentivized short-term individual profit over long-term public good. For this reason, the polluting did not stop. The exploitation of the environment only increased. And those who worked for radical environmental change were suppressed legally and even violently. Activists were murdered. Leaders were jailed. Websites pushing anti-establishment sentiments were shut down. The science on global health was obscured on every mainstream media station. And the world's ecology was destroyed in the name of profit. For the average person, very little could be done. Even those who wanted to help prevent environmental catastrophe were dissuaded, for they had their own troubles to worry about. Despite living in more productive societies, the average citizen was working longer hours for shorter pay. Income inequality was skyrocketing. And democracy was being eroded by mass-scale bribery. An elite class of financiers had rigged the justice system in their own favor, meaning the internal corruption of democratic governments could not be prosecuted. The people, of course, did not blame the elites for crashing their system. They blamed each other. With the global economy in shambles and the ecology decimated, a rabid form of nationalism ensued. Notions of cultural and racial supremacy became mainstream, and people were more likely to blame their neighbors for their suffering than the structural problems of their society. As the nationalists gained power, they implemented cuts to important public goods and services. Education was one of the first things to get hit by this austerity. Without a generation educated in empiricism and critical thinking, people became more susceptible to indoctrination. Through the outlets of the internet and social media, radical political and religious ideologies swept the populace. Anti-Enlightenment and authoritarian ideals were becoming increasingly prevalent, and the public capacity to be skeptical of anything was becoming increasingly scarce. Religion, specifically, offered a supernatural justification for the worst aspects of society. Poverty was seen as virtuous. Disease was viewed as unavoidable. War was seen as justified, for the warmongers could invoke scripture to justify the bloodshed. Authoritarians could draw parallels between their policies and divine prophecy. And the natural disasters brought about by pollution were taken to be signs of the end times. There was not a tragedy the world faced that couldn't be legitimized under the religious worldview. As disaster became more and more prevalent, people began to genuinely believe that the end times were upon them. When you combine these things, nationalism, tribalism, religious superstition, income inequality, resource scarcity, and predatory populist leaders, a precedent for war is created that is almost inevitable. For a time, diplomacy at the highest level kept the world system in check. But once the principle of mutually assured destruction was removed, all bets were off the table. The end war first strikes. Tensions first came to a head when one of the great powers made the bold move to seize a strategic island off the coast of one of their geopolitical adversaries. This movement sent the international community into lockdown, as shipping lanes were cut off at sea, and nuclear submarines were deployed everywhere. The prospect of a hot war between the great powers was looking more likely now than ever, and in the desperation for some semblance of peace, a third country volunteered to serve as a mediator. For weeks there was contentious standoff between the three countries. Initially, it seemed as if progress was being made. The aggressors had agreed to move their nuclear submarines out of striking distance, and the defenders agreed to lift sanctions on their economic competitors. To diplomats far and wide there was a belief that the worst was finally behind them. But as the final pre-war conference in the city of Kedo showed, there was one piece of analysis that all the commentators failed to consider: Roist Gazan. This man was an autocratic prime minister whose motivations are still unknown. Some believe that he was driven by nationalistic fervor to expand his country's borders and establish an empire. Others believe he was inherently selfish and merely saber-rattled with others to consolidate his fame and political support at home. Others still believe that he was a true believer, convinced of the religious orthodoxy of his time that Armageddon was near. Regardless of what his initial motivation was, it is known that it was he who sabotaged the last peace conference. Less than 12 hours after he'd departed Kedo on hypersonic jet, it was said he instructed his generals to launch a nuclear first strike. Immediately 1,200 warheads shot across the globe by land and sea. To the credit of the NDS system, 96% of them were shot down or otherwise neutralized. However, the 48 warheads that did hit caused unprecedented damage. The death toll was estimated to be in the range of 210 million. And this, granted, was in the first 3 hours. In response to the surprise attack, nations across the world launched strategic bombings of their own. By the end of the first night, 12 more nuclear warheads had detonated, and by the morning 3 more had reached their targets. In less than 24 hours 63 nuclear weapons had been unleashed, and more were on their way. End war, protracted carnage. In the first 6 months of the end war, 14% of the world's population, 1.12 billion, died. It had become the most bloody conflict in human history, and it had barely even started. With the machines of war now at full speed, and multiple ethnic cleansings underway, humanity finally learned what would happen when their wicked nature was reflected in machinery. The seas on Earth, which had already been filled with half a century's trash, were now contaminated with shipwreckage and nuclear waste. Oil spills from fractured wells were swept up into the passing currents, and failed airships constantly rained down wreckage from the sky. On land, the conditions were even worse. Aerial bombardments had devastated industrial farm outputs, causing frequent scarcity and famine. One could hardly drive a few miles without finding a blocked road or broken bridge, and the importing of supplies to rural areas was almost impossible. Starvation and malnutrition erupted as a consequence of this. There was neither clean water nor clean air for the civilian populations. Forest fires swept the landscape with no one to contain them. and the smog and ash of vaporized cities caused cancer rates to rise 200%. When people weren't treating famine or cancerous growths, they had to face a new generation of diseases. Manufactured plagues were intentionally being spread into civilian populations by the military. Governments would vaccinate their citizens in secret before sending out weaponized viruses to devastate the civilians of other countries. Those who did not receive the vaccines in time were killed all the same. It was also not rare for a weaponized disease to mutate and begin infecting its home country. So-called war plagues swept the landscape, killing as much as 90% of people in some regions. By end of the first year, humanity had lost another 1 billion lives. And some feared this was a sign of the end. Revolutions of the apocalypse. When Royst Gazan did the unthinkable and ordered nuclear hellfire on his enemies, many religious leaders believed he was fulfilling divine prophecy. Death, famine, disease and war were what his infamous strike brought. And when combined with economic woes and poor education, it was easy for people to be indoctrinated by end-times cults. Many of the organizations claiming to be divine believed that the world was getting worse because of the growing prevalence of secularism. Humanity had turned away from God, and now God was turning away from humanity. The only way to remedy this, in their minds, was to reclaim their societies. And so in secret, they developed plans to overthrow democracy. In the second year of the war, several heads of state were assassinated, while military coups d'états eliminated parliament. What came in their place was a loose alliance of theocratic leaders and military dictators that were in control of the world's weaponry. These theocratic regimes, most of which did not believe in the science their technology used, now wielded world-devastating powers with completely fundamentalist intentions. The revolutionary generation. There were, however, other groups of people who reacted very differently to the horrors of the end war. These men and women would become to be known as the revolutionary generation, or the founders by later generations. The revolutionary generation were a culture of progressive thinkers that believed humanity should move away from nationalism, militarism and superstition, rather than towards it. They advanced a notion of secular and scientific humanism, which later became the foundation for the free state of mankind. The early prescriptions of the revolutionary generation were bold. They called for a more secular government, a more egalitarian economic system, and a democracy free from the bribes of nefarious private interests. They were anti-war activists almost universally, and believed that the resources of their world should be devoted to science and human development, rather than weaponry and surveillance. With social trends moving almost universally in the opposite direction, and with major parts of the globe now too toxic to rehabilitate, the revolutionary generation came to the conclusion that space travel was their only path to salvation. In space, humanity could finally be safe from the non-stop carnage of the end war. On Mars and the other planets, they would finally be safe from aerial bombardment and free to practice new forms of economics and governance. The problem was that they lacked the technology and resources to get off the planet. And with most of the world's scientists being employed by national militaries, they were left with few choices. Like it or not, the revolutionary generation would have to participate in the end war. End war, the second phase. As the end war entered its third year, an arms race was developing which would decide the fate of the war. With all the nuclear weapons spent, and the laser defenses lying in ruin, the governments of the world sought a new weapon which could finish off their opponents. Royst Gazan, whose nation was faring the best out of the conflict, took prisoner a particle physicist named Nels Anderson to work in his military laboratory. Dr. Nels had been known best for his work on string theory, and it was believed he could be used to create something called a quantum bomb which could end the war. The quantum bomb, much like the nuclear bomb, used the energy of split atoms to create massive explosions. The only difference was that it used the non-local properties of quantum physics to strike hundreds of locations at once. Knowing that this was the case, and that it might very well mean the end of humanity, the revolutionary generation plotted a strategy to rescue this scientist. Led by Boz Andropoulos and James Darren, a group of revolutionaries stormed Gazan's research facility and freed Dr. Nels. The group suffered horrible casualties on the scale of thousands, but what they received in return was a scientist who could help them construct a workable anti-gravitation device. With this information, it would soon be possible to take to the stars and do what the revolutionary generation had always dreamed of. The only challenge that presently faced them was whether they could survive long enough to bring their dream into fruition. End War Finale. While the revolutionary generation was busy trying to construct a fleet of spaceships able to escape Earth's gravitational pull, the governments of the world were trying to construct their own devices as well. The arms race for the quantum bomb had not stopped, and in the time since Dr. Nels had escaped, Roystgazan had employed new researchers to finish the scientist's work. What the executive figure did not know, however, was that his labs were bugged by foreign military spies. Another leader by the name of Itho Quinn was also developing a quantum bomb. He unfortunately was among those who believed in apocalyptic end-times myths and planned to use the bomb as soon as he acquired it. When news of this reached the revolutionary generation, their leadership panicked. They were so close to the engineering breakthroughs which would save humanity, yet they were powerless to stop the human race from destroying itself. A council was convened to discuss what strategy could be used to deter the enemy, and it was James Darren who hatched the final plan. The idea was to lead a wave of non-violent general strikes in cities where the development of the bomb was taking place. If citizens merely disobeyed, if they did not show up to work, this would starve the military of the fuel and resources required to develop the weapons. This plan would not need to last forever, only long enough for the revolutionary generation to complete their orbital starships. It put in jeopardy the lives of thousands of civilians, yet to do nothing was to doom everyone to a cruel and unfitting death. Darren believed that by appealing to the self-interest and common humanity of those in other countries, he could persuade them to join him and stop the madness. Even the most fervently religious had to admit they did not want their children to suffer, and so ultimately even many of the theocrats joined him in this mass demonstration. What happened next is a matter of conjecture. Too few records survive that can tell us what happened. The most scholarly sources indicate that Itho Quinn he abducted Darren and live-streamed his torture across mass media and the internet. This was meant to deter anyone else from demonstrating. Instead, what it did was embolden them to resist. Somewhere in that struggle between the people and the government, the religiously orthodox and the religiously moderate, Darren was able to break free from his bondage. In an act that many eyewitnesses describe as supernatural, he stopped the detonation of the quantum bomb from occurring. Some folktales insist that he had extraterrestrial help which allowed him to do things no other human being could do. Others claim that Dr. Nels Sanderson equipped him with a device that could defy conventional particle physics. Whatever the case was, evidence suggests that Darren saved humanity from a genocidal detonation of quantum weapons, and that he died during this struggle. Many would come to view him as a champion of human rights. Some would even begin to perceive him as a supernatural figure. Aftermath. With the military-industrial complex temporarily delayed, the revolutionary generation was able to begin ferrying refugees off the planet and into sustainable colonies where new systems of government could be tried. On Mars, the Moon, and the outer worlds of the solar system, people were given a second chance out amongst the stars. They were willing to consider new ways of living, because the old way had nearly gotten them killed. Bos Andropoulos famously departed the Earth, swearing he would return one day when conditions improved. He never set foot on the planet's soil again. For decades after, the war raged on with intermittent periods of violence and ceasefire. By the end, most ecosystems across the world collapsed. The global population of humans was less than a third of what it once was, and the rabid fanaticism that swept over the culture was only getting worse. People strove for peace, but it did not stop the global arms race from reaching its tipping point. In 40p, post-end war, the weapons of humanity finally destroyed the world. An exchange of nuclear, quantum and chemical weapons detonated across Earth's surface, killing 99% of life and ending the Anthropocene. Those in orbit tried what they could to rescue innocent human life, but by the time they organized sufficient resources to launch a rescue effort, the planet's surface was unrecognizable. Some did survive the radioactive holocaust, however, hiding in bunkers, caves, and sophisticated fallout shelters. The humans of the Earth would continue on, though never returning to their former glory. This, just as in all species, led to a branching effect where the lineages on Earth and the lineages of space became culturally and genetically distinct. Gone were the days of a unified humanity. Now came the eras of extreme pleasure and extreme suffering. Appendix B. The free state of mankind. The free state and community. The free state of mankind is the name given to the collective body of human civilization that exists across the cosmos. It consists of every moon, planet, colony, space station, starship, and settlement that is directly ruled and controlled by humans. Despite its name, the free state is not a state in the traditional sense of the word. It is a decentralized organization of communities loosely unified by a commitment to human rights. Many would classify the free state as an anarchist society, but the truth is far more complicated. There are two levels of the free state that define its jurisdiction. One is the local level, and the second is the universal. At the local level, communities may set their own rules democratically or even undemocratically. There is no stipulation on what kind of legislation can be enacted, nor what form of government can be established. The only stipulation imposed by universal dictate is that laws do not infringe on the rights of their citizens. Typically, free state communities resemble some sort of libertarian democracy, though there are many exceptions to this norm considering the size and scope of the 1 million-plus colonies. Popular debates center around property rights, noise ordinances, and the specific etiquettes of public interactions. However, these debates can range to truly anything. Some communities have strict speech codes, while others have particularly relaxed ones. Some communities require citizens to clothe themselves in public, while others operate in the nude. Some communities are very rigid about private property, while others are more communal and consider the personal ownership of land and possessions abhorrent. To register a community for sovereign status, one must state the parameters of the territory they wish to claim. The size of this claim can be anywhere from a single household to an entire planet. If no other human or group of sentient creatures contests the claim to this area, then the status of the community is considered valid. In cases where there are overlapping claims on a territory, however, the dispute is worked out via the Interspace Court System (ICS). Once the status of a sovereign community has been granted, everything within the registered domain is under the jurisdiction of those who registered it. The individuals can choose for themselves any style of governing they want, including none at all if desired. In this way, the inherent freedom of the cosmos allows people to craft any society they want with whoever they want. The sheer expanse of the free state means that few ever grow dissatisfied, for they can choose to live in communities more suitable to their values. The Grand Council and rights. At the universal level, decisions are made by a body known as the Grand Council. The Grand Council is a legislative body that is made up of representatives from each galactic council. The galactic councils are in turn composed of delegates from each and every registered community in their galaxy. When in session, these councils create the bureaucratic framework necessary to conduct interplanetary affairs. Because the size of the free state is so expansive, the ascribed duties of its member councils are quite short and limited. The Grand Council, for instance, cannot make laws. It can only protect the liberties of its constituent members. These constituents include all of humanity, the aliens who live upon their worlds, and the insentient organisms they take as neighbors and pets. When the Council drafts courses of action to protect these rights, it turns to the institution known as the peacekeepers to carry them out. The four freedoms that the Free State is constitutionally bound to protect are as follows. Freedom from the imposition of involuntary labor. Freedom from the imposition of involuntary suffering. Freedom from the imposition of involuntary death. Freedom from the imposition of involuntary imprisonment. These freedoms are non-negotiable and override any kind of local legislation. This means that although communities are free to enact any kind of legal policy they want, they are limited in their ability to penalize those who break them. Some communities, for instance, levy community service at criminals for breaking their rules. Others exact physical punishment or even prison sentences for local crimes. Any of these punishments can be considered valid under universal law, as long as they are voluntary. Citizens must verbally consent to the punishment, otherwise it is legally void. This may seem nonsensical, in that laws will not be taken seriously if they can be voluntarily dismissed, but there is one absolute power that each local government has: the power of banishment. If one fails to follow a community's rules, they can be exiled permanently. This is considered fair because the innovations of modern technology have made relocation an easy task. Transportation via spaceship or teleportation is free, and the cosmos provides nearly unlimited worlds for human beings to build new colonies on. The founders of the Free State were aware that with the centralization of wealth and power comes the tendency for corruption and abuse. This is why the Free State was modeled in such a way that power is decentralized. Nearly all decisions, both cultural and legal, are made by the individual communities and their leadership. The only time that the Grand Council and its enforcement bodies intervene in any way is when one of the four freedoms is violated. These violations are what is also known as the unforgivable crimes. These crimes include but are not limited to murder, imposition of involuntary death; torture, imposition of involuntary suffering; rape, imposition of involuntary suffering; compelled labor, slavery, imposition of involuntary servitude; kidnapping, imposition of involuntary imprisonment. If an individual commits any of these crimes, they are given the ultimate punishment of identity reconstruction, as mentioned in Chapter 6. If any local government commits these crimes, the community loses its sovereign status, its violators are captured, and it must reapply for sovereign status once internal changes have been made. In this way, the Free State can consider itself a libertarian entity, while still intervening in situations where basic freedoms are violated. Laws, however, do not exist if they are not enforced, and rights cannot exist if they are not protected. The Grand Council approves interventions to protect these important principles, but the act of carrying out and executing the missions falls to a second institution: the peacekeepers. The peacekeepers are the forceful arm of the Free State. Their job as an agency is to protect the sovereignty and rights of humanity, while executing the mission goals drafted by the Grand Council. In order to defend the Council's legitimacy and protect universal rights, the peacekeepers must maintain a monopoly on force. This means maintaining peak technological advantage among competing human institutions, as well as alien civilizations. Such powers are overwhelming and daunting, and so in order to prevent abuse, one must go under neurological and genetic therapy before taking a position in leadership. Once this is accomplished, all notions of greed, pride, ego, and aggression are eliminated from the human psyche. This leaves the intelligence agencies free to conduct intergalactic espionage without the fear of malevolent powers taking over. The Tsar of Free Worlds. The Tsar of Free Worlds is the elected head of the Grand Council. It is a position one can inhabit for a full 20-year term, but when that term is over, one cannot serve another. The Tsar's role is a mostly symbolic role. He is a tiebreaker in cases where the Grand Council has an even number of votes, and is a check on the Grand Admiral in cases where the peacekeepers disagree with the Council. There have been 672 Tsar of Free Worlds since the formation of the Free State, some serving full terms and others being impeached by a moderate majority of the Council. The current Tsar is Augumus Los, a figure from Terravonia, previously a council member, who is in his 16th year of office. Terravonia. Terravonia is the capital of the Free State. It houses the Grand Council, the Interspace Court System, and the Tsar's Palace. On top of being the home of universal legal bodies, it also has a local government with its own leaders and bureaucrats. The jurisdiction of these two governments do not intersect. The Grand Council has sovereignty over the buildings it uses to operate, and the local government has sovereignty over the rest of the planet. The population of this world fluctuates, but it is generally around 30 billion people. Its cities are densely packed and particularly urban, despite the protests of its creators. Terravonia was made the capital of the Free State on January 1, 400 PE, post-End War. It has stayed in the orbit of its home star Proxima Centauri ever since. The Embassy. The Embassy is an artificial satellite that orbits Terravonia. Being an entirely mechanic structure, It was designed as a climate-neutral station for all alien civilizations to send their diplomats. Across the surface of the embassy, millions of domes are crafted to mimic the internal atmosphere of alien homeworlds. Some are incredibly cold while others are hot. Some are filled with fluids while others contain gases unbreathable by mankind. The embassy was created so that all diplomats could live comfortably while communicating short distances away from each other. It was also made so that foreign civilizations could witness the vast achievements of humanity, though the more humble among mankind seldom admit this. Appendix C. Galactic Encyclopedia. Toyova. Planet type terrestrial. Sentient life the Toyovans. World characteristics: acid oceans, high volcanic activity, 100-year seasons. Average temperature 63 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type Stone Age. Tired. Planet type gas giant. Sentient life the Whiteweevoo. World characteristics: hurricanes, megastorms, magnetic landmasses. Average temperature -245 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type Space Age. Vangel. Planet type terrestrial. Sentient life the Vangels. World characteristics: covered primarily in oceans, strong winds, heavy radiation due to weak magnetic fields. Average temperature 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type Industrial Age. San and Tosh. Planet type Colony World. Sentient life the Humans. World characteristics: long expansive plains, imported ecosystems. Average temperature 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type Utopia. Marsudia. Planet type Dwarf planet. Sentient life the Marsudians. World characteristics: dead surface, an active planet core, long networks of artificial tunnels. Average temperature -390 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type Industrial Age. Fager. Planet type terrestrial. Sentient life the Necra. World characteristics: thin atmosphere, high volcanic activity, bioluminescent ecosystems. Average temperature -212 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type pre-industrial. New Gaia. Planet type Colony World. Sentient life the Humans. World characteristics: blue seas, blue skies, biomes mimicking pre-war Earth. Average temperature 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type Utopia. Sapiomeca. Planet type Colony World. Sentient life the Humans. World characteristics: 30-hour days, 2.8-year seasonal cycles, frequent aurora activity. Average temperature 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type Utopia. Terravonia. Planet type Capital World. Sentient life the Humans. World characteristics: dense city, mass surveillance state, beautiful national parks. Average temperature 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Civilization type Utopia. Appendix D. Technology, vehicles and gadgets. The Manifester. The Manifester is a contraption that works by reducing elements down to their fundamental particles and then reassembling them into a new structure. This allows humans to take abundant materials such as air, dirt, water and trash and convert them into whatever objects they want. The first step in the manifestation process is disassembly. Atoms are stripped of their surrounding electrons and laid bare before a series of magnets. Once this is accomplished, the nuclear bonds in the atomic nucleus are broken, and a pool of protons and neutrons form. At this point, tiny fibrous senses link subatomic particles together by wielding the power of the strong force. It is in this way that new atoms are made and chemically bound together, creating the molecular basis of the objects humans wish to reproduce. The tremendous amount of energy released during these fission and fusion reactions are captured by a radiation shield in the interior of the device. This energy is then redirected into the battery of the machine, powering not only it, but any other machines the manifester may be linked to. In cosmic starships, manifestors convert the raw energy released by stars into usable supplies for their passengers. In exosuits, air, water, and other materials become the proteins, vitamins, and minerals required for good biological health. In households, the manifester plays a major role in waste recycling. And in construction, the machines act as the most powerful 3D printers. Once a design is programmed into the manifester, the machine begins working to make it real. The only limits to its abilities are the laws of physics and the amount of material supplied. Beyond this, anything with a feasible structural integrity can be made. Everything from roads, houses, chairs, cars, mountain ranges, spaceships, and even life can be created. On some rare occasions, they have been used to build entire planets. They can craft any structure from the microscopic all the way to the megalithic, given enough time and energy. And since the machines power themselves, there is little stopping them. They are the perfect tools for actualizing human creativity and making our designs a reality. The Skymark engine. The Skymark engine is a device that allows one to travel faster than the speed of light using spacetime manipulation. It works by creating a vortex that contracts the spacetime fabric in front of it, while stretching the spacetime fabric behind it. In this way, one can traverse vast distances quickly without actually moving at all. And because it is the space that is moving, and not the actual ship, one does not violate the laws of physics when they travel. The only danger passengers encounter when traveling at such speeds is potential collisions with interstellar debris. To prevent this, starships use energetic shields to protect themselves using a combination of ionized radiation and magnetism. In this way, flight is made safe and easy, and vast distances can be traversed in short durations without the worry of failure. Speed aboard human starships is measured in something called spacefold units (SF). Each spacefold unit is equivalent to the speed of light. The average starship can travel up to 1000 SF, or about 1,000 times the speed of light. At this speed, a standard-class starship can reach a nearby star in less than a week. Once one begins traveling over 1500 sulfur monofluoride, however, there begins to be technical problems that prevent further flight. At about 1550 to 1580 SF, depending on the matter content of the vacuum, one creates a phenomenon called a hyperfold. This is a disruptive vortex in space-time, similar in its effects to a sonic boom within a planetary atmosphere. Without a means of stabilization, hyperfolds can shatter the nuclear bonds of the atomic nuclei around it, leading to explosive disasters. In order to prevent this space-time disruption, one must implement the use of omega-borne traces to contain the hyperfolds. The interstellar grid. The discovery of quantum entanglement led to the development of what early physicists called spooky action at a distance. This was an observed phenomenon where particles would seem to be exchanging information instantaneously, with no apparent limit to their distance apart. When this behavior was fully understood, scientists began utilizing the ability by making vast microscopic networks of quantum-linked particles. When these networks were established, they began inserting the particles into their tools, computers, ships, and exosuits. It created an interstellar grid that stretched across the entire expanse of human civilization. Once the interstellar grid was established, the instantaneous exchange of information was used for transportation as well as communication. The psychonet. One of the original uses of this interstellar grid was communication. By using entangled particles to send information across light years instantaneously, primitive communication devices such as radio, telegraph, and cellular phones became obsolete. The traditional Internet slowly transitioned from a network of wires and cables to a quantum phenomenon. Soon the entirety of human knowledge, every historical book, program, document, picture, and video was uploaded onto the grid. After the invention of neural links, people could upload their thoughts, memories, and emotions too. And with the additional of experiential information being uploaded onto this network, the Internet became the psychonet. It became something more easily accessed by the mind than it did any tool or computer. The psychonet currently has two settings: the public domain and the private domain. The public domain acts much like the traditional Internet, with knowledge being accessible to anyone with the ability to look. The private domain, however, is a series of hidden storage devices that allows one to back up their memory. It also serves as a preservation mechanism in the case of early death. The psychonet has such power, the entirety of human knowledge, that it cannot be trusted by any person or group of people. Instead, it is ran by a series of unmanned algorithms made to safeguard the privacy and security of personal information. There is a myth that all the storage software uploads their information to a single place. A single storage facility called the Library of Akasha, where all knowledge is known. No such library has ever been discovered, however, so most dismiss it as a children's story. Teleporter. The teleporter is a device that scans an object anatomically down to the last particle, and then entangles its constituent particles with the interstellar grid. Once the object is non-locally tied to the grid, its material essence can be transported in real time. It can seize an object in one place, make it appear as if it were gone, and then manifest it in another. This is done with 100% accuracy due to the computational ability of the internal processor. Teleporters are often found in starships as well as in exosuits. They can be placed into anything truly. With the smallest the size of a peanut and the largest the size of a whale, teleporters are handy devices for getting into known space fast. Scoutships. With the existence of teleporters, one might ask, what is the point of a starship? The answer to this is quite simple. Teleporters can only transport one to destinations that are already linked to the interstellar grid. For new areas that are still unknown or undiscovered by humans, it takes traditional spaceflight for one to arrive at their destination. Once one has made contact with the destination, however, a link to the interstellar grid can be made. All those who come after can merely teleport, rather than taking an equally long flight. In this way, explorers are still essential to expanding the human frontier. Some, however, wishing to skip the journey, rely on unmanned scout ships to scour the universe for them. Once new destinations are found, they teleport across the spatial distances, deactivating the scouts and setting up residence. Such scout ships are common, and can be seen roaming the frontiers of distant galaxies. Techno-telepathy. More commonly known as just telepathy, techno-telepathy is the ability for humans to communicate their thoughts and emotions non-verbally. Due to mechanical insertions in their brain and nervous system via the exosuit, one can broadcast information from their mind to another, and they can also receive it as well in the converse way. There is no limit to the amount of information that can be sent off at a time, but there is a limit on how much a single brain can receive at a time. The exosuit is programmed to safeguard the brain against sensory overload, and so it contains algorithmic safeguards that slow the delivery of telepathic messages. Once the exosuit has been installed into the head as a child, one can use techno-telepathy to control a wide range of machinery. People often use it to summon their vehicles, operate their service bots, and even communicate with one another non-verbally. It is how humans utilize the majority of their tools, and how they quickly manifest their desires into reality through pure imagination. The sensory enhancer. Sensory enhancers are devices embedded within the exosuit that tie directly into the brain and nervous system. They are machines that stimulate the production of neurotransmitters such as dopamine, oxytocin and serotonin, as well as other synthetic molecules to produce profound experiential effects. One of the things that sensory enhancers do is disrupt brain activity in ways that alter cognition. These alterations are meant to be positive, but can be overwhelming for those who are not ready. The machines can simulate everything from meditation to sexual stimulation, to emotional profundity or even drug use. They also provide nearly a limitless way for people to explore and examine their own consciousness. The sensory enhancers can be controlled through direct internal thought, telepathy, or with permission, one's experience can be open to suggestion through external manipulation by another. Such external manipulation is the basis of resorts like the Pleasure Barge, and also the foundation of psychonautic therapy. When experiences are achieved, the brain states can be mapped internally by the exosuit and used to replicate the experience again when one wishes to return to it. This is how people make playlists of cognition. They measure brain states associated with certain positive emotions and use the devices to recreate the emotions in others. Grand Scanner. The Grand Scanner is a dust-sized microdrone used to spy on unknowing suspects during peacekeeper investigations. The device works by counting ripples in its space-time periphery and using the data to determine the spin, wavelength, location and motion of every particle within in a legally defined radius. By capturing this information, it not only allows one to recover perfect video and audio footage of every event in the vicinity, it also captures internal data that would otherwise be hidden. By recording the suspect's brain activity, the Grand Scanner can read the thoughts and emotions of every individual it spies upon. It can know everything about a suspect's personality down to their last detail and characteristic, and knows right away if their intentions are criminal. While Grand Scanners are rarely used and require stringent warrants to get obtained, their implementation has been essential for maintaining human primacy throughout the universe. Appendix E. Cultures and Settlements of the Post-War Earth. Nyankar. Nyankar is a city built on top of the ruins of ancient Kedo. Its inhabitants worship the figure Daran Sadar, whom they believe to be the physical manifestation of God. Nyankarans are known most notably for their efficiency in weapons utilization, making them by far the dominant military power in the region. At present, their empire exists from Bangkar in the west all the way to North Post. They are a people of a single ethnic makeup, making them vulnerable to myths of racial supremacy. When not making war and preying upon their neighbors, Nyankar is an economic powerhouse. Its farms produce more wheat and grain than the rest of the wasteland combined, and the urban centers house enough smiths, masons and laborers to create innovative industries. The governmental system of Nyankar is theocratic, with a high priest ruling at the top, and a council of clergymen operating directly underneath him. The clergy pick leaders from those among their own ranks, meaning in order to hold a position in the city, one must be in their good graces. Aside from the religious positions, there are a wealthy elite of businessmen and landowners who exert influence in the city. It is estimated that 75% of the Nyankar's wealth is owned by this small group of elites, with some very literally owning dozens of human beings. Slavery is quite frequent in Nyankar, as are forced marriages and honor killings. Medical knowledge is in its infancy, and public sanitation is unheard of. The one redeeming quality that Nyankar has is its tradition of historicism and record-keeping. The Nyankarans were among the first to preserve that which was left of the old world, locking books and machinery deep within the confines of their temples, as to keep it protected from outside hands. What the nation is to do with these relics is a constant point of contention and debate. Bangkar. Bangkar is a small agrarian community, located in the Phinhao Valley on the periphery of the Vernal Mountains. It was recently conquered by the Nyankaran army, and put under occupation by a council of crusader forces. Prior to the war, Bangkar, which was known as Berafi at the time, sold its excess grain to Redoban and Thagian traders on a route that was once known as the Triangle Path. The gold they made from these transactions was used to purchase fine goods such as iron, steel and pottery. By the time of the siege of Nyankar, the populace of Bangkar was enamored with a religion called the cult of Dreadsmith. It was here that the shaman lord was able to convince chieftain Orogenar that he was indeed the Tomiki and a man of flesh and blood simultaneously. The Bangkarans suffered heavily during their defeat at the Battle of Farmers Gate. The city lost so many of their men of strength that they found themselves disadvantaged in the wars that followed. Typically, it is said that the official religion of Bangkar is Dharanism. Yet it does not take much investigating to notice the ways in which pagan practices have been incorporated into the church. On the side of their new temple, the figure of Dharan is depicted holding a sword while kneeling beneath a bright star. This star is actually the morning star, an astrological symbol used by pagans to represent Sadisha's throne. Despite their frequent surveillance and subjugation, the good farmers of the wasteland still fight to preserve their culture in any ways they can. Thaig. Thaig is a city-state located just north of Jural Lake. It remains politically independent from the Nyankaran Empire, however culturally, there is a high degree of overlap. In previous centuries, southern missionaries converted the city to Dharanism. It has a hereditary monarch as a king, and a vast array of elites and nobles who similarly rule the land through birthright. Thaig first gained prominence during the War of Gasoline, 300 years after the End War. It was during this time that the city commandeered an armored vehicle which was used to temporarily conquer its neighboring cities, North Post and Redoba. It was not until their pre-war relics deteriorated that the city's influence went into decline. Now, in an increasingly medieval world, Thaig tends to avoid conflict, offering instead to dispatch sellswords into conflicts where profit is likely. It has proved itself an agreeable nation in the eyes of Nankar, making it a frequent source of trade and military cooperation in wasteland skirmishes. Kukai. Kukai is an island out in the Redoban Sea. Being composed of little more than houses and docks, its status as a settlement is often put into question. Kukai is home to roughly 100 people. It is a common place for traders to land and empires to exploit. Its most famous destination, the Kukai Inn, is the center of economic activity in the town. Here one can swap stories with swashbuckling sailors or trade wares with gold-inclined salesmen. The island is currently under the control of Nankar, meaning its religion is Daranism and its government style is theocratic. The mayor of Kukai, a man named Frins Basil, was recently anointed a priest just prior to the conquest of Redoba. The city provides aid and shelter to whoever lands on their shores, but at heart they are an independent people craving peace, happiness, and the sweet smell of the polluted sea. North Post. North Post is a small outpost in the Karzai foothills, originally created as a Redoban colony. Its limited size makes it a target for its neighbors, having fought off the Thagian Empire only to find itself captured by the soldiers of Nankar. When not farming the mushrooms which grow on their rocky terrain, the laborers of North Post run a copper mine which they use to conduct trade in the wastes. Never has North Post produced much in the way of science and art, but seeing as food scarcity is a frequent problem, they hardly have the time. Redoba. Redoba is a recently settled area in the wastes where a plethora of pagan peoples live. In decades past, traders monopolized the easy-flowing waters and used them to expand their trade throughout the region. Soon its settlements unified into a single nation, and from there the country known as Redoba was formed. The leader of Redoba is what is known as a Coyote King. This stems from the belief that the royal family is a direct lineage of the canine god Tarsus. The populace obey the Coyote King, but they don't worship him. Instead they treat him as Meo Kepto, or protector of the wells. The royal family has both direct ownership over the nation's water and a legal obligation to protect it. There has only been one war in Redoban history prior to the Nankaran invasion, and it was a civil war. This came from a succession dispute between Prince Rakshan and his elder cousin Brachus, who claimed to be the true son of the deceased king. The resulting bloodshed led to a purge known as the Braktar massacre, where nearly all of Brachus's supporters were impaled on spears. The nation is not without its savagery, and treats law and order very seriously. In times of drought they are one of the most powerful geopolitical players in all of the wasteland, and have even sent spies into foreign cities to disrupt their competitors. Ever since the Redoba was conquered by Nankar, local culture has radically changed. The royal family has been systematically purged, and all surviving citizens have openly declared faith in Daranism. From time to time there are rumors of successionists among the nation's new leaders, but absent a Nankaran withdrawal there is no hope of independence. The people of the Vernal Mountains. The Vernal Mountains contain a diverse landscape of tribes and cultures. There are some 12,000 people living in and around its forests. Each tribe is culturally and regionally distinct, yet they all share a common language and religion. The spiritual beliefs of the vernal tribesmen are what researchers describe as Vendistoracism. This is a belief in Vendo, the internal spirit, which cycles through this world continually until it reaches the heavenly afterlife of Mulvash. It is believed by Vendistoracists that life is a struggle between good and evil, set forward by the masculine deity Sadish and the feminine deity Herodra. Humans are thought to take part in this struggle, reincarnating again and again as they acquire karma which will propel them forward towards destiny. For this reason, all life is treated as sacred in tribal cultures. The life force, Vendo, which inhabits plants and animals, is the same force inhabiting human beings. Because of this, trees are felled only sparingly, and rigorous rituals are required before eating the flesh of animals. Unlike their city-dwelling counterparts, the tribes of the mountains do not believe in walls or settled agriculture. This is partly because they do not have the knowledge to create such structures, but also because their nomadic lifestyle gives them an advantage in the wasteland. By being mobile and inhabiting multiple camps throughout the year, tribesmen are able to pursue food wherever the hunting is good. It is also harder for them to be ambushed by enemies when their location is ever-changing. When they are not being preyed upon by their civilized neighbors, it is common for the peoples of the mountains to break out into intertribal warfare. The Kelkup tribe is known to launch raids on the Machans, and the Farfoot tribe often spars with the Alptug. The Luns invade the area frequently, and are a profound nuisance to all. And the Berafee traders are known often to cheat men with faulty goods. In order to foster peace and goodwill between the warring factions, it is common for a chief to marry his daughter to the son of an adversary. In this way, the mixing of family ties makes the chance of violent feuds harder to come by. This and a shared festival surrounding the summer solstice brings the region closer together on matters of political importance. A note on race. One thing that distinguishes the people of the mountains from the people of the wastes is their varying conceptualizations of race. In Vendista racism, one's race is considered a sign of spiritual status. This is why they look down on the men in the city, whose different pigmentation causes them to be evil. The irony of such beliefs is that Darwinists preach generally the same thing about their own ethnicity, and so in this way, race as well as culture and geography is a thing which divides the wasteland. Were the peoples of Earth to recognize their shared ancestry and common heritage, perhaps there would be peace. But as the centuries go by, and the historical record continues to decay, it is less likely that such a reconciliation will ever occur.